Previously on Anime T23's What If series, Naruto left the Leaf Village with Jiraya, embarking on a journey that would change his destiny forever. Through intense training and unexpected bonds, his path led to a surprising twist: love. During Naruto's training with Jiraya, he met a strange girl with strange abilities. During his time with this strange girl, he finds himself falling for her. The thing is, this girl isn't human, and with her possessive nature, well, Konoha and Akatsuki just better watch out, because this girl isn't giving up Naruto without a fight. Assassin's Creed elements. Join us as we delve deeper into Naruto's journey, where intense training and unexpected romance create an enthralling tale. This is Anime T23's What If Naruto Get Married During Jiraiya Training Trip Part 4. Minutes earlier with the Akatsuki, the entire Akatsuki remained quiet as they still performed the sealing of the Ichibi. They had already completed at least 2 days of the sealing, and they merely needed one more day. However, one of the S-ranked criminals was getting twitchy. That's someone being hidden. The Jashinist was getting real twitchy as his finger began twitchy at random intervals, annoying his partner who stood beside him. Haiden, if you don't stop that infernal twitching, I'll kill you, Kakuzu coldly stated, giving a sidelong glare at his partner. Fuck you, because it's not my fault Jashin-sama decided to punish me, because I haven't given him his daily sacrifices. Haiden shouted, so don't patronize me. Heathen. The other members of Akatsuki gave the Jashinist a glare. It was a glare that said to shut the fuck up. I'm trying to keep focus. However, Haiden paid no attention to any of that, and he glared at the other members of Akatsuki. What are you motherfuckers gonna do about it? Exactly. You can do shit, he shouted. Haiden, enough dash, Pain began, before Haiden interrupted him. Silence, heathen. You will all one day bow to Jashin-sama. Jashin-sama will take your souls, and it is he who will decide if you are worthy of basking in his great presence. The Jashinist shouted, a wicked grin overcoming his features. All the other members of Akatsuki's sweat dropped. They knew this would happen. Haiden always got like this whenever he got bored. However, they were more interested in how their leader would respond to this. As if on cue, Pain's overwhelming presence engulfed the entire room. Pain dangerously narrowed his eyes at Haiden. Are you quite finished now? If so, then to test your foolish speeches about your god for another time. Otherwise, I'll rip your very soul from your body. Clear. Pain nearly whispered, lacing his voice with killing intent. Beads of sweat fell from the others, with the exception of Sasori as he was a puppet and Kisame, who was dealing with Naruto's team. And once again, everyone was reminded why Pain was the leader. Haiden, however, shivered when Pain threatened to remove his soul. The last time he pissed off the ring-eyed man, let's just say having your soul ripped from your body, only to forcibly have it shoved back in, was not pleasant. Now then, it's time to get back on track. Kisame is buying us the time we need in order to fully seal the Ichibi. Now get back to War Dash. Pain was yet again interrupted by Kisame phasing into existence on one of the fingers of the Geto Mazo statue. Everyone blinked as they looked at Kisame's form. Kisame, weren't you supposed to be distracting the Konoha team? Sasori slowly asked, his tone going from blank to a hint of anger. Kisame shrugged. Hey, I tried. Not my fault I underestimated the brat. Kisame lied. There was no way he was telling them that he left the Konoha team to their own devices. Meanwhile, Itachi gave Kisame a cold glare for calling Naruto-sama a brat. That fish-faced motherfucker should consider it an honor to be fighting Naruto-sama. Before Pain could reply to Kisame's answer, the boulder blocking the cave entrance to the outside world was suddenly destroyed into hundreds, if not thousands of little pieces. The members of Akatsuki made no movement to the shard fluttering around them, as they were merely astral projections. However, Deidara and Sasori were not so safe, as they were not astral projections, and as such were in fact in there. The blonde member of Akatsuki cursed as he used his only arm to block some shards from his face, while Sasori merely had his tail deflect all of them. Before any of the notorious members of Akatsuki could blink, a gray blur suddenly moved into the cave, grabbed the floating form of the Kazekage, and quickly sped back into the cloud of smoke. Pain, along with the other S-ranked missing Nin, glared into the slowly departing smoke. The smoke finally departed after several more moments, and the S-ranked criminals glared into the eyes of the Konoha team sent to retrieve the Kazekage. Sasori glared specifically at his grandmother, while his grandmother kept her aged glare on her grandson's form. Deidara merely glared at them, with a slight smirk on his face. He couldn't wait to see how they would love his art. Itachi fought the urge to simply fall on his knees and bow to both Naruto and Shiroi. He wasn't even worthy of being in their presence, let alone stand in it. Meanwhile, Kisame merely gave the blonde Jinchuriki a slight smirk. He wished he was there right now. Haiden gave them a wicked grin, wondering which one he should offer to Jashin-sama. He licked his very lips at the thought. Sometimes it was fun as fuck killing others. Haiden's words, not mine. Meanwhile, Pain glared into the eyes of the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto kept his eyes firmly on Pain, his sapphire blue eyes glaring into the man's purple-ringed eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt a sort of kinship with the strange-eyed man, even though Pain's entire form was cloaked in black, with the only thing being even remotely notable was the man's eyes. The blonde didn't know who this man was, but one thing was for sure. He was dangerous. Meanwhile, inside the seal, Kyubi, looking through Naruto's eyes, had his eyes widened in disbelief. I am possible, the Rinnegan? He quietly shouted, but how? Those eyes are only supposed to be created from a unity between a Senju and Uchiha. Could it be that? And Uchiha had a relationship with Uzumaki. Kyubi theorized. It would be the thing that made most sense after all. Senju and Uchiha, no matter how friendly with each other, had always hated each other's guts. The Uzumaki clan were distinct cousins of the Senju clan, and the Uzumaki clan were generally a peace-loving, but also dangerous clan. Could it be that a Uchiha and a Uzumaki had a secret affair? Or could it be that a Senju and Uchiha had a secret affair? If either of those is indeed the case, then the man standing before them was the result of that affair. Kakashi glared at the members of Akatsuki. Even though he was possibly facing the full might of this organization, he felt no fear whatsoever. He had lived a long life, and he had many, many failures as a result. Most of the time, he could never keep the promises he had made in that life. And to him, he wanted nothing more than to die and face those he failed. However, he wouldn't die here. He still had one promise to keep, a promise he made to himself a long time ago, a promise he had nearly forgotten. He promised himself that he would protect Naruto with all his strength, and he was going to do it, even if it cost him his life. Chiyo glared into the eyes of her grandson. No words can describe what she was feeling at the moment. All she felt was a sense of pride and disappointment. Pride, because of how well Sasori had progressed, and disappointment at what he had become. Shiroi gave every member of the Akatsuki a harsh and cold glare. So, these were the men who wanted to take her Naruto from her? She nearly snorted at the thought. Glaring deeply into their eyes, she could tell that they all had some type of difficult life. She idly tried to infiltrate their minds, but to her dismay, there seemed to be some type of mental defense preventing her from entering their minds. Such a shame. She really wanted some more slaves. Chachizero had an eerie smile on her face as the little doll innocently looked into their eyes, her thoughts racing with ways to kill them and what their blood would look like when she cut them open. The little doll giggled silently, and her hands slowly inched toward her knives that she had hidden in her skirts. The entire group of both Shinobi and Shiroi and Chachizero glared at each other for several more minutes, before Haiden broke the silence. Well, look at these fuckers, thinking they can bust up in here and take us on. Ha! I will offer all of you to Jashin-sama. When this is all over, the Jashinist shouted in glee. Shiroi twitched violently. A fucking Jashinist. What the fuck? Why did I have to run into another one of these immortal motherfuckers? She mentally raged. Oh, she remembered the first time she ran into a Jashinist. The asshole wouldn't shut up about offering her to some masochistic god. She became annoyed with the guy's constant chatter, so she ripped his head off, only to find him still talking. That pissed her off, so she attempted to drown the man. For hours later, the bastard was still alive. If there was anything she truly hated in the world, it was a fucking Jashinist. The motherfuckers just wouldn't die. And that pisses her off immensely when she fights this fucking Jashinist. She was going to enjoy killing him in the most bloodied and goriest manner she could think of. By the time she was done with him, he was going to be nothing but a mere blood stain on the fucking ground. Shiroi's eyes shifted into a blood-red color as she glared maliciously in his direction. She fucking hated Jashinists. Did she mention that she hated Jashinists? Haydn, shut up. We can't even fight them if we wanted to, Kakuza stated, giving his teammate an irritated glare. Fuck you, Kakuza, was the Jashinist's response. Enough, Pain ordered, not taking his eyes off the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto's team noted how all the other members of Akatsuki straightened at the man's order, and they all assumed he was the leader of the group. It appears you were able to save the young Kazekage. I do not care that you're here to save the Kazekage. I do not care that you are glaring down at us. I do not care that you are looking at us with contempt. What I do care about, however, is that there are not one, but two Jinchuriki within our reach, Pain stated, giving the team a cold glare. Sasori Deidara, reclaim the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Also retrieve the Kyubi Jinchuriki if possible. Pain ordered the rest of you will continue on with your own assignments. Understood? The others nodded, and soon, one by one, their astral projections disappeared. Wait! Naruto shouted out, catching not only his group's attention, but Pain's as well. The leader didn't make any sound whatsoever. He only blankly glanced down at the blonde. Deciding to indulge in his own curiosity, the ring-eyed leader of Akatsuki blankly glared into the blonde's eyes. Why are you doing this? What is Akatsuki's purpose? And who are you? Naruto asked, a cold glare on his face as he stared in Pain's eyes. Pain merely glared at Blonde for several moments. He debated on whether he should indulge in the blonde curiosity, or if he should just leave and let both Sasori and Deidara handle everything. After several more moments of debate, the leader of the S-rank criminals spoke. You ask why we are doing this. The answer is quite simple. We are doing this for peace. You ask what is Akatsuki's purpose. That purpose is to retrieve the 9 Bijou. You ask who am I? I shall tell you. I am Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. There will come a time, Jinchuriki, when we will meet face to face. And when that does happen, prepare yourself for that moment, for that meeting will end in your capture. Provided that Sasori and Deidara capture here and now, Pain stated, giving the blonde one last look before his figure disappeared. Kyubi stiffened slightly. There could only be 2 reasons on why someone would attempt to gather the 9 Bijou: to have them under their control, or to revive it. Kyubi hoped that his second assumption was wrong, because if it, then this entire world would become nothing but ash. Deidara, you heard Leader-sama. We must, and we will reclaim the Ichibi Jinchuriki. So prepare yourself, Sasori coldly said, still glaring into his grandmother's eyes. Deidara smirked slightly. Don't worry, Sasori-dana. The Jinchuriki won't escape, and these Konoha Nin will face the wrath of my art. He shouted in glee. Deidara, I've already told you. Your so-called art is nothing compared to my vision of art. True art is eternal and everlasting, Sasori stated, giving his partner an irritated look. And I've told you, Sasori-dana, true art is but a moment before it disappears via explosion. Deidara argued. Sasori snorted. What is the point of art if it only lasts a single moment? He rhetorically asked. Deidara opened his mouth to answer Sasori's question, but he was forced to suddenly dodge to his right, just in time as well, as a massive beam of blood-red energy went right by him and blasted through the walls behind the two S-rank criminals. Gulping, both Sasori and Deidara slowly looked behind them, only to bear witness to the cave walls behind them being reduced to nothing but a pile of rubble, while the rubble itself was slowly being reduced to ashes. Slowly, both members of the Akatsuki looked towards the team sent to rescue Gaara, only to find the white-haired girl next to the blonde Jinchuriki with her hand extended, a slight red hue fading from her hands as she glared at the two. Both Chiyo and Kakashi looked wide-eyed at Shiroi. They couldn't believe it. It just wasn't possible. Kakashi knew a little about Shiroi's abilities. After all, Jiraya had taken him aside for a moment to explain her abilities, and Kakashi knew that she had some telepathic abilities almost exactly similar to the Yamanaka clan. But this, Jiraya had never mentioned this. Either had never used this around Jiraya, or she never revealed it, period. However, judging from Naruto's unsurprised expression, he was assuming she never revealed that around Jiraya. The fuck was that? Deidara shouted, looking at the wall behind him with a little fear. If Sasori could have, he would have gulped. Instead, he simply settled for looking blankly at the destruction before him. Chiyo lightly shook her head. There was no time for questions. They had a job to do, and by Kami she was going to finish it. Chachazero lightly giggled. It seems like her master is getting annoyed with those two. Shiroi slowly lowered her hand, feeling a slight disappointment as she had missed her initial attack. She was just getting so annoyed with those two. Her patience was wearing dangerously thin. She just wanted to rescue. Gaara, was it? Beat the shit out of those two. Find a nice, quiet, and private place. And then proceed to fuck the shit out of her fiancé via cowgirl position. Was that too much to ask? Apparently, it was. Naruto paid no attention to any of what was happening. He just kept his attention on Gaara's unconscious form. He was relieved the redhead was all right. However, that didn't ease the worry he held. Meanwhile, inside the seal, Kyuubi, finally knocked out of his shocked silence, turned his attention to the redhead in Naruto's arms. The Kyuubi blankly kept his gaze on the redhead before he closed his eyes and let his mind be dragged into the place where only the Biju and their chosen could gain access to. Shikaku, you look like hammered shit, Kyuubi stated, a sneer on his face as he gave his brother a glare. Shikaku groaned weakly. Fuck you. Kurama, the Ichibi weakly said in response, taking in slowly and raspy breathes. Kurama's eyes softened slightly before a harsh and angry glare took his place. So you got your ass kicked around, and you were captured by a human no less. And you call yourself a Biju? How pathetic. The Kyuubi sneered. The Ichibi groaned pitiably. Did you come here to insult me? If so, then just leave me be, Kurama. Some brother you are, he coldly said, giving his brother a weak glare. Kurama kept his glare on his brother for several more moments, before red chakra began to leak from his body, and the chakra moved to Shikaku's weakened form, where it then proceeded to rejuvenate Shikaku. What are you doing? Shikaku asked, a shocked look on his features as he looked at his brother, feeling his strength return steadily. Kurama snorted. What does it look like? I'm lending you some chakra, he lazily stated. Hearing this made Shikaku blink in surprise. But why? Don't tell me you actually care? He trailed off. If the Kyuubi's fur wasn't an orange color, then you'll be able to witness his blush a mile away. Don't misunderstand. I don't see care about you or any of the others. I have to protect my image, damn it. How would I be able to call myself king of the Biju if I can't even help my subjects? He shouted in embarrassment, trying to save his reputation in front of his brother. Shikaku chuckled slightly, feeling still a little too weak to actually try to argue with his brother. Yeah, just let me know when you're done, he stated, laying his head down. Shikaka, why aren't you? Kurama asked. Shikaku rolled his eyes slightly. When the Akatsuki were sealing me, they tried to also seal my conscience. However, I was able to escape from the priest bastard that sealed himself in me. Because of that, the bastard was sealed into that statue. Instead of me, Shikaka stated in a matter-of-fact tone before he shut his eyes, preparing for a well-deserved rest. There was a comfortable silence for a few moments before Shikaka spoke, his voice dripping with sleep. Kurama, thank you. Nisama, he tired said, his eyes closing as he drifted off to sleep. If he had stayed awake any longer, he would have heard Kurama mutter sure. Anything for family. But alas, Ichibi was exhausted and required his rest. Outside the seal, the blonde slowly placed Gaara back down on the ground, silently creating 5 clones, take Gaara somewhere safe and protect him, he ordered. Shortly after, the clones picked up Gaara's unconscious form and blurred into the trees behind them. Deidara smirked at the blonde's actions. Hey, Sasori Dana. I'll take the Kyubi Jinchuriki and Sharingan no Kakashi. You can have the girls. The blonde member of Akatsuki said, taking a few of his clay arts. Before throwing them into the cave ceilings above them, Katsu, he shouted, destroying the ceilings. Hey, Cyclops. Kyubi Jinchuriki. Catch me if you can. Deidara taunted, flying away on his clay-formed bird. Shiroi-chan, can you handle everything here? Naruto asked, giving his fiancée a look. Shiroi waved him off. I'll be fine. It's time I get back into fighting anyway. To be honest, I feel a little out of practice. This is the perfect opportunity to let loose a little, she said, a slight smirk on her lips. Chakazira, you stay. I'll most likely need your unique talents while fighting this man, she added. Chachazero giggled, of course Shiroi-chima. The doll excitedly shouted, jumping on the white-haired girl's head. Sasori blinked for several seconds, before he slightly shook his head in disbelief. Naruto-chama, can you bring me back a present when you kill that other blonde? She asked, an innocent expression on her face. Naruto blinked, before he slowly nodded. Thank you, the doll chirped, before she focused her attention on Sasori. Naruto silently nodded towards Kakashi, and the two jonin began to chase after the blonde Akatsuki member. Are you done with your useless talk? I'm getting tired of waiting, Sasori coldly uttered, giving the 3 females, Chachazero included, a death glare. Chio shook her head lightly. You always were impatient, Sasori, she stated, disapproval in her voice. Sasori would have rolled his eyes if he could have, and I see you're still giving lectures that I do not care for. Chio Oba-san, he said in response. Shiroi rose an elegant eyebrow. Chio. Oba-san, she muttered, giving the elder woman a look. Chio closed her eyes. I guess there is no avoiding this topic. Sasori is my grandson, she stated, opening her eyes to glare at her grandson. And the reason why he is like this is partially my fault. So I shall take responsibility for my grandson's crimes, she shouted, her voice firm with resolve. Sasori snorted in amusement, please. I have long since surpassed you in strength, Oba-san, and you are way past your prime. You couldn't hope to defeat me. Even with your strongest technique, the puppet master of the Akatsuki declared, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Chio shook her head. I always told you that arrogance would lead to your downfall, and it seems you have not taken my teachings to heart. The elder shouted, Shiroi-chan, prepare yourself. I know Sasori better than anyone, and I know all of his creation's weaknesses. Shiroi glared at the elder woman. Listen here, you old hag. Don't ever call me Shiroi-chan again. Only a rare few people has that right, she snarled, giving the elder a glare that promised pain and death should she refuse. Chiyo gulped slightly, but wordlessly nodded at the white-haired girl. Enough with the words, Sasori declared, a massive bladed tail darting from his cloak and launching itself directly at the three females. Shiroi narrowed her pink-slitted eyes, while Chiyo promptly dodged out of the way. The white-haired girl looked at the mental tail with indifference before she tilted her body slightly to the right, the bladed tail missing her entirely by only a mere inch. Chiyo's eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth hung open slightly. Sasori narrowed his eyes in confusion. He was sure that strike was heading for her chest. So why had it missed? He narrowed his eyes further, and that's when he saw it. Her body was only a few inches away from where she was standing a few seconds ago. That means that the girl either moved very slightly while they were chatting, or the girl's speed was so vast that he couldn't even see her dodge, and moved back into the position she was previously, and it was a worrying thought indeed. Nonetheless, the puppet master of the Akatsuki still felt confident that he could defeat the girl and his grandmother. All he needed was to be patient, something he truly despised with his entire being. Chachizero, you know what to do, Shiroi stated. Chachizero grinned maliciously, and the doll released a menacing giggle. Right, Shiroi-chama, the doll replied, jumping atop Sasori's bladed tail. Placing her small hands on the tail's surface, the doll glowed slightly before she grinned. Sasori blinked and retracted his tail, idly wondering what was the point in that. Shiroi, somehow sensing Sasori's confusion, spoke. You're probably wondering what the point was in all of that, she said, gaining Chiyo's and Sasori's attention. You see, when I created Chachizero, I made sure to give her various abilities involving combat methods of her choosing. The white-haired grinned widely. She ended up choosing abilities related to bladed weapons. One of her abilities was Dash. At this point, Chachizero's entire right arm morphed into an exact replica of Sasori's bladed tail. The ability to copy any weapon she touches. Shiroi finished a dark and sadistic grin on her face. Chiyo's eyes widened at that. Such an ability would be extremely valued, and quite possibly sought after in the times they lived in. Sasori cursed. Why did he have to deal with such an amazing doll? Shiroi gave Sasori a disturbing grin as she glared at the man with blood-red eyes. Now then, where were we? She thoughtfully said, a demented smile on her face. If Sasori weren't a puppet himself, he would have been shivering. But seeing as the man was a puppet, he didn't feel anything other than a slight rattling of his body, making his blink in confusion. Chiyo had no such advantage, and the elder notably shivered before she stilled, and she gained a hard look in her eyes. As for Chachizero, well, if there was a such thing as a reward for the largest smile in the world, then the prize would go immediately to Chachizero. Naruto growled lowly as he and Kakashi chased Deidara across the forest. For the past several minutes, they were forced to chase the smug-faced bastard throughout the forest, and it was getting tiresome. Very, very quickly. Kakashi seemed to agree with the blonde as well. If the way he glared at the blonde member of Akatsuki was anything to go by, though Naruto had no idea how much Kakashi wanted to slit that bombing-crazed Akatsuki's throat. It was obvious that the blonde S-rank criminal was leading them somewhere, and based on the history of shinobi throughout time, they have always fled to a different area, for several reasons. 1. To lead them into a trap that their comrades set up, which Kakashi believed was highly unlikely. 2. They were fleeing into an area where the terrain would benefit their fighting style. Or 3. They were just running like a little bitch. Based on what Kakashi was able to gather from this Deidara, the Kopini knew that the blonde wasn't the type to just run away from a fight. So the question was, what was the blonde doing? It was a question that Kakashi did not have an answer for. Naruto, Kakashi said, gaining the hooded blonde's attention. You do realize that that guy is leading us into a trap, right? The Jonin in AMBU armor asked, giving his former student a look. I know, Naruto responded, not even looking at Kakashi as he kept his blank face on the blonde riding on the white bird. Then, why are we still chasing him? The silver-haired Jonin asked, giving his former student a questioning look. The blonde Jinchuriki didn't answer for several moments, instead keeping a blank gaze on his fellow blonde that was currently giving them a taunting smirk. Call it curiosity, but I'm curious as to what he will do, Kakashi-senpai, he stated. Isn't that a bit arrogant? The former EMBU captain asked worriedly, fearing that his former student was becoming arrogant. If that was the case, then he needed to find a way to get Naruto back to reality. The blonde stared at Kakashi for several moments before he sighed. Very well then. If you feel so strongly about Dash, he suddenly trailed off, his eyes glazing over slightly. Worried, Kakashi placed his hand on the blonde's shoulder. Naruto? He questionably said. A moment later, the blonde shook his head. One of my clones just dispelled, he responded once he got his bearings. A mile from here, my clones have hid Gaara in the largest tree they could find. Several of them are as of this moment patrolling the area. However, Dash, the blonde, gave Kakashi a commanding stare. Clones are only good for 3, maybe 4 hits before they dispel Dash, he trailed off. You want me to go and protect Gaara, Kakashi stated, effectively finishing the blonde's sentence. Wordlessly, Naruto nodded. But what about that guy? You don't plan on facing him alone, do you? Kakashi asked, concerned for Naruto being shown heavily at the moment. If the situation were different, the blonde would have felt touched by the Jonin's concern. However, now wasn't the time for talk. This was a chance to eliminate a member of Akatsuki, to keep Gaara out of danger. There was no time for talks. Now was the time for action. Listen, Kakashi-senpai. You have to trust me on this. The mission is to ensure Gaara is safe. And I just don't have faith that my clones will be able to protect Gaara should a competent shinobi make their appearance, Naruto said, finally turning his head to gaze upon his former teacher. And that was when Kakashi saw it. One eye was the soul-piercing blue he knew all too well, while the other was a pupilless crimson color. Is that the influence of the Kyuubi? No. Usually there is a slit for a pupil. But there is no slit at all. Just... what is this? The Jonin thought. Before the silver-haired adult could ponder on this strange development, Naruto's left eye returned to its normal blue color, with the pupil returning. The blonde was none the wiser, it seemed. Kakashi blinked, before he stared intently in the blonde's eyes, looking for whatever could be influencing him. He knew it wasn't the Kyuubi, and he was sure the blonde didn't get hit with a genjutsu. So, how was his left eye so different a moment ago? Kakashi-senpai, you're getting distracted. Focus, Naruto sharply ordered, breaking Kakashi from his musings. Right? Kakashi answered, focusing on the matter at hand. Anyways, please, I need you to protect Gaara. I can deal with this guy. He'll be nothing but child's play, the blonde Jinchuriki stated, his eyes glaring at Daidar's flying form. Kakashi silently looked at Naruto for several moments before he sighed tiredly and gave a slow nod. Very well, Taicho. I'll trust you with this guy. But be careful. All right, Kakashi asked, giving his captain a stern glare. Wordlessly, the blonde nodded at Kakashi's request. Kakashi's visible eye lingered on the blonde's form for several moments longer, before he suddenly vanished in a blur. The blonde glanced at the spot where Kakashi was, before a hard look crossed his features. Now to deal with that other blonde, the blonde Kodley spoke, his voice taking a slightly dark edge, making the Kyuubi within him to narrow his eyes in worry. The blonde reached for the crossbow on his back, and he pointed it at the crazed artist. Wordlessly, the blonde launched the arrow. The arrow speedily made its way towards Daidar's position. However, instincts, honed from dozens of battles, forced Daidara to suddenly turn around and quickly catch the arrow with his only arm. What the? We weren't informed that you had ranged weapons Jinchuriki. Deidara spoke, stopping his bird once he noticed Kakashi's absence. Where's that Sharingan-having bastard? The blonde asked. You don't need to know that. Naruto coldly spoke, a slight smirk on his face. What are you so smug about? Deidara asked, his eye narrowed and confused. I was hoping you'd catch that arrow, Naruto stated, his smirk growing a bit larger. Deidara blinked. What? Why would you want me to catch this damn arrow? I don't see anything special about it. I mean, sure. It's an arrow. What can it d-dash? Deidara could not even finish his sentence, however, as he witnessed the most shocking thing he had ever witnessed in his life. 1 second. The blonde was in front of him only a few feet away from his position. The next, the blonde was directly in front of him, his arms stretched out. The blonde Akatsuki member saw a metal gleam come from the blonde Jinchuriki's gauntlets, and he instinctively raised his arm to block the strike. The result? Naruto's hidden blade digging deep into the man's arm, making him cry out in pain as he felt the blade pierce his bone. Panicking slightly, the blonde member of the Akatsuki kicked the blonde away from him. His fellow blonde performed a couple flips in the air, and the blonde landed on his feet atop one of the taller trees, his blue eyes glaring coldly into the other blonde's eyes, his hood blocking the rest of his face from view while he fingered Altair's handle. Deidara glared at the blonde, however. A hint of fear could be seen in the blonde's eyes. That technique you just used, it wasn't a body flicker, was it? It was the legendary Hiraishin, wasn't it? He asked. The response he got from his fellow blonde was a cold smirk, and if it was, the Jinchuriki asked, his cold eyes glaring into Deidara's eyes. Deidara gulped, silently pleading to Kami to let him out of this alive. The brat knew the legendary Hiraishin. How could he ever hope to defeat the blonde now? The legendary Hiraishin, a jutsu revered in Konoha, but also a jutsu feared among the other hidden villages. One of the most powerful and famous techniques to ever come into the world. A technique that allowed the user to instantly teleport wherever he pleased, so long as a Hiraishin seal was in the area. A technique that had caused IWA the Third Great War. Deidara was no fool. He grew up during the war. He heard of Namake's Minato's exploits. How could he not? He lost his parents to the Yellow Flash. His parents were proud jonin of a Wabikure, yet when they and their platoon faced the likes of Namake's Minato, they were utterly destroyed, and the only person standing was the man IWA came to fear greatly. Come to think of it, this brat had the same blonde hair as the Yellow Flash, the same blue eyes. The only difference was that his face was more rounded than the Namake's. Could it be that? Deidara's eyes widened in both realization, and his eyes expressed slightly more fear. Are you the Yondaime Hokage's son? He stated more than asked. He was sure of it. This boy was that man's son. He had to be. Naruto tilted his head slightly, giving Deidara a curious stare. However, his eyes remained cold. And if I am, he asked bluntly, if you are indeed that bastard son, I'll kill you, to avenge my parents. Deidara roared, his visible blue eye glaring at the Jinchuriki with hatred. Nerit raised an eyebrow. So you wish to kill me, so you can avenge your parents? I see. How pathetic, the blonde stated. What? Deidara snarled, glaring at the blonde with rage and hatred. How dare that bastard son of the Yellow Flash insult him? Are you insulting me, bastard child of the Yellow Flash? The blonde roared in fury, clenching his fist. Naruto merely kept a cold glare on the member of Akatsuki before him. This man wanted to kill him because of his father's actions during the war? How foolish. It was a time of war. There was no need for any sympathy for the enemy. In war, it is simply killed or be killed. That was the way life worked in war. It was the way it was in the shinobi world. However, Naruto wished to change all of that. He knew that true peace seemed impossible, but he wouldn't and cannot give up. He made a promise to Jiraya that he would fight tooth and nail for peace. He knew how much of a fool he sounded, but he wanted to believe in his teacher's dream of peace. He was going to try as hard as he can to achieve peace, and the first step was getting through this member of Akatsuki, focusing back on the task at hand. The blonde glared deeply into Daidar's eyes. Inside the seal, Kurama narrowed his eyes. That glare reminded him too much of him for his liking. I don't need to insult you, Akatsuki-san. You do a fairly excellent job of it already, the blonde Jinchuriki stated, giving his fellow blonde a small smirk. Sometimes toying with an opponent was the fun. Naruto blinked, and he wondered where that thought came from before he shrugged and looked back at expectant Deidara. Naruto rose an eyebrow. I'm sorry. Did you say something? He asked in genuine confusion. Meanwhile, Kakashi suddenly felt like giving Naruto a manly hug and a shout out to the sky saying, I did Minato-sensei. I corrupted your son. Inside the stomach of the Shinigami, Minato suddenly felt like haunting Kakashi. Deidara felt something inside of him snap, and all he saw was nothing but pure red. With a roar of absolute rage and hatred, the blonde member of the Akatsuki threw a piece of large clay at the blonde. The clay formed into the shape of a hummingbird, and it flew at the blonde with surprising speeds. To the blonde Jinchuriki, however, the mere clay animal was moving at a snail's pace. Casually lifting his hand, the blonde channeled lightning chakra in his palm and effortlessly caught the bird in a tight grip. Deidara grinned in glee and placed his hand into a single hand sign. Katsu, he yelled. The only sound that was heard was the wind blowing against Naruto's robes. It was so silent that you could hear a cricket chirping in the distance. What was that supposed to do? If you don't mind me asking, Naruto said, idly fiddling with Daidar's clay art. What? Deidara whispered, a shocked look on his face. Naruto sighed in a bored manner, his eyes lazily looking into Daidar's eyes. I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender peacefully, and I'll ensure that your prison cell will be to your satisfactory. The blonde Jonin stated, a neutral expression on his face. Fuck you, bastard child of the yellow flash. I will kill you and dump your body back into the middle of Konoha, right before I show you my art, Deidara shouted, an insane gleam in his eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes in distaste as he looked upon the blonde member of the Akatsuki. I see. I offered you a chance to live and possibly fight another day, but you threw it right back into my face. I will kill you, and that will be the end of it, he stated, his hands moving to form several hand signs. You won't beat me, son of the yellow flash, Deidara said, throwing another clay animal at the blonde. Water style, water wall, Naruto exclaimed, a massive wall of water forming around him, effectively protecting him from Daidar's attack. It seems you are also a little quick to anger. If that is indeed the case, then this battle will be simple, Naruto stated, his hands speeding into more hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough, he shouted, shooting a torrent of wind from his lips. Deidara cursed, mentally ordering his clay bird to dodge the attack. Successfully dodging the attack, the blonde member of the Akatsuki threw more clay animals at the blonde. The blonde merely narrowed his eyes. Was that all the S-rank criminal used for an attack? If so, then Naruto wondered how exactly the other blonde survived for so long. Lightning style, great palm of enhanced lightning, the blonde Jinchuriki exclaimed, merely lifting his palm, which was covered in pure lightning, and stopping Daidar's clay animal. This lightning jutsu was something he had created. It was an idea after he saw how Kakashi had used the Chidori for the first time. The idea behind the technique was to create a generate lightning in your palm, having the destructive power of the Chidori, but lacking the speed behind it. It was a devastating technique, though it was the slowest technique in his arsenal. Deidara, seeing the blonde capture his clay animal, put his hand into a hand sign. Katsu. Once again, nothing happened. Shit. Why won't it work? He said in frustration. Quick question. Akatsuki-san, Naruto said, gaining Daidara's slight interest. What do you think would happen if clay came into contact with lightning? The blonde finished. It's pretty obvious that it would dash. Daidara's eyes widened in realization. Damn you, he angrily said. You figured it out, I see. So now do you understand? I am the worst opponent for you, Naruto once again stated. Now I shall give you one last chance. Surrender. Deidara clenched his fist in rage as he glared at the bastard in front of him. He could see the bastard's father standing right beside him, laughing, taunting him. He could see the yellow flash killing his parents. Oh, how he hated that bastard. He was going to kill this fucker. One way or another. I won't rest until you're dead. You bastard. He roared in rage and unadulterated hatred, recklessly charging at the blonde with rage boiling in his eyes. A handful of animal clay in his hands, preparing to set them off the second he was close to the blonde. Naruto, for his part, merely sighed in irritation. Some people just didn't learn. Slowly shaking his head in slight disappointment, the blonde went through several hand signs. Water style, water dragon. A dragon made completely of water emerged from the atmosphere behind the blonde. The dragon screeched and propelled itself to Daidara's direction. However, the blonde wasn't done yet. Going through several more hand signs, the blonde glared at Deidara as he attempted to dodge the water dragon. Naruto hummed for a moment before he called out the name of his next jutsu. Lightning style, laser circus. Several streams of lightning shot from the blonde palm and struck into the water dragon, making the dragon become infused with lightning. Deidara, seeing the threat, immediately tried to escape the area of target. However, Naruto would not allow that to happen as he shot a Hiratian arrow from his crossbow. With chakra channeled into the bow, the arrow seemed to move at impossible speeds, making a small sonic boom. The arrow struck into the ground behind Deidara, and the blonde instantly appeared behind the older blonde, speeding through hand signs that most jonin would find difficult to keep up with, even with the Sharingan. The younger blonde shouted wind style, vacuum sphere. The wind technique slammed into Daidara's back, making the Akatsuki member cry out in surprise and pain. The wind technique kept the blonde in place long enough for the lightning-infused water dragon to slam into him. Naruto crossed his arms as he stood atop a somewhat damaged tree, glaring down at Deidara with a blank gaze. Are you done yet? The blonde Jinchuriki asked blandly. Deidara slowly stood up, his body aching with pain. He glared at the Jinchuriki with his uncovered eye. You! I'll kill you! I will completely destroy you, just like how I outclassed that other Jinchuriki in my last battle. He yelled in anger. Naruto's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. What did you say? He asked, his voice taking on a deadly edge. Deidara grinned, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he finally said something that got to the blonde. I said that I'll take you down, just like I took down that other Jinchuriki. So, you were the one to fight Gaara, Naruto stated, his head eerily obscuring his entire face from view, except his mouth, which was set into a deadly scowl. And so what? Yeah, I took down that damn Jinchuriki. You should have seen his face when I launched my C3 to destroy a very populated area of the village. Deidara bragged, his features set into a dark smirk. However, Deidara was unaware of the shitstorm he had just thrown himself in. The instant Deidara finished his sentence, he felt something painful on his chest. Slowly looking down, he saw his chest squirting out fluids of blood, channeling chakra into the wound to stop the bleeding. Feeling a presence behind him, the blonde member of the Akatsuki slowly turned around, only to see Naruto with his back turned to him, silently sheathing his sword. After several moments of shocked silence on Daidara's part, Naruto spoke, his voice cold and blank. I wasn't planning on killing you. I was merely going to knock you unconscious, and bring your decapitated form back to Konoha for a little session with a Biki. But now, I am going to turn your entire body into dust, the blonde Jinchuriki said, slowly turning his head. And Deidara stiffened in fear as crimson-red eyes glared at him from beneath the hood, the slitted pupils glaring into his normal ones. Deidara idly wondered if getting on the blonde's bad side was a good thing, before he was forced to dodge a strike that would have removed his head had he not been paying attention. "Time to die," Naruto bluntly stated, his voice not even joking around. There was no arrogance in his tone or overconfidence. The blonde had said as if it were a fact. "Sasori Dena, I hope you're having more luck than I am," Deidara thought, desperately trying to get some distance from the Jinchuriki as his fellow blonde engaged him in taijutsu. "Deidara, I hope you're enjoying yourself, because I'm not," Sasori thought, looking at the destroyed remains of his main puppet. How he got into this type of situation was quite simple. No matter what he did, no matter what type of trick he pulled, he could not get that small little doll away from him. Add into the fact that both his grandmother, who was a renowned puppet master, a legend in her own right, and that white-haired girl made a somewhat good team. Despite their slight arguments, it was easy to understand how he got into this situation. "So you destroyed my puppet, thus forcing me to reveal myself." "Impressive," the puppet master of the Akatsuki stated, his voice blank and detached. Chiyo looked upon his form with shock. She didn't believe and would not believe it. Her own grandson had barely aged at all. It was as if he just became immortal. And that was impossible. No one could be at least in their 20s and look so young. It just wasn't possible. She didn't know why he looked so young, but she suspected that he could have done that. "Nah, Shiroi-chama, can I keep this?" Chachazero innocently asked, holding up the long-bladed tail of Sasori's puppet. Chachazero-Shiroi sighed. "Why would you want that when you can easily shape-shift into it?" "I want it as a trophy." "Pretty please," the little doll begged, hugging Shiroi's leg while giving her a puppy-eyed look. Shiroi hummed for several moments before she wordlessly nodded. "Yay! Thank you, Shiroi-chama," Chachazero excitedly shouted, snugging into Shiroi's leg. Shiroi lightly giggled, before her face turned serious when she noticed Sasori digging around in his robes. "What do you think he's doing?" "Chiyo-san," she asked, glaring at Sasori. Chiyo glared at Sasori as well. A good puppeteer always has extra puppets with him, the elder stated, as if that explained everything. Shiroi slowly nodded, being more cautious as she warily glared at the red-haired man. "I can't believe I'm being forced to use him. My most powerful and favorite puppet. Humph. Consider yourselves honored. It's not every day." Sasori paused, extending the scroll he had pulled from his robes. He channeled chakra into the robes, making smoke cover him and his creation. "People get to lay their eyes on the Sandaime Kazekage," Sasori finished, the smoke clearing from view, allowing the figure of a puppet with long black spiked hair. Chiyo choked on her own spit, and she looked disbelievingly at the Sandaime Kazekage. "I am possible," she cried out. "Taste that's the Sandaime Kazekage. Sasori, don't tell me that you're the one who—" She trailed off. "Yes, the Kazekage never disappeared. I killed him and used his body as a foundation for a new puppet," Sasori confirmed. The Kazekage puppet began to release grains upon grains of black sand. "So you are responsible for the deaths of 2 of our Kage, Sasori," Chiyo accused, glaring at her grandson with disgust. "Hey, hold on a second," Sasori began, his eyes narrowing lightly. "I had nothing to do with the death of the Yondaime Kazekage. That was all Orochimaru's doing," he corrected, giving his grandmother a blank glare. "It matters not. Shiroi-san, take extra care with this puppet. It is known as the Sandaime Kazekage. He uses a technique known as iron sand, and it is extremely dangerous." Chiyo said, "Thank you for the warning." Shiroi said blandly, looking unimpressed. "Now the both of you, "We'll die here," Sasori stated, his voice staying ever so blank. With those words, the time for talking came to a close, and the black sand of the Sandaime Kazekage began speeding towards the trio. The black sand separated into 3 parts, one for each person of the group. Chio cursed as she backflipped several times in order to avoid being hit with the black sand. For such an old woman, she was surprisingly nimble and agile. Dodging several more attacks of black sand, the old kunoichi glanced over at Shiroi to see how she was doing, only to see the white-haired girl dodging every attack aimed at her with ease and grace. With swipe of the black sand, Shiroi dodged accordingly. It was as if she knew exactly when the black sand would strike, seeming to read the sand's thoughts. However, Chio knew that was impossible, as sand did not have a sentient mind. So it was only logical to conclude that the white-haired girl was reading its attack patterns. Positive that Shiroi did not require any assistance, Chio turned her head to Chachizero, only to sweat drop as she saw the little doll doing cartwheels in midair, as she treated the entire situation as if it were a game. Chio shook her head, but focused on dealing with her grandson and the Sandaime Kazekage. She glared at the Kazekage, and her brain went through several methods on how to deal with him. However, those thoughts were shot to hell with Shiroi's and Chachizero's next move. The little doll morphed both of her hands into exact replica of Altair, with the only difference being that the blade was molded into her arm. The doll began to spin wildly and in an uncontrolled manner. The black sand of the Kazekage attempted to surround it and overwhelmed the little doll. But to Chio's awe and shock, the sand stood no chance against Chachizero's relentless barrage. Sasori, seeing this, had the Sandaime Kazekage recall all of his sand. However, it would take time, seeing as it had been spread across the entire field. "Shiroi-chama," Chachizero shouted, her tone gleeful and chirpy. Chio turned her head, and she bore witness to the sight of Shiroi propelling from her spot on the battlefield. Seeing this, Sasori attempted to have the Sandaime Kazekage's bladed right arm stab into the white-haired girl. However, that plan was shot to dust as Chachizero moved in front of the bladed arm. Morphing her hands into bladed claws, the little doll caught and severed off the arm of the Kazekage. Sasori attempted to have the Kazekage dash away from the doll. However, he couldn't get his puppet to react in time, as Shiroi gave a devastating and bone-shattering kick into the puppet's face. The puppet's face creaked with strain, and it cracked slightly. The Sandaime Kazekage was blasted away from Shiroi, his wooded face near the edge of shattering. Pathetic. "I expected a bit more from a Kage, even if he is a puppet," Shiroi stated, a hint of arrogance in her tone. Chio narrowed her eyes lightly. "Don't underestimate him, Shiroi-san. Even as a puppet, the Sandaime Kazekage is highly dangerous," the elder warned, keeping a wary gaze on the Sandaime Kazekage's twitching form. However, her worry was for naught, as Shiroi suddenly drove her leg into the Kazekage's wooden chest, shattering it and scattering splinters of wood on the ground. Wanting to make sure the stupid puppet was truly destroyed, Shiroi silently held up her hand, her palm facing the Sandaime Kazekage's unmoving form. An intense red light began to generate from her palm, crimson Yuki forming in her palm in the shape of a small sphere. Grinning widely as her technique finished forming, Shiroi whispered the name of her technique. Even though it was a faint whisper, everyone in the cave were able to hear the name. "Zero." The red Yuki shot out from her palm, the Yuki creating an arc of pure Yuki as it sped to the prone Sandaime Kazekage. The Zero completely destroyed the puppet body of the Kazekage and whatever was in its path, before it slowly faded away when Shiroi stopped channeling Yuki into her attack. Shiroi smirked rather darkly. The Zero was by far her favorite and most favored technique. The best part was that no human could ever hope to use such a thing. So even if the technique was seen by, let's say, a Sharingan, yeah, you get the picture, the Sharingan would analyze the technique, however would not be able to copy it. Zero was made completely by Yuki. Only Jinchuriki and Yukai could ever hope to even learn such a technique. If anyone else attempted to learn it, then it would only end with utter failure. Shiroi was proud to say that she herself taught Naruto the technique. He had mastered the technique in just over a week. They had some hardcore sex after that. In a private location, of course, away from prying eyes. Somewhere in Kanagakuker, Jiraya sneezed. He grinned as he thought that a gorgeous woman was talking about him. However, the sneeze caught the attention of the woman in the hot spring he was researching on. The bad thing was, they were all kunoichi. What a bad day to be Jiraiya the Toad Sannin. Back to the battle. Sasori looked on in disbelief as his greatest creation was destroyed. His eyes narrowed slightly in anger before he gave Shiroi an examining look, one that disgusted Shiroi beyond comprehension. You will make for an excellent replacement as my new puppet, Sasori darkly uttered, glaring blankly at the white-haired girl. Shiroi shuddered in pure disgust as she glared at the man through blood-red eyes. She was going to break him, and she was going to enjoy the look of pure terror on his face when she killed him. Very, very slowly, Chachazero grinned in a disturbing manner, before she morphed her hand into the shape of a large shuriken. She giggled lightly as she did a few practice swings with the star-shaped blade. Chio glared at her grandson, before she reached into her robes and pulled out a total of 10 scrolls. "So you are using that technique, Obasan?" Sasori asked, a single raised eyebrow. "Yes, I am Sasori," Chio stated, opening the scrolls and summoning 10 puppets in white cloaks. Yes, the white secret technique. The Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. It is said that you were able to destroy an entire castle with those very puppets. However, Sasori trailed off as he threw his robes off, revealing himself to be nothing but a living puppet himself. This fact surprised Shiroi slightly, and Chio had a grim expression on her face. It was just as she thought. Sasori did turn himself into a puppet. "Can your 10 puppets stand up to my dash?" The redhead of the Akatsuki pulled out a scroll off his back. He opened and unsealed the contents inside, making a large smokescreen cover the area. The large smokescreen slowly faded, revealing Sasori surrounded by hundreds of puppets. Red secret technique. Performance of 100 puppets. Sasori stated more than asked. His chest opened up, letting hundreds of chakra strings to connect with his army of puppets. "You used your white secret technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, to destroy a castle. I used my red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets to destroy an entire nation." The redhead stated, his cold and blank gaze settled upon his grandmother. "We will just have to see, won't we, Sasori?" "Shiroi-san, please, I ask that you leave Sasori to me. There is no need to involve yourself. This is family business," Chio stated, her voice firm and determined. Shiroi glared at the old woman. Did she just tell her what to do? She must not have known who she was. She was soon to be Uzumaki Shiroi, wife fiancé of Uzumaki Naruto, the greatest and only man ever worthy of touching her. She took a breath to calm herself. She shouldn't feel angry over something like this. However, she really did not like it when someone told her what to do. But she'll stay out of this fight, if only because Chio had managed to earn just a bit of Shiroi's respect. So choosing to stay out of the way out of respect, Shiroi grabbed a whining Chachazero and jumped out of the crater that was formed after Deidara left. And she sat down, her legs dangling off the edge, as she boredly looked down on the fight that was just beginning. She idly noted an explosion off to the distance. She instantly knew that explosion came from Naruto's direction. But she wasn't worried, after all. Ever since Naruto finished his training with Jiraya, she had never once seen him lose a fight, except when it came to a game of chess. Narrowing her eyes only slightly, she decided that those explosions did not come from the enemy that Naruto was fighting. Why? It was simple. She could feel Naruto's chakra levels rising steadily. She smirked slightly. Looks like Naruto decided to take things a little seriously. She smirked a bit darkly, maybe. She had influenced her Narukuin more than she thought. After all, knowing him, He would have liked to keep measuring his opponent's strength before taking things seriously. But right now, he wasn't even trying to observe his opponent. He was going straight for the kill now. She couldn't wait to see her fiancé, husband covered in blood again. She was sure Chachazero was going to enjoy it as well. Deidara looked at the blonde before him in pure fear. For the past several minutes, he had tried fruitlessly to injure the blonde with his explosive clay. When that didn't work, he switched to human-sized clay goblins to combat the blonde. After all, his clay goblins were great for close combat, and their strength was surprisingly powerful given the fact that they were made from clay. Plus, they could explode at any given moment. So, he was very much confident now that he had his clay goblins. However, against the blonde, it was all useless. He fought the goblins without any type of fear whatsoever, and after several minutes of fighting the goblins, the blonde Jinchuriki had uttered out a time to get serious before an explosion of light blue chakra engulfed the field. Deidara didn't know what happened, but he suspected that his fellow blonde created an explosion with the force of his chakra alone. The very thought that someone could have such potent and powerful chakra sent a shiver of ear down his spine. Now the blonde Jinchuriki was looking at Deidara with a blank look in his eyes, his arms crossed over his chest, while he gave Deidara a bored look. "I hope you're done," Naruto stated, blankly looking at Deidara. Meanwhile, Kyubi, who had just finished applying Shikaku with chakra, narrowed his eyes slightly. The way the blonde regarded his opponent, it reminded the fox of him. But why was the blonde attitude to his opponent resembling him? Could it be that? No, it couldn't be. When the fox was first sealed inside Uzumaki Kushina, he had instantly noticed a twinge of Uchiha blood in her veins. At first, it confused him. Why did his previous container have Uchiha blood in her veins? But then, when he began to look at the genetic structure of the Uchiha DNA thoroughly, he was quite literally shocked to learn that Kushina's grandfather was in fact him. It just wasn't possible. How was it possible in the first place? Also, when did he ever have the time to conceive a child? It was just pure bullshit as far as Kyubi was concerned. Back then during the clan wars, he was one of the most feared warriors of his time, with Hashirama of course being the most feared. Of course, he was a little more feared because of his brutal methods of dealing with someone should they threaten him or his clan. Anyway, with the knowledge that he had offspring, Kyubi had immediately began the process of suppressing the Uchiha blood in her veins. It worked, and Kushina never unlocked her Sharingan as a result. When Kyubi was sealed inside Naruto, he had also got straight to work on suppressing the Uchiha blood in his veins. Once again, it was a success. Don't get the giant fox wrong, he trusted Naruto now. But he would never trust Naruto with the Sharingan. Kurama was very much aware of the way the Sharingan changes a Uchiha. There was a reason it was called the eye that unlocks emotions. Uchihas had always cut themselves off from the world because they feared their own emotions. When they loved something or someone, that feeling only intensified when they awakened their Sharingan. The Uchiha's love was very, very much stronger than that of the Senju. Kyubi knew this. After all, you don't live for several hundred years and not pick up a thing or two about some of the strongest clans in Konoha's history. "Brett, when are you going to stop toying with this guy?" Kyubi asked, his crimson eyes intently looking at the battle. He hurt Gaara Kyubi. "I plan on showing him just how useless fighting is. And when he realizes the mistake he's done in attacking my friends, only then will I finish him," the blonde answered, his eyes darkening slightly. The blonde was not sure why he's been having these dark thoughts, but it didn't matter at the moment. He still had a job to do. Kyubi sighed in slight relief. The blonde was doing this because he wanted to get some payback for Gaara. He could deal with that. But if the blonde was turning into another Madara, that would have been a different story altogether. "Just don't take too long, Naruto," Kyubi said, laying his head back down. Wordlessly the blonde nodded, and he returned to giving Deidara a blank look of disinterest. "Well, are you finished with your attempts at revenge?" Naruto asked. Deidara gave the blonde a withering glare. His fists clenched so tightly that they bled. Why? 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 Couldn't he hit the guy? Throughout the entire fight, he had never once managed to place even a finger on the blonde. Every time he attacked with his clay arts, the blonde would simply react accordingly and almost effortlessly nullify his attacks like they were child's play. It enraged Deidara to no end. To have all of his attacks just shrugged off like that, it was insulting. You. I will show you true art. Deidara raged, his voice screaming loudly, as his eyes gained a manic gleam in him. The blonde of the Akatsuki reached into his pouch and pulled out all of the clay inside it. With a manic smile, Deidara allowed the mouse in his hands to chew all of the clay, and after several moments, the mass of clay was released. Get ready to face my greatest work of art, Deidara shouted, throwing the clay in the air, where it erupted in a massive cloud of smoke. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, and he slowly moved his feet slightly more apart. The smoke cleared to reveal a positively massive version of Deidara, with the difference being that everything about the double being that it was much paler. Even the dark colors of its Akatsuki cloak was a bit pale. I was saving this for Uchiha Itachi, but for now, you'll just have to do, Deidara exclaimed, a pleased grin on his face. Naruto merely glared heatedly at the giant version of Deidara. Silently, the blonde drew Altair from his sheath, and the blade began to spark with red lightning. This was a very interesting feature to Altair, seeing as Altair was literally born from Kyuubi's chakra and Yuki. The blade had its very own Yuki and some chakra of the Kyuubi as well. As a result, whenever the blonde channeled his lightning chakra, the blade would convert it and change it into red lightning, making the cutting power increase nearly 100-fold. In other words, with Naruto channeling lightning chakra into the blade, and Altair making it stronger by a near 100-fold. You get the picture. That's a bit overpowered, isn't it? Then again, Madara Uchiha is an overpowered as motherfucker. He's still my favorite character in Naruto, though. The giant clay version of Deidara began to move towards the blonde, who was merely glaring at the massive being. Witness true art, Deidara gleefully yelled, bringing his fingers into a hand sign. Art is an explosion. Katsu, with that sentence, the giant clay version of Deidara began to converge, and a light began to emerge from its insides. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he sensed the power behind the explosion. He looked at his palms, and he clenched them slightly. Time to take a page from his father's book. With that thought, the blonde silently held up one of his father's special kunai. Placing it in front of him, he let it go, making it float in midair while he focused intently on the seal that was engraved on the blade. The giant clay version of Deidara was finally ready to implode, and without any amount of hesitation, the massive being exploded, the blast radius advancing on the unmoving blonde Jinchuriki. However, a sealing matrix suddenly appeared in front of the blonde, the seal spreading out until they managed to reach about 8 to 9 inches long. Time to teleport this artwork, Naruto joked, the explosion being absorbed into the seal itself. Clenching his fist once the explosion was successfully absorbed, the blonde turned his gaze towards Deidara. As a massive explosion appeared exactly 3 or 4 miles away from behind Deidara, the oncoming shockwave made Naruto's robes flutter, and his head was removed by the raging winds, releasing his shoulder-length golden blonde hair, and making the ribbon keeping his hair in a ponytail snap. Naruto idly watched the ribbon fly off with dread. How was he supposed to explain this to Shiroi? It was her gift to him in the first place. How was he going to tell her that the ribbon was sent flying off Kami knows where? Deidara, meanwhile, looked at the blonde with shock and slight awe. The image of the blonde standing atop the tree, his robes fluttering about, his golden blonde hair shining brightly, and his blue eyes glaring down at him, the sun shining behind him, giving him a divine image. This is art, Deidara uttered, his mind flashing to when he first met Uchiha Itachi and how he thought the Uchiha's image was art. But this The image before was true art. This image before made that of Itachi seem like nothing more than a mere inconvenience. Deidara blinked, and his fellow blonde was gone, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, Deidara saw that Naruto's hand was placed on his chest, directly where his heart was. Being thoroughly confused, Deidara looked at the tree the blonde was previously on, only to find it empty. How? He asked shakily, a tickle of blood sliding from his mouth. It was during that time Naruto began when you caught my first arrow and when I first teleported to you. When I stabbed you in the arm, I had discreetly placed a Hiration there. So, why you could have ended this fight? Since the beginning. Didem, why you and Namikaze's bastard? Deidara managed to say. The blonde of the Akatsuki swayed on his feet for several moments before he began to fall on the ground. However, Naruto caught his fellow blonde before he could fall on the ground, and he gently lowered the art-loving blonde on the ground. You know, you are dying now. Wouldn't you want to get some things off your chest? Naruto asked, looking at his fellow blonde solemnly. Deidara coughed slightly before his eyes shifted to the blonde beside. What do you want to know? He asked. He could feel his life fading, so he at least wanted to have a clear conscience. Why do you have such an obsession with art? Naruto asked. Deidara took a shuddering breath. Your father during the last great shinobi war killed my parents. My parents were proud jonin of IWA. It was even said that my father was a candidate for the position of Yondaime Tsuchikage. But your father killed him before it could be confirmed. I was in the IWA Shinobi Academy by that time. When news of my parents' death came, I felt a void enter my heart. My heart had a large hole that could never be filled. I tried to have that void filled, but nothing I did ever filled that void. Deidara coughed slightly before he continued. But then I found the thing that would fill the void in my heart. Art. Art began to fill the void in my heart. I dedicated all of my spare time on drawing artistic pictures of my parents. I loved art so much that I was willing to drop out of the academy to resume my artwork. But the Sandaime Tsuchikage found a way for my art to be used in battle situations. The mouths in my hands allow me to place clay in them. They chew the clay, lacing them with explosive chakra, and when they are released, they are like an explosive tag. Deidara coughed once more. Soon, I began to love explosions as well, and I began to use both my art and explosions together. Art became my obsession. It became my replacement for my parents. Art, in a way, replaced my parents. You replace your parents' image with that of art. Others may call that pathetic, but I don't believe so. I believe that you loved your parents so much that you refused to let them go. And as such, you put your parents' image on the art of your art. We are human, so it would make sense that we are searching for something to remind us of our deceased loved ones. Naruto said, For you, it is your art that reminds you of your parents. To me, it is both the Hiration and the Rasengan that reminds me of my father. While Altair dashed, the blonde placed his hand on Altair's hilt, and the Kyubi no Kitsune inside me. Remind me of my Uzumaki lineage and of my mother. Naruto finished, placing his other hand on his stomach. Deidara looked at his fellow for several moments before his eyes began to glaze over slightly. You know, for the child of the bastard I hate most, you're not half bad at all. I wonder, would we be having this conversation if my parents killed yours? Deidara's eyes glazed over completely, and the wind gently swayed the grass. Naruto shut his eyes, and he closed Deidara's eyes. You loved your parents so much that you used their image in your artwork. You were truly an artist at heart, yet your parents' death were your motivation. Go and be with your mother and father now. Yasuraka and I Nemurinmi. May you rest in peace, the blonde Jinchuriki said, standing put from his kneeling position. I never would have imagined that man's motivation would be his parents' death. I thought that he just loved art and explosions. QB commented. Naruto merely looked upon Daidar's dead form. Before silently he created several clones. Dig a grave for him. He ordered his clones. The clones wordlessly nodded and went about their task. QB rose any eyebrow. I will never understand why you show such respect to your enemy's corpse, he stated. Naruto stayed silent, merely closing his eyes and patiently waiting for his clones to finish their given tasks. Several minutes later, the clones stopped what they were doing. Naruto looked upon the now 12-inch deep hole. He moved towards Daidar's corpse and gently picked up the dead blonde. He moved back to the Daidar's grave and gently placed the body in. He gave a glance to his clones, they nodded, and began the process of burying the artist. Naruto glanced around the field and found a big enough rock for what he was planning. Picking up the rock and placing it near the head of Daidar's grave, he shallowly buried the rock. Pulling out one of his throwing knives, he craved in Daidar's name. He looked upon the newly created grave for several moments before he jumped into the treeline. Shiroi looked on in interest as Chiyo disposed the last of Sasori's 100 puppets. The fight had lasted for several minutes, but it was brutal and very much tense. Shiroi didn't believe it, but the old woman had actually managed to defeat 100 puppets with her 10 puppets. During the battle, a few of Chiyo's puppets were overwhelmed and destroyed in the process. Of course, being the puppet master that she was, Chiyo compensated accordingly and was able to destroy 20 if not more each time one of her puppets were destroyed. During the fight, Shiroi had noticed a large mushroom-like cloud off in the distance. She had risen an eyebrow and wondered what was over that far. Before she remembered that Naruto, Kakashi, and that other guy were fighting in that direction, she assumed that cloud was an explosion. She could sense Naruto's chakra even from a distance, and she concluded that the blast was nowhere near his location. Confident that her love was all right, she turned back to the fight happening below her. The fight had Chachazero feeling twitchy, and many times Shiroi had to prevent the little doll from just jumping into the fray to cause some major damage on the enemy's side. As Chiyo said, this was her fight in the first place, and as such she had no right to interfere. Of course, that didn't stop her from accidentally stopping a kunai from striking Chiyo back, or accidentally knocking a poison Senbon off course. Hey, just because she didn't partake in the fight didn't mean she wasn't going to find some way to quench her boredom. Her attention was driven back to the fight when Chiyo's last puppet was destroyed by Sasori himself. I grow tired of this frustrating battle, Sasori stated, his eyes narrowing as his voice held a twinge of anger. All of his work, his puppets, the Sandame Kazekage, his 100 puppets technique, all of it, decades of work, countless hours spent working on his puppets, all of it ruined by some old woman, a small white-haired girl, and her little pet. For the first time in a long time, Sasori felt hatred burning through his being. He was going to kill them. There was no doubt about that. He was going to kill them in the most brutal and twisted manner he could think of, and after he has broken their body beyond comprehension, then, and only then, will he end their miserable lives, and he will use their bodies as his new puppets. Shiroi glared at the S-rank criminal. The gleam in his eyes told her all she wanted to know. They had to finish this quickly. She glanced at Chiyo, only to find the elder woman breathing heavily. But she still stubbornly stood, preparing to fight her grandson against all odds. Shiroi's respect for her rose up by a large margin. I am going to kill all of you, and use your remains for the foundation of my new puppets, Sasori darkly stated, compartments in his puppet body opening up, blades wildly spinning and dripping with poisons. Shiroi, tired of just sitting around, jumped in a defensive position in front of Chiyo. Sorry, but I'll be taking over from here, Chiyo. Chiyo opened her mouth to argue with the white-haired girl, but she felt her breath stop in her throat when Shiroi glared at her with her slitted blood-red eyes. I said, I will take care of this, so just sit down and let me deal with this. Got it. the white-haired girl dangerously said. Gulping, Chio slowly nodded, and she jumped back several meters to rest her old bones. Chachazero giggled as she floated near Shiroi's head. Shiroi-chama, will we be joining in on the fun now? She innocently asked. Of course, Chachazero, Shiroi answered, a grin on her face, her blood-red eyes gleaming madly with bloodlust. So, you are the first die, it seems? Very well, Sasori stated. The red-haired puppet charged at the white-haired girl, his blade spinning madly as he crossed the distance between them in less than an instant. Shiroi kept a grin of pure bloodlust on her face as she dodged the spinning, saw blade attempting to bisect her. She tilted her head, just as several shurikens flew past her. The shurikens that were shot from the hidden compartment in Sasori's right hand. However, Shiroi was not able to dodge Sasori's blade left arm. She was able to bring up her forearm, however, to ensure the blade would not dig into her face. However, the blade dug into her arm, making her grin slightly wider. Before Sasori could react, Shiroi grabbed hold of him and tightly held onto his arm, making his wedding arm creak from her strength. Chachazero, she called out. Within a moment, the little doll emerged from behind Shiroi and morphed her entire right arm into a scythe-like weapon with a jagged edge and extremely sharp point. The little doll swung her scythe, and it made contact with Sasori's arm, slicing it in two and inflicting major damage upon the puppet master. With the loss of his right arm, Sasori jumped back in an attempt to gain some distance. Shiroi glanced at her injured arm, and she lifted her arm to examine it better. It's over, Sasori spoke. I just inject you with poison with that strike. You'll be dead in moments. He finished. Shiroi kept her blood-red eyes on her wound before she brought her injured arm to her lips. What are you planning on do dash? Sasori stopped his sentence, as his eyes showed surprise at Shiroi's next action. The white-haired girl merely bit into her arm, her fangs sinking deeply into her arm, and she began to suck out the poison inside her arm. Several moments later, she brought her arm away from her lips and began to spit out the poison in her mouth. Disgusting, she uttered, continuing to spit out the poison. Sasori's eyes showed something akin to shock. Impossible. She managed to suck out the poison before it could do any real damage to her. But the only creature capable of such a thing is... So she is of that kind. This battle just got more difficult, Sasori thought. Shiroi, now finished dispelling the poison from her lips, glared at the S-rank criminal. How should I kill you, I wonder? Maybe I should break your entire Wadeen body into dozens of tiny pieces. Or maybe I should aim for that heart of yours and that fake chest of yours. The white-haired girl stated. Decisions, decisions. So many decisions. She added. Sasori tensed slightly, and his final arm shifted into a spinning demon wind shuriken. Shiroi narrowed her eyes at the red-haired puppet and glanced at Chachazero's direction. Chachazero giggled madly before her arm shifted into a copy of Altair. The little doll charged at the S-rank criminal. The green-haired doll swung for the copy of Altair, and the little doll giggled madly as Sasori countered by blocking the strike with his own blade. Sasori was caught off guard when Chachazero's other arm shifted into a scythe, and she swung the scythe, aiming to remove Sasori's head. However, Sasori proved that he deserved his S-rank status when the man narrowly dodged the attack and countered by smashing his elbow into the doll's face. A small crack formed on Chachazero's face, and the area was eerily silent. That is until it was blasted with killer intent so intense, and filled with so much bloodlust that it would have made Uchiha Madara green with envy. The green-haired female doll slowly turned her head to give Sasori a smile filled with bloodlust, and her green eyes were gleaming madly. That was a nice hit, she complimented, but now, let me show you how hard I can hit, she said. Before Sasori could react, the little doll shifted both of her arms into two large spike balls. Hold still, please, she asked sweetly, and without any hesitation, she launched the balls at Sasori. Sasori's eyes widened at how fast the balls were, and he barely managed to dodge one that almost hit his head directly. He warily kept his eyes on Chachazero, but the doll merely pointed behind the S-rank criminal. Confused, Sasori turned around, only to see the same spiked balls he dodged redirect their course, and begin to once again move in on his form. He idly noted the chain that connected Chachazero with the two weapons, before he was forced to dodge a strike that was aiming for his legs. The red-haired member of the Akatsuki was forced to play a game of cat and mouse against Chachazero, and those two weapons of hers. Deciding enough was enough, Sasori began to spin the demon wind shuriken in his hand, and he threw the blade at the green-haired doll. Chachazero reacted accordingly, and she shifted her arms into a bladed shield-like weapon, and she batted the shuriken away. "It's over," Sasori's voice spoke from behind her, and she spun around in an attempt to bash the bladed shield into the man's face, but she wasn't fast enough, and Sasori's bladed arm was nearly going to pierce the little doll's head. However, that was put to a stop, as Sasori was suddenly punched square in the jaw, and the red-haired man was sent flying away several meters before he skidded to a halt. "Thank you for distracting him, Cha-chan. But now, it's time I stopped holding back. There is no doubt in my mind that Naruto-kun is nearly done with his fight. So I'll just finish up here," Shiroi said, her eyes gleaming slightly, as an aura of pink Yuki was leaking from her small form, her blood-red eyes shifting from a menacing pink to a terror-inducing red. "I'm always glad to help." "Shiroi-chama," the doll responded. Sasori slowly stood, with widened eyes of shock. "She has been holding back this entire time," he slowly thought. Shiroi have a small smirk, before she suddenly shot from her position, the ground behind her being ripped apart slightly with her monstrous speed. She isn't as fast as a Reikage or Naruto and Minato, but she's fast enough to cause even some damage to the ground beneath her. Sasori's eyes widened as he was trying to dodge the attack heading straight towards him, but he wasn't fast enough, and he was punched in his Wadine face by Shiroi, who quickly followed up by elbowing the human puppet in the neck, causing splinters to fly up in the air. Not wanting to show even a hint of mercy, the white-haired girl kicked the living puppet into the air and launched herself in the air. The white-haired vampire began to perform acrobatic feats and began to literally beat the shit out of the puppet master with numerous combos. Shiroi finished up her combos by delivering an earth-shattering kick to the man's Wadine stomach, causing the man to hit the ground with such force that the ground shattered on impact. Shiroi landed silently on the ground, and she began to take slow steps to the crater that was formed. Stopping at the edge of the crater, she smirked at Sasori's broken form. Sasori's puppet body was broken beyond comprehension, and any normal human would have died instantly. His legs were positively shattered into so many pieces, his chest area was caved in, his only working arm had broken off, and was lying somewhere in the battlefield, his neck caved in several places, and his head having several cracks and cave-ins. If it were normal human, then this scene would have been more gruesome than as it were right now. Shiroi chuckled darkly, and she lifted her arms. "Any last words?" she asked, red Yuki beginning to form in her palm. Sasori shut his eyes, and after several moments reopened them. "Yes, it's about a certain Sannin, by the name of Orochimaru. No doubt you've heard of him," he said. An interested look crossed Shiroi's features before she scowled. "Go on," she ordered. "Several days from now, I am to meet with an informant of mine that has been spying on Orochimaru. The location is at the Tenchi Bridge near Grass Country Dash. That's the right spot." "Right. However, given my current condition, I don't think I can meet with him," Sasori finished, closing his eyes acceptance. Shiroi stared at the man for several moments, before her Cyril began to decrease in size, until it was small enough to only be the size of a softball. "As a sign of respect, I won't destroy your entire body," she stated, before the softball-sized Cyril was shot in a beam-like manner, and it pierced Sasori directly in the only thing about him that was human, his heart. "Chachazero, we going now," Shiroi said, turning around to walk out the nearly destroyed cave they were in. Chachazero eagerly followed, though she was a bit sad that she didn't get to do much in the battle. But hey, watching her master conquer the entire fight was awesome enough. Chio had her old eyes widen to the size of dinner plates before she slowly overcame her shock. She cast a sad glance at her grandson's now truly dead body and followed Shiroi shortly after. Gaara floated slowly in the darkness. He didn't know how long he had been in this never-ending darkness. He had lost track of time long ago. All he remembered was saving Yui's falling form before he blacked out. This darkness was so cold, so hollow. He felt alone, he felt lonely. All the glares, the fearful glances, the pain, the sorrow, the loneliness. He would rather suffer through all that instead of being in this never-ending darkness. Who was he anyway? Strange, all he remembers is a girl named Yui. Was she important to him? What was she to him? Someone precious? Could she be? He was a demon, wasn't he? This darkness was so confusing. He didn't know anything more. Gaara, that voice. Why did it seem so familiar? Was Gaara even his name? Gaara, it was important to him. That much he knew. But who was it? Gaara, wake up. Why did it sound like it was clearing away the darkness? Gaara, my friend, my brother, please wake up. Now he remembers. That voice was the cause of all his happiness. It was the reason why everything he had, everything that made him happy even existed. That voice that saved him from his own darkness. Gaara opened his sea-green eyes, his vision blurred for several moments, before it cleared and blonde hair caught his instant attention. Nah, Rudo, he slowly uttered. Naruto smiled at the young Kazekage. Hey, Gaara, you gave us all quite a scare, he softly said, patting the redhead on the shoulder, small tears of joy appearing in his eyes. Gaara looked behind Naruto, and he noted Kakashi giving him an eye smile, Elder Chio smiling softly at the scene, and a white-haired girl who gave a small smile at the heart-warming scene. Gaara then turned his eyes to survey the area, and his eyes widened in disbelief when he caught sight of dozens, no, thousands of Suna's Shinobi, all of them with tears in their eyes as they looked upon their Kazekage. Kazekama. They shouted in joy, all of them cheering, and crying in joy as their Kazekage was unharmed. Gaara watched all of this with disbelief, not believing this was truly happening. However, one cheer caught his attention the most. Gaara, a black blur, tackled him, forcing Naruto to jump back so he wouldn't get hit as well. The black-haired figure tightly hugged Gaara, small sobs of joy as she held on tightly. Yui? Gaara softly asked. Black hair shifted, and Yui's beautiful yellow eyes met his sea-green one, and she gave a happy smile. Gaara gave a small smile as well, but he was caught off guard when Yui suddenly leaned up and gave him a kiss. The shinobi of Suna all awed at the display. Even some of Gaara's fangirls couldn't resist the awes that came from their eyes at the sight. Naruto smiled at the scene, and he felt something cuddle into his side. Blinking, the blonde turned his head to see Shiroi cuddling into his robes, while smiling at the scene happening before her. Naruto smiled, and he placed his hands around Shiroi, making Shiroi kiss his neck lightly, making sure to place a teasing lick on it as well. She giggled at the red hue on Naruto's face, and she giggled even more when Chachazero decided to perch herself on the blonde's head. The doll giggling as she found herself trapped in the blonde's hair. Kakashi, seeing the scene, smiled happily at the scene. They looked like a family. Kakashi looked up at the sky, his Aika forgotten. He closed his eye, and he sighed happily with a hint of sadness. Minato-sensei, you would be proud of Naruto. I have no doubt about this. I myself am proud of him, despite having taught him very few things. It won't be long until Naruto reaches his true potential, and he'll be the greatest shinobi in history. I can feel it. The masked Jonin thought. The masked Jonin turned his gaze back upon everyone's cheering forms, and he smiled once more. This was a joyous and happy moment, There was no time for such thoughts. The future could wait. The present was what mattered. With those thoughts, Kakashi joined in the cheers. Unknown to them all, a single Sharingan, I regarded them with amusement before it disappeared. Gaara, if you don't step out of this office and enjoy the celebration like everyone else, I'll prank you so hard that your great-grandson will feel it, Naruto said, his voice dead serious as he regarded his brother in arms grimly. Gaara glared at his brother in all but blood, and he stubbornly crossed his arms. I can't, Naruto. I was absent from my position as Kazekage for 2 days. I must immediately begin my usual work ethic if I hope to even minimize my workload, the red-haired Kazekage said. Naruto narrowed his eyes lightly. Gaara, he growled, stop being so stubborn, and just go enjoy the festival with everyone else. He shouted, banging his hand on Gaara's desk. And I told you, I'm busy. Gaara calmly chopped back, slowly standing from his chair. You can't stay cooped up in here forever, Gaara. Why not? I don't sleep in the first place. Even if you don't sleep, you still need to take a break. Stress is bad for your health, Gaara. Naruto shot back, an almost smug grin on his features. However, that grin was turned into a frown when Gaara sat back down in his chair. Gaara, if you don't get your ass out of that chair, I'll drag you outside, the blonde stated. Gaara rose a non-existent eyebrow, and he crossed both his hands and legs, sending the blonde before him a challenging stare. Naruto twitched, and he suddenly lunged at the redhead. Get out of that chair, damn it, the blonde shouted, beginning a wrestle match with Gaara. Across the room, both Yui and Shiroi, whom were sitting comfortably in the couch, gave deadpan stares as they stared at the wrestling duo. They completely forgot we were here, Shiroi said, her eye twitching slightly. Yeah, I agree, Yui conceded, her eye twitching as well. I know it's selfish of me, but whenever I was with Gaara, he had his attention solely focused on me and his work. But now, his attention is trained only on your fiancé at the moment, the succubus said, her wings flexing slightly in irritation and jealously. I concur. When Naruto-kun was with me, he never took his eyes off me. Even when Jiraya was teaching him some techniques, I noticed how his eyes would glance at me from time to time. And when he was on a mission, he would sometimes send a messenger toad to hand me some letters of his. But now, his attention is just focused on your boyfriend, Shiroi said, her voice holding a twinge of jealousy as her twitch became more frequent. Both of them became even more angry when they noticed the two boys still wrestling, and they felt even more jealous. They were not used to having to share their respective men's attention. As a matter of fact, if they could, they would lock themselves and their man in a room, where all of their man's attention would remain solely on them. They were possessive like that, though Yui conceded that Shiroi was a tad bit more possessive than her. After all, she did steal a lot of Shiroi's things when they were kids, and that, as a result, made Shiroi a lot more possessive than most people. Their eyes twitched as both Naruto and Gaara continued to wrestle, and eventually, they decided enough was enough. Enough! They both shouted. Both Naruto and Gaara froze in place. Gaara currently had his right leg lodged right into Naruto's face, while at the same time his right hand was grabbing the blonde by his robes, and his left hand grabbing a chuck of the blonde's hair, while Naruto had both of his hands grabbing Gaara's cheeks and stretched them out, while his right leg was tightly wrapped around Gaara's right leg. Both males looked at their respective girlfriend and fiancé in confusion, and they wondered what they wanted. Both you stand up, Yui shouted. Gaara and Naruto scrambled to do as she said, and they notably stood straighter, like soldiers who were being assigned a mission. Yui marched over to Gaara, and she grabbed his ear tightly, making Gaara give a small yelp. You are going to enjoy the celebration with me. Is that clear? She asked/shouted. Wordlessly, Gaara nodded, as Shiroi marched over to Naruto, and she, like Yui, grabbed the blonde by the ear. And you are going to take me to the festival as well. Understood. She lowly growled. Fearfully, Naruto nodded. Hey, he may have been powerful enough to take on S-rank shinobi, but he was no fool. He knew women somehow gained godlike strength whenever they were pissed. Good, both Yui and Shiroi said in unison, before they began to drag the two to the door leading outside. Both Naruto and Gaara sighed quietly. Shikamaru was right. Women are troublesome. Naruto muttered next to Gaara. Wordlessly, Gaara nodded. I concur, he responded. Both Shiroi and Yui suddenly stopped, and they gave the duo a sickeningly sweet smile, while auras of death swirled around them. Did you say something, boys? The two of them said in unison, their eyes flashing menacingly. No, honey, both Gaara and Naruto exclaimed in panic. That what we thought. Both girls said in unison once more, before they dragged their boyfriend or fiancé in Naruto's case out the door. Both boys could only give each other looks of sympathy before they both gave each other a solemn nod. It was a nod of someone who has accepted their fate. When Gaara began to partake in the celebration, he quite honestly did not expect to enjoy himself in the festival, considering how socially awkward he was. After all, ever since he was born, he was looked upon with fear and a bit of hatred. People feared him. They never saw a lonely boy who was desperate for a friend. All they saw was the Bijou known as a Chibi the Shikaku. They feared the monster within him. And as such he became the monster they feared when his uncle tried to kill him. And for a long time, he killed without even a hint of remorse. In fact, he might say that he even enjoyed their deaths for a time. But then Gaara had met Naruto. At first the blonde had seemed like a person he would despise. A cheerful, happy person who had the perfect life. But that was not the case, and Gaara realized that he and the blonde were one and the same. So the blonde confused him immensely. Just how could someone who was just like him still smile so cheerfully? It was during that fight, when Naruto said that he fought for those precious to him, did Gaara realize that the reason why the blonde was able to smile so sincerely was because he had people to acknowledge him. And that is what the difference between them was. Gaara wanted to have the same strength as Naruto did, but he didn't know how to achieve that outcome. He didn't know how to create bonds. It was always so confusing to him. But he began to develop a true bond with his older siblings. And he felt extremely happy that he was becoming closer and closer to his siblings. And soon, he wasn't as socially awkward with his siblings. However, with other people is a different story. He knew how to deal with politics like the back of his hand. But with normal people, he honestly had no idea how to interact with them. So he would usually remain silent unless spoken to. That served to unnerve a good amount of Suna citizens. However, when he met Yui, he began to interact with other shinobi of Suna. Because Yui forced him to, because in her words, not interacting with anybody in not healthy baka. And his future interactions with others began to get easier and easier with each coming day. So, with Gaara's improvement with his social interactions, it shouldn't surprise you that he and Naruto were having a rather interesting conversation while they were playing a couple games. I keep telling you, Gaara, ramen is the way to go. It is the food of the gods, Naruto said, idly throwing another blunted kunai at his target. The duo were playing those kind of festival games where you throw a blunted kunai, and if you hit the target, then that object is yours. This game was very popular among children who wanted to become shinobi. The blonde scored a perfect hit on a bat plushie. The owner of the stand gave Naruto a small compliment, and he offered the plushie to the blonde. The blonde wordlessly took the plushie, and he looked back to Gaara, knowing the red-haired Kazekage was not going to leave their conversation unfinished. And I say that Jiraya is the best delicacy there is. Naruto, Gaara said, giving his fellow Jinchuriki a blank look. Naruto shook his head, and he looked at Gaara like the redhead had committed a grave sin. Obviously, you have not tasted the glorious dish that is ramen. We will need to rectify that. With haste, the blonde shouted, before his eyes began frantically looking for a shop that sold ramen. After several minutes of fruitless searching, the blonde looked down with a depressed cloud over his head. "There's not a ramen shop anywhere," he muttered, crying anime tears at the thought of not having ramen. Yui, who was quietly watching the interaction between Gaara and Naruto, sweat dropped when she saw the scene before her. "Is your fiancé always like this?" she asked, giving Shiroi a sidelong glance as the two of them enjoyed some ice cream. Shiroi looked at the scene before her, and she released a small giggle. "Naruto has always been eccentric when it came to ramen," she responded, a fond and loving look on her face. "You really love him, don't you?" Yui said, a smile on her face. "Maybe one day, me and Gaara can have a double date with you and Naruto," she asked, a bit hopefully. Doubles dates was a perfect excuse to get other futures couples close. It would almost be like their own little family. She liked the thought of that. Plus, it would let her gain some insight on her sister, since, well, they haven't seen each other in a long time. Shiroi smiled yes. "I would like that," she responded, giving a lick to her ice cream. Yui smiled, before she suddenly realized things were to quiet. A feeling of dread overcame her as she realized what was wrong. "Shiroi, where's Chachazero?" Shiroi raised a single eyebrow. "Chachazero is..." She stopped as she suddenly realized she didn't know where Chachazero was. "Where the fuck is Chachazero?" she mused, a thoughtful frown on her face. "You mean you don't know where she is?" Yui shouted, a terrified expression on her face. Shiroi, once again, rose a delicate eyebrow. "What's wrong with me not knowing where Chachazero is?" Yui looked at her as if she said something stupid. "Shiroi, Chachazero is an insane little doll that loves sharp things and blood. So tell me again why having Chachazero alone somewhere in the village is not a bad thing," Yui shouted, her wings frantically flapping as her eyes glowed a bright yellow. Shiroi blinked. "Yes, I see your point," she conceded, "but how am I supposed to know where Chachan is?" Yui opened her mouth, but shut it a second later when a terrified scream broke into the clearing. Everyone in the area turned their heads to the direction of the scream, only to see Asuna Chunin frantically running down the streets with a giggling doll chasing him. "Oh, sweet Kami-sama, please save me," the Chunin yelled, tears streaming down his face. The Chunin glanced behind him, and he screamed when he saw Chachazero's arm shift into a perfect replica of Altair. "Wait, I just want to see a tiny amount of blood," Chachazero pleaded, an innocent expression on her gaze, as she gave the Chunin a cute smile, though the bloodlust in her eyes completely nullified the cuteness of the situation. The Chunin screamed like a little girl when Chachazero suddenly had an increase in speed. "Oh, please. Kemi-sama, I promise to be a good boy from now on," the Chunin screamed out in fear before he took to the rooftops. Chachazero giggled madly. "Yay, a race on the rooftops. Whoever wins gets to cut off the other person's limbs." "Okay," the doll excitedly yelled before she flew up to the rooftops above her. The villagers looked upon the scene with shock and disbelief, while Yui merely had her mouth opened agape. Gaara had a blank look on his face, but his twitching eye said it all. The others needed to know. Naruto merely looked upon the scene with a black expression along with Gaara. However, inwardly he sighed in slight relief. "Better him than me," he thought. Shiroi only spared a deadpan expression on her face before her lips twitched upwards. "Shouldn't we do something about that?" Yui said, her voice taking on a questioning tone. Shiroi hummed for a few minutes. "Nah," she shrugged, idly licking her ice cream. "But Dash, don't worry. Chachan is just having some fun. She won't go too far. I hope..." Shiroi interrupted, however. She said that last part in a low whisper. The group of two Jinchuriki and their respective ladies enjoyed the festival for several more hours, playing various games and food stands. The blonde Jinchuriki of Konoha won his fiancé various prizes and gifts, most of them bat-related things, such as bat-themed earrings, a bat-themed ring, and bat-themed gloves. Shiroi loved the gifts, and she promised to wear them from now on. She had given the blonde a nice, wet kiss to his whiskered cheek, making the blonde's eyes light up with love for the girl. Yui seemed amused at the duo, honestly. She noted that they very much barely argued, something that most relationships never had. And if they did argue, it would mostly be for fun. She knew they had a large amount of love for each other, and she bore witness to that various times during the festival. Like when the blonde got her a gift, she would respond by giving the blonde a kiss to the cheek, or she would just straight out kiss the blonde full on the lips. The black-haired succubus was happy that her sister had gotten her dream man, much like how she had gotten hers. True Gar was very detached most of the time, but Yui knew Gar cared for her, and though had made tremendous improvement in social conversations, he was still a bit shy when it came to other people. But that didn't matter to Yui. She loved Gar with all her heart. Gar was caring and kind and compassionate. Most people just couldn't see it behind his unemotional mask. "Okay, Naruto-kun, I think it's high time I buy something for you," Shiroi said, her eyes lighting up at the prospect of buying something for her love, her white hair being tied into a high ponytail. She had decided to tie her hair into a ponytail for the remainder of the night. "That's so, Shiroi-chan?" Naruto asked, a curious expression on his face. "What will you buy, if I may be so bold to ask?" He added as an afterthought, "You said that during your fight with that Deidara guy, that you lost your hair ribbon. I'll buy you a new one. Now come on," Shiroi said, dragging the blonde with her. Most of the villagers were surprised at that. It's not often you see such a small girl drag around a guy almost half her size. "Look at them, Gaara. Don't you think they look like an excellent couple?" Yui whispered. Gaara looked upon the bright expression on Naruto's face, and he gave a small smile. "I concur. They are the most excellent couple I've ever seen. Of course, they are only second best compared to us," Gaara lightly teased. Yui pouted Mao. "I'm the one supposed to be doing the teasing," she whined with a sly grin. "Maybe I'm influencing you much more than you thought," she added slyly. Gaara gave a small smirk. "Keep dreaming," he said, before he walked down the street, Yui following in step beside him. "Let's see. Where can we find you a ribbon? Preferably one that won't be so easily lost into the wind, like you explained." Shiroi mused, her pink-slitted eyes scanning across various stores and stands. She hummed as her eyes continued to scan across the streets, looking for the perfect ribbon, one that would suit her fiancé, one that would just be perfect for him. She would have nothing but the best for her fiancé. Mediocre things of lower quality are not even worthy of being in her fiancé's presence. In her opinion, Naruto deserved only the best of the best. Insignificant things, such as a certain village she disliked, with a rare few people being safe from her wrath, were absolutely not allowed to touch her love. She grit her teeth in irritation, as she didn't find anything that would look great on the blonde. Seriously, she knows that since the village was in the desert, they wouldn't have that much high-quality clothing. But did they have to be so damn cheap? The white-haired girl was about ready to start glaring holes into whatever being was near her, when her eyes caught sight of the most amazing thing she ever saw. A beautiful, reddish-orange ribbon, with a single silver streak running through the middle. Its silk seemed made from the most finest of all, and its texture seemed soft, smooth, and strong. She could tell, from just a glance, that the ribbon was a lot stronger than it looked. Even as it blew in the wind, no wrinkles formed on the texture. Her eyes lit up. She found it, the perfect gift for her fiancé. "Naruto-kun, this way," she said, taking her fiancé by the hand and leading them towards a ribbon. The blonde Jinchuriki allowed his fiancé to lead him towards a stand, and the blonde curiously looked upon the various items currently in stock. "Excuse me, sir," Shiroi politely said, waiting for the owner of the stand to take notice of them. "Yes," the elderly man asked, placing down his book to stare at the couple. "How may I help you?" he asked with a warm smile on his elder face. "That ribbon, how much is it?" the white-haired girl asked, eyeing the ribbon. The elderly man hummed for several moments before he looked at the white-haired girl. Well, normally it would just be 100 Rio, but seeing given its origins, it would be at about 3 to 4,000. He answered. Why so much? Shiroi asked. Beside her, Naruto gave a small frown. Well, the story about this ribbon is quite the interesting one. This ribbon was found in that strange tomb in the desert, the old man said, sparking Naruto's attention. You see, the tomb that's in the desert is a strange one indeed. Everyone who's ever gone to that tomb has never returned unscathed. I myself went to try and explore that tomb with a few shinobi. For my own safety, the shinobi asked me to remain at the camp. I listened, and shortly after they left for the tomb, several hours later they returned. Only they were extremely exhausted. When I asked what was wrong, they told me that the second they stepped foot in that tomb, it felt like their chakra was leaving their bodies. So clearly, they were suffering from severe chakra exhaustion. The elder explained. Naruto went into deep thought as he mused on what he had heard. A tomb out in the desert, eh? Kyubi, what are the chances that it's the tomb of Uzumaki Erasure? The blonde asked. The chances are very high, Naruto. Although, you can use Altair to guide you to the tomb's location. The Kyubi said. How can Altair help? Naruto asked, looking at the blade curiously. When Erasure created Altair, he made sure to place quite a bit of his own chakra into the blade. In a sense, if Arashi's lingering presence is anywhere in this world, then you can bet your ass that Altair is going to sense it. The giant fox explained. Naruto inwardly nodded, before he paid more attention to what was happening before him. There must be some other reason as to why it costs so much, Shiroi stated. The elderly man chuckled. You have a sharp mind, don't you? Yes, there is another reason. You see, anyone whom I ever sold this to has returned it the very next day. He explained. What you mean? Naruto asked. They say that they feel as if they were getting weaker and weaker with each time they kept that ribbon on their person. Some people say it's cursed. The elder stated with a small frown. Shiroi hummed, and she was about to drag Naruto to another stand when the blonde spoke. I'll take it, the blonde Jinchuriki said. Shiroi gave Naruto a look, but the blonde merely winked at her, while the elder raised an eyebrow. Are you sure, lad? The stand owner asked. Wordlessly, the blonde nodded. Well, since we are celebrating Kazakage-sama's return, I guess I can lower the price. But for such a lovely couple, I'll the price a little more. 2,000 Ryo, please. Wordlessly, Shiroi handed the man the money, and in return, the ribbon was placed in her hand. The white-haired girl gave the blonde a dazzling smile, though concern was clear in her eyes. Naruto, turn around so I can tie it around your hair, she asked lightly. The blonde wordlessly turned around and sat down on a nearby bench. Shiroi gave the ribbon a glare. If you do anything to harm him, I'll destroy you, she whispered. With her threat said, the white-haired girl tied the ribbon around the blonde's hair, putting it in a low ponytail fashion. Your hair is still so soft and beautiful, Shiroi whispered, her hot breath tickling the blonde's skin. The blonde shivered in slight arousal, and he gave her a smile. Thank you. Your hair is also very soft and beautiful, he said. Shiroi gave a seducing smirk. You flirt. I'll make sure to deal with that arousal of yours tonight, she stated, her nose picking up her fiancé's arousal. But for now, do you feel any difference? She asked, her pink-slitted eyes looking intently at the blonde. The blonde Jinchuriki hummed for several moments. To be quite honest, he didn't feel a thing. Almost like this supposed cursed ribbon wouldn't harm him at all. That ribbon? Why do I get the feeling it's way too familiar? But why can't I remember what it was used for? Yet, I also feel so calm now. Kyubi silently uttered. Altair pulsed slightly. It's not doing anything at the moment. In fact, I feel just fine, the blonde Jinchuriki said, not hearing the Kyubi's words. That's good. Shiroi stated, now come on, we got a festival to enjoy. She added, a grin on her face as she clung onto the blonde's arm. Naruto chuckled as he allowed himself to be dragged around by his fiancée. The two enjoyed the festival for several more hours, playing various games, trying out different kinds of food, and sometimes participating in some ninja games with the children at the festival. The duo ran Ino Kakashi, who had two girls clinging on his arms. They greeted the gray-haired Jonin, to which the Jonin eagerly responded to their appearance, before the two girls clinging on his arms began to drag him away for some fun, as they put. The two were sure that Kakashi had a large grin on his face, not that they could see thanks to his mask. The two also ran into Sakura, who was participating in a strength contest. The air around seemed to build with tension when both she and Shiroi gazed upon each other, and Naruto merely have Sakura a neutral and polite greeting before he took Shiroi to explore the festival some more. Though Naruto made a mental note to speak about Sakura with Tsunade as quickly as he could, they ran into Temari, who was partaking in a contest to see who had the strongest wind manipulation. Shiroi suggested that Naruto join in since his main element was wind. The blonde agreed, seeing as he wanted to test himself against a fellow wind user. The blonde ultimately won the entire contest, though he gained a lot more experience with his wind nature, seeing there were others, such as Temari, who gave him useful tips on take his wind nature to the next level, which, admittedly, they were all struggling to master as well. Given his shadow clones and his natural talent, the blonde knew he would master this in almost no time at all. Next, the duo ran into Kankuro, who was cured of the poison inside him, who was tinkering around various puppet shops in the village. The blonde had immediately spoke with the makeup-wearing Jonin, and the couple listened as Kankuro lectured them about the poor conditions some of the puppets in the shops he visited were in. Puppets were considered a puppet's master's greatest weapon. If their puppets were in poor condition and not very well cared for, then that puppet user was no master at all. The duo sweat dropped when Kankuro began speaking animatedly with another puppeteer, and they slowly left the make-wearing Jonin with his fellow puppeteer. After several minutes of mindless wandering, the two found Chachazero once again. Only she was playing catch with the same Chunin she was chasing. They were playing catch with a rather sharp kunai, and the Chunin was covered in scratches, with drops of blood leaking through those scratches. The Chunin also had a terrified look on his face, as his eyes darted everywhere, as if looking for some sort of opening to make his escape. The two decided to let Cha-chan have her fun, though Naruto made sure to slightly scold Chachazero, and to tell her not to kill the man. The little doll nodded happily, before she resumed her game, only with more restraint. It didn't stop the doll from giggling madly, though. Now, however, the blonde was currently laying down on his bed, while Shiroi straddled his waist, a grin on her face as she licked her lips. I hope you're ready, Naruto-kun, because right now, you're all mine, Shiroi whispered, licking the blonde's neck and preceding her way up. Shiroi-chan, how come you're always on top? The blonde lightly complained, placing several kisses on the white-haired girl's neck. Shiroi moaned lowly in his ear, I love to dominate Naruto-kun. You should know this, she said, biting the blonde's earlobe. The blonde gasped slightly, but groaned as she bit it in the most pleasurable way possible. I know you love to dominate. It's why I always let you be on top, most of the time, he whispered, his hands finding their way into her shirt. Shiroi shuddered in pleasure as Naruto managed to undo her bra and began to massage her breasts. Damn your skill hands, she gasped out, a smirk on her face. Her mouth covered the blonde's, and the duo exchanged in a heated and passion-filled kisses. Small slurping noises heard as the duo exchanged saliva. Shiroi felt her instincts begin to take control once more, and the kiss became more wild and animalistic, her eyes gaining a feral gleam in them, as they French kissed heatedly. Several minutes later, the two separated, panting slightly, while a trail of saliva connected their lips. Shiroi licked the trail of saliva, making it snap, and the girl began to suck on the blonde's neck. Naruto gasped. Before he began massage her breast more passionately, and he slowly began to lift her shirt. The white-haired vampire moaned as Naruto's hands massaged her breasts, and she gave the blonde a predatory smirk. "I want you so much right now," she whispered lovingly, her hands moving to the brim of his pants. "What about foreplay?" the blonde asked huskily, his own hands moving to her pants. "Fuck foreplay," she hissed. "I want you now." With that said, the girl proceeded to undress the blonde. "So impatient," Naruto said in amusement. "But I agree. Foreplay can go to hell right now." With those words, the blonde flipped him over so that he was on top. "But I get to be on top," he whispered. With that said, he helped the girl throw off their clothing, and their world was filled with intense pleasure as the two made love. A/N, yeah, like I said before, I don't do lemons. I may do small limes here and there, but full-on lemons? No. Maybe in future chapters, if I feel confident enough. Naruto kissed Shiroi's cheek as she slept peacefully beside him. Her white hair was in a messy jungle, and her face was still a bit sweaty, though that was to be expected as they went on for about several rounds before calling it a night. The blonde gave her one last kiss before he got up from the bed and dressed in his robe's attire. Grabbing all of his weapons and placing them in their respective places on his person, the blonde opened the window as he placed Altair in his sheath. The blonde gave Shiroi one more smile before he leapt out the window. The blonde jumped across the rooftops at a speedy pace, however. The blonde slowed down once he felt something grab his robe's cocktails. "Hi, Naruto-chama," Chachazero exclaimed, releasing the robe's cocktails to perch herself atop the blonde's head. "Cha-chan," the blonde greeted. "Where were you?" he asked. "I forgot where the apartment was, so I simply started wandering around," she said, her voice so sweet and innocent that Naruto resisted the urge to cuddle the doll. But her voice sounded too innocent. "You killed something, didn't you?" he stated. "Maybe," the little doll answered. Naruto sighed. "What did you kill?" "A really big lizard," Chachazero exclaimed, pointing her little fingers to a twitching lizard that was laying on the ground, bathed in blood. However, its twitching was put on hold as a knife suddenly found its way into its neck. The blonde Jinchuriki blinked before he looked at Chachazero, who had her arm outstretched. "Was that really necessary?" "Yes," she answered. The blonde merely sighed before he resumed his trek towards the Kazekage's building. "Where are we going?" Chachazero asked. "To meet with Gaara," Naruto answered. "Why?" "I need to speak with him." "Why?" "It's about something important." "What is it about?" "It will probably just bore you, Cha-chan." Okay. With nothing else to do, the little doll decided to play around in Naruto's hair, getting herself tangled in the process. The doll giggled before she began to untangle herself, and she repeated the process over and over again. Naruto sighed, but didn't stop the little doll. If anything, he was amused by the green-haired doll on his head. After jumping across several more rooftops, the blonde jumped on the balcony of the Kazekage's office. The blonde silently opened the glass door and entered. "Hello, Naruto," a blank voice quietly uttered, its deep tone breaking the silence in the dimly lit office. The blonde turned his gaze onto Gaara, who was quietly scribbling down on some documents, and the blonde idly wondered if he should tell Gaara the secret of defeating paperwork. The blonde opened his mouth to greet the redhead, only for him to remain quiet when Gaara made a hushing motion with his fingers and pointed across the room. The blonde rose an eyebrow and trained his gaze upon the black-haired figure quietly sleeping on the couch, a blanket atop her sleeping form. The blonde chuckled when he realized that it was Yui who was sleeping on the couch. The blonde opened his mouth and spoke in a low tone of voice. "Hey, Gaara," he quietly said, sitting on a chair on the opposite end of Gaara's desk. The red-haired Kazekage quietly scribbled on several more documents before he trained his blank gaze upon his Jinchuriki brother. "Is there something you need, Naruto?" Gaara asked, crossing his arms, as he leaned back in his chair. A very comfy chair, might I add. I came to gain your permission on something, the blonde answered. Gaara raised an eyebrow, and that would be, I want your permission to explore the desert and search though a certain tomb that your villagers found. The red-haired Kazekage narrowed his eyes. Why would you want to search though that tomb? If I'm not mistaken, you should have heard about the rumors that hover about that tomb, especially since everyone who has ever entered has either been hospitalized or died of chakra exhaustion, he stated. I know about that, but this is important to me, Naruto stated, his eyes calmly gazing into Gaara's sea-green eyes. Why is it important to you? Gaara asked, looking at the blonde intently. That tomb may belong to an ancestor of mine, by the name of Uzumaki Erasure, the first head of the Uzumaki clan. The blonde Jonin answered, seeing no reason to lie to his brother in all but blood. Gaara's eyes softened slightly. I see. So this is a chance for you to have something of value. That belongs to you by birthright. Wordlessly, the blonde nodded, and the robed Jonin hoped Gaara would let him investigate the tomb. Gaara shut his eyes for several moments before he opened them. Very well, I will allow it. However, here the redhead gave the blonde an intense look. You better come back in perfect condition. If you come back with even a scratch on you, then I will bury you in a sand tsunami. Understood? He demanded. Naruto chuckled, and he saluted in a joking manner. Yes, sir. Kazetsuma, he said, sounding like a soldier going into his last battle. That is Gaara to you, Naruto. Gaara said, a small smile on his face. Naruto chuckled. I'll make sure to bring you a souvenir, he said before he left out office, the same way he came. Gaara looked at his glass door for several moments before he returned to his paperwork. The least you could have done was close the door, he muttered, feeling the breezing in his office. With Naruto, the blonde was jumping across the rooftops, Chachizero clinging on his robes as he raced across the roofs. However, he suddenly stopped when he saw something white land in front of him. Where do you think you're going? The white figure asked. The clouds parted, and the moonlight shone on Shiroi's figure, her long white hair flowing in the wind, her pink eyes looking intently at the blonde. She was dressed in her nightgown. However, under that she wore one of Naruto's black shirts, and she wore another one of the blonde's clothing, being a pair of black shorts. Hey, Shiroi-chan, the blonde cheerfully exclaimed. The white-haired girl placed her hands on her hips, and she gave her fiancé a look. Naruto knew that look. It was a look that said, if you don't tell me where you're going, I'm going to beat it out of you. The blonde gulped. You didn't answer my question, Naruto-kun. Where are you going? She said, making sure to put extra emphasis on the last 4 words. Naruto sighed, before a serious expression appeared on his face. I'm going to be investigating that tomb we heard about earlier today. And why would this tomb be of importance to you? The white-haired girl asked, her eyes glaring into the blonde's. The tomb belongs to Uzumaki Erasure, the blonde finally answered. Shiroi's eyes widened. The tomb belonged to the creator of Altair? I see. So that's why you want to visit the tomb, she quietly said, understanding that whatever was in that tomb was both Naruto's birthright as an Uzumaki and something to connect him even closer to his family. You know, normally I would ask if I can come along, but something tells me that you want to do this alone. Don't you? The white-haired vampiric girl said, her eyes dropping slightly. A hand found its way to her chin, and her chin was lifted up so that she could stare into Naruto's eyes. I need to do this alone, Shiroi-chan. I suspect that the tomb will only accept those of Uzumaki blood, and right now, I'm the only person who has even a chance to truly explore the tomb. Also, I have a feeling that I'm going to meet someone, the blonde uttered, looking into his fiancé's eyes. Shiroi sighed, but didn't break eye contact with the blonde. Fine, but you better come back in perfect condition. Understood. If not, she left the threat hanging, knowing the blonde would understand what she was trying to say. I understand, Shiroi-chan. Not one scratch will be on my body when I return. He responded. Good, Shiroi stated, nodding her head slightly in a satisfied manner. Naruto pressed his lips against Shiroi's, and the two kissed for several moments, before the blonde pulled back. Cha-chan, he began, making Cha-Chizuru perk up. Keep Shiroi-chan company while I'm away. The blonde finished. Okay, Naruto-chama, the little green-haired doll said, hopping on Shiroi's head. I'll be back once I'm done exploring the tomb, Naruto said, before his form blurred as he disappeared in a burst of speed. Shiroi stared at the spot where Naruto was, before she placed a hand on her stomach, and she released an irritated groan. Something wrong? Shiroi-chama? Cha-Chizuru asked. Shiroi waved her off. It's nothing. It's just that my stomach feel a bit weird is all, she said. Maybe Shiroi-chama should go to a doctor, the blood-obsessed doll said, tilting her head cutely. Shiroi's lips pulled back into a snarl no. I hate doctors. Them and their pointy objects. Not to mention they speak to people as if they were idiots. She hissed. She hated doctors. She remembers the last time she went to a doctor. She did not like how he spoke to her like she was an idiot, which was why villagers mysteriously found his body in his office drained of all his blood. She did not like being spoken to like she was an idiot. Nuff said. Deciding to stop thinking of such thoughts, the white-haired girl turned around and began heading towards the rented apartment she came from. Naruto would be all right, he promised. After all, Naruto grumbled as he trekked through grains upon grains of sand. It has been several hours since he exited Suna, and several hours since he began exploring the desert with Altair as his guide. Several hours of walking through this god-forsaken desert, and not one landmark was spotted. Several hours of moving through the sandy desert and avoiding various poisonous animals, and still nothing. The blonde was getting annoyed very quickly, and he growled as sand began to enter his boots. Yeah, looks like the blonde may have a new hatred for sand if this keeps up. The blonde grumbled slightly. Altair anything? He asked, masking his annoyance with indifference. It didn't work, as QB quietly snickered at the blonde. The sheathed blade pulsed out a negative, and the blonde sighed in irritation. For the love of all that is holy, please, Kami-sama, help me find this tomb, so I can get out of this Kami-forsaken desert already. He grumbled. You know, complaining about this isn't going to help any, QB lazily said, his tail swaying lazily, while his eyes boredly looked through his container's eyes. Well then, why don't you offer some advice, so that I can stop my complaining, as you put it? The blonde shot back. QB grumbled for a moment. I don't have to kid. We are almost there anyway, the large multi-tailed fox said. What do you mean? Naruto asked confusedly. However, the blonde's answer came from the form of Altair suddenly rattling in its sheath, while pulses of excitement was being sent to the blonde in waves. The blonde stumbled for a moment before he pulled Altair from its sheath, and he felt the blade begin to literally pull him along. The blonde allowed the blade to pull him along, and several moments later, an large structure was seen. It was a large temple-like building, its walls being rusted from age and its doors broken down. The building easily towered over the Hokage Tower back in Konoha. However, its entire place looked devastated, like it had been through a fearsome and gruesome attack that lasted for several days and nights. Two large statues stood at the entrance of the other temple-like building. The one on the left seemed to be some ancient type of shinobi with an armored chest plate, armored gauntlets, and armored legs. Judging covered the man chest and back, unlike the armor that Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, and Senju Hashirama wore. And finally, a helmet with a circular shape to it. Only some type of what seemed to be first stood at the top. Borja armor from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. The second statue held similar armor, only with a cape added to make a difference. Yep, this is the place, QB uttered. Was this? Yes. These statues were the Uzumaki of old, the first generation of the Uzumaki clan. The cape represents that of the rank Jonin, while the other simply represents a rank of genin. The giant fox explained. Amazing. Naruto breathed out, his face set into an awed expression. This is the first generation of the Uzumaki clan. The blonde began walking up the stairs of the temple, and when he reached the top, the temple seemed even more larger than it did before. Placing a hand on one of the broken doors, the blonde closed his eyes, and he allowed himself to relish in the feeling that this gave him. To think that this temple would survive for so many years. It was unbelievable. Yet, the proof was standing right before him. Taking a deep breath, the blonde steeled his nerves and he entered the temple. Almost instantly after he entered the temple, the blonde felt his chakra begin leaving his body. The blonde gasped as he fell on his knees on the floor. He could feel his chakra being depleted. He could feel it fading. Fuck. Kit. This place is riddled with. The QB's panicked voice was blocked out, and the blonde felt his connection with the giant fox fade. He could still feel the fox inside him, but all contact with QB was destroyed for the moment. For the first time in his life, Naruto was very much panicked at not being able to speak with the QB at all. The blonde grit his teeth as he felt his chakra fading more. The blonde grit his teeth, and he forced his head up. The blonde struggled to keep his head up, but otherwise there wasn't any other problem. With his head now raised, the blonde gazed upon the inside structure in the temple, and his eyes widened at what was in his field of vision. Seals, dozens, no, hundreds, if not thousands of seals were engraved on the temple's walls, floor, and ceilings. Though it was the type of seals that truly caught his attention. The seals were complicated, too complicated even by a seal's expert standards. Only a true seal master could truly identify the seals. Luckily, Naruto was a seal master. Though he may not be at Jiraya's level, he could still be considered a seal master. And the seals that were engraved on the temple's structure were chakra suppression and absorption seals, meant to suppress and absorb any amount of chakra that can and would be used inside the temple. And judging by the complexity of the seals, they were meant to absorb and suppress enough chakra to take down even a bijou of the QB's caliber. The blonde pursed his lips, and he bit into his hand. Blood splattered on the ground, and because of the Uzumaki blood in his veins, the chakra absorption seals were deactivated, but the suppression seals were still active. The blonde gasped as he felt his chakra return to his, but he knew that his chakra would forever be suppressed while inside the temple, seeing as the seals were still active. The blonde stood, and he tried to contact the QB within him, only for the connection he was trying to establish to be broken almost instantly. Naruto sighed. He figured that was the case. The blonde surveyed the area for several moments before he began moving through the temple's halls. As he walked through the halls, the blonde noticed that even though they were overed in rust, dust, and were decaying, they still stood strong and sturdy. Several minutes later, the blonde stopped in front of a large room with an open area. However, the floor before him was completely destroyed, leaving a large gap that seemed nearly bottomless. With chakra, it would have been a simple matter to get across this. But with the suppression seals, all use of chakra was virtually useless. The robed Jonin pondered on how he was going to get past this gap when he noticed movement out of the corner of his eyes. The young Jinchuriki turned, and his eyes fell upon the same man he had seen before his short fight with Kisame, though once again he was in the form of an astral image instead of physically being there. The red-haired man turned his gaze to Naruto, and he seemed to smirk at the blonde. The transparent man then turned his gaze upon the gap, and to the amazement of Naruto, began running to it. The man jumped and grabbed onto a wooden beam sticking out from the walls, and he pulled himself up. The man then jumped across the other's beams, his feet gracefully landing on them. Reaching the last beam, the man did something acrobatic and flipped once on it, and grabbed onto a rusted bar-like pipe. The man then used his other arm to grab hold of another pipe, and began to swing across between the pipes like children on monkey bars. At the last set of bars, the man grabbed onto it and spun vertically on it, before he jumped off and landed gracefully on the other side of the gap. The ghost-like man turned around and gave the blonde a smirk, as if saying, "Beat that." Naruto glared, and he jumped across to the first ledge and repeated the actions of the red-haired man. However, the blonde had a few close calls and almost fell a few times. But overall, the blonde did fairly well. He just had to jump across to the monkey bars and to swing across them like the red-haired man did. The blonde did that as well, but he did not land as gracefully on the other side like the ancient Uzumaki. But that didn't matter, and the blonde resumed his trek through the temple. Walking through the second set of hallways, the blonde once again enjoyed the feeling of being in his ancient's temple. He felt an unbelievable sense of happiness, and he felt as if he belonged here. In Yuzushiogakure, the feeling of belonging there was intense as well. But for some reason, that feeling was 10 times stronger here. The Jinchuriki of Konoha idly wondered how this temple was never found throughout the years, but he pushed those thoughts aside when he caught sight of a doorway ahead of him. The young Jinchuriki stopped, and he examined the door. That was when he noticed a skeleton underneath it. The blonde winced when he noted it looked as if it were sliced in half. Naruto looked around for several moments, before once again the astral image of the red-haired man appeared, except behind him were 2 other people. The one on his left side held an armor style similar to the one he saw the statue wearing outside the temple, except that it was black in color, and the armor was a shiny black color. Its chest plate seemed to stick out slightly, like a set of a raven's wings. A tattered black cape behind him, with the blonde's eyes widened as he looked at the Uchiha crest, proudly being bared on the back of the man's cape. He looked at the man's black hair and onyx black eyes, and the blonde instantly saw the similarities between today's Uchiha and this man. The other man had black hair as well, except his eyes were a forest green, and he was the same type of as the ancient Uchiha, except it was a forest green color, with what seeming to be small spiked shoulder-bladed armor, and a boar's face engraved on the armor. He too wore a cape, except it wasn't in tatters, and it was a shiny white color, and the Senju crest bared proudly on it. Naruto realized that these were 2 ancient Uchiha by the looks of them, and that they seemed to be very important. The blonde turned his head to look upon the red-haired Uzumaki, and to his surprise, his attire was different than the one he saw the first 2 times. Across his torso, the armor was made up of stylized metal plates. The upper right arm guard extended higher than the shoulder, though that of the left was set lower to make room for a black cape with a red interior. The matching bracers of the armor were worn in conjunction with leather gloves on each hand. A sword of the Uzumaki swirl was worn proudly on the cape in a bright white color. The Helmschmai Drachen armor from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I'm glad the 2 of you accepted my offer of a peace treaty. I only wish it would last at least long enough for us to truly mend our friendship, the red-haired man said. Silence, Erasure. I only agreed to come because we were good friends before the war. If I had known a Senju were to be participating, I would have never have come. The ancient Uchiha spat. A depressive cloud flew over Arashi's head. You're so cold. Kyusuk, he uttered. The Senju beside the Uchiha sweat dropped. Now look at you, what did Kyusuk? You know Erasure has a depression problem. He muttered. Kyusuk glared at the Senju. Shut it, Ichigo. You are already on thin ice with me. The Uchiha coldly said, his Sharingan on full blast. However, the man's Sharingan went into a different transformation, and it now had 7 spiked triangles on the end of the iris, all of them pointing towards the pupil. However, there was no pupil to begin with, only 3 small tomo in place of the pupil. Ichigo glared at Kyusuk. I do not care for your words. Kyusuk, he stated with a glare, the Senju clan's infamous with style showing delight, as wood was beginning to form around him. The 2 looked as if they were going to exchange blows, but their eyes widened in fear when Erasure suddenly unleashed an enormous wave of killing intent upon the 2 of them, instantly making them stop their fight, and causing them to look at Erasure in fear. I invited you 2 here, so that we may enjoy our newly formed friendship. not to see you two fight over a trifle matter like little children. If you intend to fight, then I will kill the two of you regardless of our friendship. I don't care if you fight outside this temple. But remember, members of MY clan live here. If you intend to fight here, then I'll kill you. Understood? Erasure coldly stated. Wordlessly, the two ancient Uchiha and Senju nodded. Good. And just like that, the tense atmosphere vanished, as Erasure had a cheerful smile on his face. Now let's go. I want to have some ramen. With that said, the first clan head of the Uzumaki clan grabbed hold of a lever and pulled, making the door open, and their astral images faded away. Naruto looked upon the fading astral images with shock and surprise on his face. It looked as if the ancient Uchiha and Senju were afraid of Erasure if their reaction to a show of power was anything to go by. The blonde looked at the lever that opened the door, and he instantly how rusty it seemed to be. It seems as aged a lever far beyond that of its prime. The blonde pulled the lever, and miraculously the door opened despite its age. However, the lever broke out of its spot. The blonde blinked as he looked at the now broken lever, and then he turned his attention to the now closing door. Oh, hell no! Naruto shouted. With that said, the blonde ran to the closing door and he slid underneath it just as it closed. Naruto sighed as he stood, and he glared down the corridor. The blonde began running down the corridor, his form nearly blurring from just pure speed, and the Jinchuriki narrowed his eyes when he saw destroyed stairs leading to the upper floor. The blonde's first thought was to use chakra to jump over this obstacle, but then he remembered that he couldn't use any chakra at the moment. Naruto sighed, but began to vertically run up the wall, however, without the use of chakra to stick his feet to the wall. He quickly began to fall, however. The blonde extended his hook blade at the last moment, and he got it to hook it on the ledge. He pulled himself up, and he sighed in relief. The blonde jogged down the next corridor, and after several minutes of jogging, the blonde entered a large room with 4 areas. On the floor in the middle, there seemed to be a strange symbol that he couldn't make out. Though it was strange, if he rearranged them correctly, it would look a lot like. Naruto's eyes widened in realization, and he looked for anything that would rearrange the symbols on the floor. With his sharp eyes, the blonde found exactly what he was looking for, or rather the 2 things he was looking for. On the left and right sides of the room, there were 2 levers that could be pulled. However, the task of getting to them would prove to be a challenge. The Jinchuriki of the QB sighed, and he walked to the right, deciding that this would be the first one he would perform. Naruto wondered how he would go about this, when suddenly, the astral image of Erasure once again appeared. The spiky-haired man smirked at the blonde once more, before he began running vertically up a wall, and to Naruto's surprise, launched himself off the wall, and he grabbed onto a suspended larger piece. The man pulled himself up atop the wood, and jumped off and grabbed hold of a ledge. Lifting himself up, the red-haired man gave Naruto a wink, before his form faded away. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and he narrowed his eyes at the man. The blonde repeated the man's actions, though he nearly slipped once or twice. He sighed as he finally reached the top, and he looked around, searching for the lever he was meant to pull. He found, and he quickly pulled the lever, making one of the pieces on the floor in the center of the room swirl. Before it stopped, and half of the symbol of the Uzumaki swirl was formed. It was time to get the other half to correct itself. The blonde jumped down, and he moved on to the second piece of the puzzle. When Naruto saw the next piece, he sweat-dropped when noticed that he would have to climb up an entire wall, just to reach where he wanted to go. He sighed, and he realized that he missed his chakra greatly. Once again, the astral image of Erasure appeared, and gave the blonde a grin. The ancient Uzumaki ran to the wall and grabbed hold of a small ledge, and he held on to it tightly. The man forced himself up, and he repeated this action dozens of times, before he reached the top. Then the long-haired Uzumaki jumped onto a broken railing, and swung to the other side, and he grabbed onto another ledge, and pulled himself up. Finally, the man did one leap, and he grabbed hold of the final ledge, pulled himself up, and his astral image faded. Naruto sighed, before he repeated the actions of his ancestor. However, it wasn't as easy as it looked, and the blonde fell once or twice because of his inexperience with this method of movement, but the blonde was able to do it, though it took him several minutes to perform it well enough. With his task now finished, the blonde pulled the lever. The last piece on the floor in the center began to move, before it formed the complete Uzumaki swirl, and a secret staircase was open next to it. Naruto groaned as he realized that he had no way of getting down, and he grumbled to himself for several moments, before he noticed Arashi's astral form jumping off a beam. The Jinchuriki shrugged and jumped off the same balcony, only to land in a stack of hay. Naruto blinked as he got out of the haystack, and he idly wondered how he never noticed the damn thing. Shrugging, the blonde went down the secret staircase, and after several minutes of walking down the stairs, he entered the largest room he had ever noticed by far. It seemed to be one massive library. However, the strangest thing was that there were no books at all. The shelves were as empty as a dead person's eyes, and that was saying something. Naruto's attention then shifted onto a single chair that was in the room, and on that chair was Skeleton, in purely white robes. The entire room began to glow, and to Naruto's amazement, it looked as if the entire room was repairing itself, and the dust began to fade away. Naruto realized that he was going to experience another scene from the ancient past. Erasure stumbled into the library-like room, his hand clutching his side as he bled large amounts of blood. The room shuddered in distant shouting, and the sounds of battle could be heard. Erasure nearly fell on the ground, and he stubbornly stood, and Erasure once again stumbled into the room, his free hand holding Altair, and the silver blade was bathed in blood. The ancient Uzumaki fell on his knees, and in a pleading tone of voice he spoke, "Kyubi-sama, please answer my prayers. How many times must I tell you, Erasure? I am no deity." The ever-massive form of the Kyubi spoke, as the giant fox strode into the room, large enough to house his form. Strangely enough, a small ribbon was tied around on one of the giant fox's claws. The massive fox looked at Arashi's bleeding form in slight sadness, before his eyes hardened. "Please, Kyubi-sama, I know I have no right asking this, but please, protect my clan while they retreat out of this place." Erasure pleaded, his head bowed. Kyubi narrowed his eyes. "What is happening out there?" "The Kagaya and Huzuki clans have joined together to try and kill me, Ichigo, and Kyusuke while we had our peace talks, as I've told you last time. The attack was unexpected, and they managed to surprise us. Right now, my clan, along with few dozen Uchihas, and Senjus are combating with the enemy as we speak. But their numbers are great, and Kyusuke and Ichigo are buying enough time for my clan to escape. But even then, the enemy has us surrounded," Erasure explained. "So you want me to fight in the battle, while at the same time protect your clan while they escape?" Kyubi stated. "Please, Kyubi-sama, I know I have no right to ask this of you, but you're the only one I can ask," Erasure shouted, tears streaming down his cheeks silently. Kyubi looked down at Erasure for several moments. Should he do it? He didn't know this human anything. This very same human had constantly bugged him since the day they met, constantly calling him and his brothers deities, when they were in fact not. It made no sense to him. They were tailed beasts, they were separate pieces of it. And yet to these humans, they were deities. Kyubi closed his eyes, and he gruffly sighed. "Fine then, this man has been praying to, and for him every day since they first met." It was time. Kyubi returned the favor. "Very well. I will join in the battle, and protect your clansmen as well as I possibly can." "Thank you, Kyubi-sama," Erasure said thankfully. With that said, Kyubi suddenly disappeared, and suddenly a beastly roar was heard outside, as the massive fox began to destroy the enemy forces. That was also the day that the tailed beasts were soon believed to be demons. Erasure stumbled into the only chair in the room, and he sat down on it, blood slowly trailing down the seat. Erasure began the slow process of removing his armor and putting it beside his chair and placing Altair in his lap. "This will be our last moments together, Altair," he whispered, a bright but sad smile on his face. Altair only rattled. "Father!" a young man yelled, as he ran into the room and knelt at his father's side. The man had shoulder-length spiky hair, 2 bangs framing his face, while several bangs overshadowed his eyes. He wore the standard Uzumaki armor, with a cape on his back. His light purple eyes looked at his father with worry, and unshed tears welled up inside his eyes. "Ah, Byakuya, I'm glad you're here. Take my armor, and lock into the door behind me, would you?" Erasure weakly asked. Byakuya nodded and did what he was told to do. Opening a secret chamber, he walked inside, with Arashi's armor in his arms. Eiichi placed the armor neatly on a pedestal, and he walked out the room. He closed and locked the door behind him. "Now give me the key." Wordlessly, Byakuya handed his father the key, and Erasure lifted his hand and removed his left eye, revealing it to be nothing but a fake eye in the place of his real one. Placing the key inside the empty socket, Erasure placed the glass eye back in place and gave his son a sad smile. "Take Altair and go, my son. You are not meant to die here with me. Go with your fellow Uzumaki. It was fate that you would lead the Uzumaki as of today." Erasure said, Father, you can't mean Dash." "That's right, Dash," Erasure interrupted. "As of right now, you are now the second head of the Uzumaki clan. Lead our clan to greatness." "Byakuya," Erasure softly said. Before the light left his eyes, his breathing stopped and his body slumped against the seat. "Father!" Byakuya yelled out in agony and pain, clutching his father's robes, sobbing loudly as he held onto his father's corpse. Naruto turned his head away at the scene. The blonde closed his eyes, and he bowed his head in sadness and respect. When the blonde opened his eyes again, the library was aged and dusty once more. He turned his eyes on Arashi's skeleton, and he lowered his eyes slightly. He shut his eyes and offered a small prayer. Opening his eyes, the blonde walked towards the skeleton, and he placed a hand on the skeleton's shoulder. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," he whispered. With that said, the blonde Uzumaki dug his hand into Arashi's skull and later fished out a key. The Jinchuriki walked towards the secret door, and he rubbed his hand along the walls, looking for the spot to put the key in. He found, and he inserted the key, giving it a counterclockwise spin, and the secret door slowly began opening. What Naruto found inside the room shocked him beyond belief. A vast amount of gold, gems, rubies, and some of the rarest metal to ever grace the elemental nations was found. This was enough to buy nearly every company in the world several times over. In the middle of the room was a pedestal that held Arashi's armor. Once again, it's the Helmschmied Drachen armor from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Carved in the pedestal was the armor's name as well. Helmschmied Drachen, Naruto uttered, looking at the armor with awe. The blonde touched the armor, and his entire vision exploded in white. Naruto opened his eyes, and he looked around the place in surprise. He found nothing but a vast sea of white that seemed to go on for miles on end. Naruto sighed in irritation, and he wondered where he was now. Surely he couldn't be back in the temple, right? "Well now, it's nice to finally meet you face to face. Naruto-chan," a cheerful voice spoke aloud. Naruto's eyes went wide, and he spun around to stare into the face of Uzumaki Erasure, the first head of the Uzumaki clan. Erasure cheerfully nodded, causing his bangs to sway up and down. "Ding, ding, ding, ding. We have a winner," he complimented. "Anywho, I'm sure you're wondering why you're here exactly, Dash," the blonde nodded. "Well, it's simple. We are here to see if you are worthy of wielding my armor," he finished, his tone dead serious at the end. Naruto straightened slightly. Altair pulsed out in slight happiness at seeing his old master. "You're staring at me as if you're looking at a ghost, Naruto-chan," Erasure stated, with a teasing smirk across his features. How? Naruto stuttered, how are you alive? I found your skeleton just a few minutes ago. How do you know my name, and where are we? The blonde said, by the end of his questions, he was glaring at Erasure with cold eyes. Erasure rose an eyebrow. Those cold eyes remind me of him. You truly are his great-grandson, the red-haired man thought. In order, Erasure began. I knew someone would be coming to take my armor for themselves. I made sure to seal my chakra and a bit of my soul into the armor. So in a sense, I am dead. How I know your name? Well, you tend to learn a lot of things when you are blessed with the ability to see the distant future. As to where we are, Erasure smirked, you tell me. Naruto cautiously surveyed the area, and he could only come to one conclusion. We are inside the world between the living and the dead, aren't we? The blonde asked. You will go through tests to see if you are truly worthy of wearing my armor. Should you be to be worthy, you may take it. However, should you not be worthy, well, you're not getting it, he finished after an overly dramatic pause. Naruto's sweat dropped. Was this guy really his ancestor? Now then, on to the test. Data Bano, Erasure excitedly yelled. Whatever doubts Naruto had vanished after that. So, I guess I have to fight you? Right, Naruto asked, tensing his body. Oh heavens no! Erasure yelled out in scandalized manner. You're not fighting me. You're fighting someone you respect, and he is your great-grandfather, he said, a large grin on his face. Naruto gained a curious expression on his face. Who is it? In response to Naruto's question, Erasure picked a piece of the blonde's hair, making the blonde yelp, went through several hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Uzumaki sealing technique, ancestral summoning. He yelled. Gray-colored smoke then puffed beside him, and the smoke slowly cleared, to reveal a face that Naruto only saw on the Hokage mountain and in some pictures. Shaggy, spiky white hair, a Hapuri protector that covered his forehead and the side of his face, with the Konoha symbol engraved on it. Red eyes sternly surveyed the area. Blue armor that consisted of mostly plates adorned his form, though they were mostly covering the shoulders, chest, waist, the left side of his legs, and unlike that of Uchiha Madara, the armor covered his entire back. A white fur color decorated his armor, and went around the back of his neck, stopping at the front of his shoulders. Where am I? The white-haired man said gruffly, looking around the room of complete whiteness. His red eyes served the white room several more times, before his stern and impassive gaze settled upon a man with long ankle-length spiky red hair in a fashion similar to that of Uchiha Madara, and a blonde with seemingly golden yellow hair, along with sapphire blue eyes, and whisker marks on his cheeks. And who are you two? He demanded. And no way. It can't be. Why you want me to fight him? Naruto yelled out in disbelief. That's right, Naruto-chan. In order to prove yourself worthy of my armor, you will be tested by none other than him, the red-haired man said cheerfully, pointing at white-haired man beside him. Red eyes glared heatedly at the red-haired man before him. What insolence! I asked a question, and I expect to be answered. Now tell me, why am I not trapped in the stomach of the Shinigami at the moment? And just who is this young upstart beside you? The white-haired man asked, giving them both a stern glare. My, you are full of questions, aren't you, Tobirama-chan? The redhead spoke, making Tobirama go red with anger at the suffix to his name. As to your question, this is Uzumaki Namikaze's Naruto of the Uzumaki clan. Data Bano, he finished cheerfully. I see. So you're from Mito's clan, Nice to meet you. I am Senju Tobirama, Nidaime Hokage. Though judging from your expression you already know that, Tobirama blandly said, before turning his visage to Arashi's grinning form. And as for you, you didn't answer my other question. Why am I not in the stomach of the Shinigami? And who are you? Tobirama coldly asked, giving Erasure his coldest glare. The temperature seemed to decrease slightly as well. Naruto shivered slightly. Based on some stories that Jiraya told him, his dad was able to make even the most experienced of shinobi tremble in fear of his presence with just a glare alone. Heck, Jiraya even admitted that even he shivered at least once or twice. But the feeling that was coming from Tobirama at the moment was indescribable. It felt as if his entire blood was frozen in pure ice, and his hand trembled only slightly. Ero-sensei told me that my abilities with water manipulation could be compared with the Naidame Hokage. Yet why do I feel like that even if that is so, he would still beat me? The blonde Jinchuriki thought. Era? Well, I guess I can tell you Tobi-chan. Tobirama twitched at the nickname. I am Uzumaki Erasure. Tobirama rose an eyebrow, the only sign of any shock he was feeling at the moment. And the reason why you are outside the stomach of the Shinigami at the moment is because I used the ancestral summoning sealing technique. The ancestral summoning sealing technique. Impossible. That sealing technique was said to be lost shortly after the formation of the shinobi villages, Tobirama stated, his eyes glaring into Arashi's cheerful ones. Naidame-sama, what sealing technique are you talking about? Naruto asked. Tobirama glanced at the blonde, and he felt the urge to smile at him for some reason, but he kept a stern visage. Listen up and listen good, Naruto. The ancestral summoning sealing technique was a fuinjutsu created by the Uzumaki clan, so that they may summon their ancestors from the past and have a sort of spirit journey, so to speak. Many Uzumakis did this to seek enlightenment, and they did this by learning from their ancestors by using this technique. However, the technique was said to be lost shortly after the formation of the shinobi villages. The white-haired former Hokage explained. Naruto nodded in understanding, and he stared at Erasure. So, how do you know the technique in the first place? Arashi-san, the blonde asked, Tobirama still glaring at the redhead. Erasure chuckled, duh. I created the technique in the first place, he proudly stated. Tobirama grunted, that explains it. You know the sealing technique, because you created her. That's right. Never underestimate the power of seals, Erasure exclaimed, a childish expression on his face. Tobirama gave the man a deadpan stare before he turned his attention to Naruto. Judging by the fact that he is from a few hundred years from the past, I can tell I'm not of his ancestor, so I can only assume I am related to you in some way, the former Hokage stated. Naruto slowly nodded. He said he was summoning my great-grandfather. Tobirama's eyes widened momentarily, before they were impassive once more. I see. I understand now, the white-haired man uttered. What do you mean? Naruto asked, a raised eyebrow. Not many people knew this. Tobirama began, but I had wife I married in secret. The only ones who knew of her were my brother, Hiruzen, and Mito. No one, besides them, ever knew I was married. Why keep it a secret? The Jinchuriki asked. Unlike Hashirama, I was very paranoid. But that wasn't a bad thing, given our line of work. Regardless, before I died, I learned that she was pregnant with my child. I had planned to return to her after the war was over and retire as a shinobi, but that backfired when I gave up my life to save my comrades so that the next generation may live. Tobirama impassively said, closing his eyes. Naruto was silent for a moment. Before he spoke, he began, gaining Tobirama's attention. I grew up without knowing who my parents were. Everyone always told me that my parents abandoned me, but I never believed that. It wasn't until I learned who my parents were did I finally understand why I never met them. My father. And your grandson was the Yondaime Hokage. Tobirama's eyes widened at that, but he felt a sense of dread at whatever the blonde was going to say next. My father died, along with my mother during the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. Tobirama felt a pang in his heart, but he kept his face impassive. My mother was the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and the two of them gave their lives to save the village, and to save me as well. They gave their lives to save me, and now I carry their hopes and dreams on my shoulders. They died sealing the QB inside of me. Tobarama looked at the determination in the blonde's eyes in surprise, and he felt a sense of pride and sadness. Pride at his grandson for defending the village with all his strength, and sadness that he had to die so soon. I always wondered why they did it, why the village was so important, Naruto admitted, making Tobarama tense slightly. However, Ero-sensei began to make me read the history of the clan wars and the stories of you, your brother, and Madara. I realized that the village was needed. The blonde said, the village was created so that the future generation of shinobi would be able to live in a safe place. A place where the children did not die at such a young age. Tobarama began feeling a sense of pride as he stared at his great-grandson. I fight to protect my comrades, friends, the future generation, and to keep the dreams my parents left me alive. That is why I will fight to protect the village from any and all threats. Naruto stated, a smile determined on his face. That's why I can't help but feel a sense of pride that I am your great-grandson, and that my father gave it his all to save the village. Though it hurts, the village is needed. If the village is gone, then the future generation would feed off this hatred, and other villages will plunge into war to try and fill the power gap that will be left. Naruto explained. Tobarama, for the first time in a very long time, gave a small smile. I'm proud that you have such a solid understanding of why this village needed. I'm proud to be your great-grandfather, Tobarama said, placing a hand on the blonde's shoulder, wearing a smile of pride for the boy. Come to think of it, Tobarama didn't think he would ever warm up to the boy this quickly. Thanks, Tobarama-jiji, Naruto bashfully said, rubbing the back of his neck. Tobarama grunted as his face turned back into an impassive expression. Though he didn't mind at all if the blonde called him Gigi. To be honest, he kinda liked it. And technically he was old, so... Hey, don't forget about me, Erasure exclaimed childishly. I'm sorry, I forgot you were there. Both Tobarama and Naruto deadpanned in perfect sync. Erasure curled into a ball and drew circles on the floor. So cruel, he sobbed. Tobarama twitched just like Hashirama, he thought in annoyance. Naruto blinked as he stared at Arashi's depressed form. He began to move towards the depressed man, but Tobarama stopped him by holding his arm out. Don't. Just don't. If he is anything like Hashirama, then he'll be just fine, the former Hokage stated blankly. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but shut it an instant later when Erasure suddenly stood with a large smile plastered on his face. Anyway, he said cheerfully, let's back to the reason why you are here, Tobi-chan. You're here to test your great-grandson and find out if he is worthy of my armor. Tobarama gazed upon the blonde Uzumaki. Is that so? Very well. I'm interested to know just how strong my great-grandson is anyway, the white-haired man said. Great. I'll be over there. With that said, Erasure disappeared in a blur before he appeared several feet away from them. By the way, I forgot to mention Naruto-chan. You can use chakra now, he shouted. Naruto nearly sighed in relief at that. So, shall we commence? Tobarama-jiji, the blonde asked, getting into a taijutsu stance. Yes, let us commence. As the Naidame Hokage, I will show you my resolve, and will, the former Hokage sternly stated, a stern frown on his face as he glared at his great-grandson. With those words said, the Naidame Hokage suddenly disappeared in a burst of speed, and Naruto was barely able to dodge the punch that was aimed directly for his head. The blonde countered by spinning on his heel and attempted to strike his great-grandfather in the back. However, Tobarama instincts took control, and the Naidame Hokage was able to spin on his heel, and he caught the blonde's leg with his arm. Holding on to the blonde's leg tightly, the Naidame Hokage threw a punch to the blonde's face. Naruto would not allow that, however, and the blonde let himself drop to the ground. He placed his hands on the ground and began to spin upside down. Tobarama's eyes widened as he was forced to be dragged along by his great-grandson's method of releasing him. The Naidame Hokage was forced to let go OS's great-grandson, lest he become dizzy, and the former Hokage was launched into the air. Naruto stopped spinning, and he propelled himself in the air, and he attempted to kick his great-grandfather in the chest. However, Tobarama proved to be agile, and he managed to move himself just out of the blonde's range, and he flipped several times before he landed safely on the ground. He charged towards the still-falling Naruto, and he engaged the blonde in a fierce taijutsu battle. Tobarama jumped and sent a kick to the blonde's face. Naruto managed to block just in time with his forearm, though he winced slightly as he felt Tobarama's armor crack his bones at least. The Jinchuriki was surprised once more when Tobarama suddenly placed his other foot right on his forearm. The Naidame Hokage then stood on the blonde's arm, spinned, and landed a kick directly into Naruto's face. The Naidame Hokage jumped away as the blonde was recovering, and the Naidame Hokage was impressed with the blonde so far. Naruto held his face as he grit his teeth. That kick hurt. It really did. The blonde removed his hands from his face, and he glared at Tobarama. Naruto charged and engaged Tobarama in another taijutsu. Tobarama attempted to trip the blonde by ducking down and kicking his feet. However, Naruto anticipated that, and he jumped over the kick and managed to land a solid blow into the Naidame's face. Tobarama grunted as he felt Naruto kick his face, and he jumped back several feet and rubbed his jaw. Not bad. If you had kicked any harder, you might have dislocated it. Tobarama complimented, yet scolded at the same time. Let's see how you deal with this. The Naidame Hokage performed one-hand sign water style. Water Dragon. Behind the Hokage, a large dragon made entirely of water emerged from the atmosphere and charged at the blonde. Naruto's eyes widened, and he performed several hand signs. Water style, water wall. Water swirled around the blonde and formed a protective wall around him. Tobarama slight raised his brow. Interesting. So you mastered water manipulation to such an extent that you may very well rival me with it. Remarkable. The pride was barely detectable in his voice, but it was there regardless. Forming another single hand sign, the Naidame shouted his technique. Water style, water shark shotgun. 3 large sharks emerged and charged at the blonde with breakneck speeds. Naruto gulped, and he formed another water wall as a precaution. The first shark did a fair amount of damage, while the second broke through the first water wall and damaged the second. The last and final shark completely shattered the third water wall. It forced the blonde to jump in the air to avoid being hit by the shark. Naruto scanned the field, looking for his great-grandfather, but he was nowhere to be found. "Where is he?" the blonde muttered. "Over here," a voice shouted. The young sage turned, and his eyes widened when he saw his great-grandfather literally riding atop a fucking tsunami. That was so badass. The blonde didn't have any time to admire the sight, as he jumped on the tsunami and attempted to surf on it, much like his great-grandfather. Naruto managed to get the hang of it, and he surfed all the way to his great-grandfather and engaged him in a taijutsu while surfing. Tobarama swirled as he threw a kick toward the blonde, but Naruto let his instincts take command, and he jumped over the incoming kick. He manipulated the water to push him over Tobarama's head, and he went through several hand signs. Water style, water phoenix. The blonde shouted, as a phoenix made entirely of water swirled around him. "It's been a long time since I've seen that move," the Naidame thought. Shaking his head, the brother of Hashirama went through several hand signs. Water style, water wall. Water fumed around him in a protective manner and formed a wall at least 2 times larger than Naruto's. The phoenix crashed into the wall and faded shortly after it clashed with the water-created wall. Tobarama's eyes scanned the area, looking for his great-grandson, and he received his answer in a surprising manner. He suddenly jumped away from his spot on his tsunami when the blonde emerged under him. His arm extended to hit the Naidame in the chin. The Naidame spinned, and he kicked the blonde in the chest, sending the blonde spiraling in the water below him. Tobirama placed his hands on the water style. Water shark bomb. A water shark formed in the water and began swimming toward the blonde who was eyeing the shark with wide eyes. Naruto formed a single shadow clone, and the shadow clone grabbed the original by the arm and threw him out of the water. The shark devoured the clone, and the clone puffed away. Naruto coughed out water, and he glared at his great-grandfather. "Your sacrifice will not be in vain, honorable shadow clone," the blonde stated. Tobirama rose an eyebrow, and he idly wondered if he should be worried for his great-grandson's mental health. That thought was thrown out the window when he saw the blonde perform several hand signs. Lightning style, laser circus. Several streams of lightning blasted from the blonde's hands and sped towards the Naidame and his tsunami. Tobirama's eyes widened. He reached behind his back and pulled out the hilt of a sword. "Raijin!" he yelled. Instantly the infamous blade sprang to life, and the blade easily countered the lightning the blonde shot at him. "That was close." Tobirama uttered, "It feels good to be able to wield you once more, Raijin." The blonde only gave a small spark of lightning, but other than that, it did nothing else. The Naidame Hokage turned his gaze upon Naruto, and he rose an eyebrow when he saw the shocked expression on the blonde's face as he stared at the Raijin. "Why do you seem so surprised?" Tobirama asked, honestly curious. "Because I destroyed that thing," Naruto answered. Tobirama frowned. "Destroyed? What makes you think that?" "A missing nin from Konoha stole the Raijin and used it for his own selfish wants. I destroyed the blade to show just how foolish it was to rely on a weapon," Naruto honestly answered. Tobirama raised an eyebrow slightly. "Did Hiruzen, by any chance, constantly send out search parties for the Raijin?" The Naidame idly asked, twirling the blade of lightning. Naruto's eyes expressed their confusion. "No." "Why?" Yet he remembered that sometimes when he visited the Sandaime that there would always be some people pressuring him to send out search parties to find the Naidame's prize sword. But the old man always seemed unconcerned. Then Hiruzen actually went through with it. Tobirama uttered. "Went through with what?" Tobirama sighed. Hiruzen was always a bit too obsessed with taking everything of historical value in Konoha and locking them inside the Hokage vault. He would take them, create identical copies of them, and display them where they would always be found. The copies would be there, but the real ones would remain safely locked away within the Hokage vault. My brother thought that Hiruzen was just being paranoid, but I approved of Hiruzen's actions. Tobirama explained. "One day, he told me that when I retire or should I die, he would create a copy of the Raijin and stow the real one away within the Hokage tower. As a matter of fact, I helped him create a copy of my Raijin. It was a perfect and identical copy with only one difference. The Raijin copy was 10 times weaker than the original," the former Hokage stated, making Naruto's eyes widen slightly. "So what you're saying is Naruto trailed off." "That's right. The Raijin you destroyed was nothing but a fake. The real one is currently inside the Hokage vault. The Raijin in my hand right now is just one I created from a spiritual sense. Look underneath the underneath," Naruto uttered. Tobirama rose an eyebrow, and he gave a small smirk. "Look underneath the underneath, huh? I haven't heard that one before." The white-haired Senju mused. A sharp and stern look crossed his features as he glared. "Enough now with words. It is now time for action. I've been going easy on you, Naruto, but now it's time to see how you fare against my will of fire," Tobirama stated, a cold look on his face, while his lips formed into a hard scowl. Naruto barely had time to widen his eyes when suddenly Tobirama was merely inches in front of him, the tip of his Raijin slowly moving in on the blonde's face. The blonde allowed instinct to take control, and he ducked down just in time to avoid the Raijin's blade. Though a few strands of his hair were sliced off, Naruto dashed away, Hoping to gain some distance, the blonde silently created a clone, and the clone wordlessly jumped away a fair distance. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi drew Altair, and the silver blade was practically shaking in excitement. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Remarkable. I never thought I would one day even lay my eyes on the legendary Altair. It is a remarkable blade indeed. Naruto charged at his great-grandfather, and the white-haired Senju met the blonde halfway, their respective blades clashing violently, and their metals furiously grinding against each other's. Naruto pushed Tobirama back. The blonde pushed away Tobirama's blade, and the blonde went in for a vertical slice. However, Tobirama recovered quickly, and he performed a horizontal swing, once again causing the two blades to clash. This time, it was Tobirama who pushed the blonde back, and he kicked Naruto a few meters away from him. The former Hokage threw his Raijin in the air, and he performed a single hand sign. Water style, water dragon. A dragon immediately formed around Tobirama, and the white-haired man jumped in the air. Tobirama caught his famed Raijin, and he landed atop his water dragon's head, and began to ride atop the water-based dragon. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, and the blonde jumped just as the water-formed dragon threatened to overtake him. The blonde Jinchuriki landed behind his great-grandfather, and he spun, Altair attempting to drive itself into Tobirama back. On pure skill and instinct, Tobirama spun around, and he leaned away from Altair's trajectory. The blade slipped past him, cutting into his armor. Tobirama suddenly grabbed onto Naruto's hand, and his Raijin came to strike at the blonde's unprotected neck. The blonde-haired Uzumaki's eyes went wide, and his other hand shot up to take the force of the Raijin's attack. Blood splattered on Tobirama's hand and his face, as Naruto caught the Raijin with his other hand. The blonde held the Raijin in firm grip, and he gritted his teeth in pain as he felt volts of electricity running through his arm. "I have first blood," Tobirama blankly stated, his face impassively stern as he looked upon his great-grandson. "You did remarkable. I never expected someone to ever catch my Raijin like that. You surprised me, Naruto. But it's over now. Even if you are a Jinchuriki, it doesn't change the fact that your arm is now paralyzed by my Raijin." "You speak as if it's over," Naruto stated, his hair overshadowing his face. Tobirama narrowed his eyes sternly. "From your view it may not be over, but from my point of view it is. So enlighten me as to why you think it's not over." "Because—" Naruto trailed off as a distinctive popping sound was heard. Tobirama glanced around the battlefield, and he idly wondered where the shadow clone his great-grandson had created had gone off to. He had honestly forgotten about the shadow clone. He saw a plume of slowly dissipating smoke, and his eyes narrowed as he connected the dots. Naruto needed that shadow clone for something, Tobirama concluded. But what? This fight isn't over yet. Tobirama returned his attention to Naruto as he spoke, because the blonde slowly lifted his head, showing that his eyes were closed, but an orange coloring was around the blonde's eyes. "I haven't entered the honored sage mode yet." With that, Naruto's eyes snapped open, revealing them to be a bright yellow, with a horizontal bar as a pupil. Tobirama's eyes went wide when the blonde's grip on his sword tightened, and the blonde hurled the second Hokage into the air. The white-haired Hokage began to form a hand sign, but he couldn't as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, and the blonde gripped Tobirama's hands tightly. "I won't let you escape." With that said, the blonde clocked the second Hokage straight in the face, with the added strength of Sage Mode running through his body. The strike was going to hurt a lot. Tobirama winced in pain, and the white-haired Hokage was hurled across the battlefield once more. The blue-armored man skidded across the ground for several moments, before he forced himself to stop by implanting his feet into the ground. He skidded for several more seconds before he stopped, and the past Hokage stood to his feet proudly and with pride. Though his expression was blank, you could see the pride brimming in eyes as he wiped his lip free of the blood that formed. "If I didn't reinforce my face with chakra at the last moment, then my entire jaw would have been dislocated, and I would have ended up with a large concussion. No! This is the honored sage mode we're talking about. My head would have been paste if I didn't reinforce it with chakra. The boy is that powerful. The Night-Aim Hokage let himself grin inwardly. Hashirama, I have the greatest great-grandson ever. He was so gonna rub it in Hashirama's face. Hashirama always did rub in the fact that his son was Jonin at the age of 12. Well, now he has a great-grandson who was able to hit and make him bleed in a fair fight. Something that Hashirama's son could never do. So take that, Hashirama. I may have still been holding back by a large amount, yet I'm content right now. My great-grandson is strong. Stronger than I expected. This is enough. The Night-Aim Hokage cut the chakra flow to his Raijin, and the blade instantly retracted. Tobirama tucked it away in his armor, and he folded his arms. Hey, aren't we still fighting? Naruto asked in confusion, his toad-like eyes looking into Tobirama's red ones as he scratched his cheek. Tobirama gave a small smile. It was a smile that he only ever gave Hashirama and his secret wife. There is no need. I am content with what I was able to gain from this fight, and I trust that Arashi-san is satisfied with your test results. He shrugged, turning his head to his left. Naruto blinked, and he opened his mouth to say that no one was there, but suddenly Erasure appeared right where Tobirama was staring at. His sensory abilities are amazing. I still need a lot of catching up to do, the blonde thought, his eyes glinting in determination, and he gave a wide smile. The toad-like eyes of his disappeared, and his eyes were once again the sapphire blue he was known for. So how did Naruto do Arashi-san? Tobirama asked indifferently, though interest was sparked in his eyes. He did amazingly. The point of the test was to see if Naruto had the strength to bear the armor. Erasure answered, Wait, what do you mean by strength? Naruto asked, You see Naruto-chan. Erasure began, I had that armor specifically made to only allow people who have a strong will to wear the armor. If your will isn't strong enough, then the armor will not allow you to even pick it up. The ancient Uzumaki explained. I see. Tobirama mused if Naruto proved that he wasn't strong enough, or if he didn't have a good enough will, then the armor would reject him. Am I right? Correct. Tobirama-chan. Erasure cheered. Tobirama twitched. So, I guess I can have the armor now. Right. Naruto asked, hesitating a bit. Erasure immediately gained a serious expression on his face. Unfortunately, no. There is still one last test you must face. Though, as you are now, you're not ready for it. Erasure grimly said. Not ready? What do you mean by that? Explain. Tobirama demanded, his voice having a twinge of anger. He would not just stand idly by as his great-grandson was being denied something that he had worked hard for. I can't give Naruto-chan his second and final test yet, because this test will be about his resolve. Erasure began. Seeing Tobirama open his mouth to argue, the first head of the Uzumaki clan hastily continued. I can't and won't give Naruto his test yet, because he still needs to face his own darkness. Because in this test he would have to deal with another's darkness. He finished. Tobirama stopped, and the white-haired Senju reluctantly nodded. With his sensory abilities, he was able to detect a very small but very dark and malicious feel to his chakra. It reminded Tobirama of him. Then I have no choice. Naruto suddenly declared, I'll face my own darkness and come back here. I'm not sure how or when I'll face my own darkness, but I'll do it, he declared, determination brimming in his eyes. Tobirama quietly looked as his great-grandson, and his lips twitched upwards. His personality outside of battle is friendly and joyous, but in a battle, he is ruthless, cold, and calculating. It's like a combination of me, Hashirama, and Madara, he mused. Okay then, Naruto-chan. I'll eagerly await your arrival here once again. Erasure chirped. Naruto smiled, and he gazed upon his great-grandfather. Before I go, I have to ask, who is your wife, Tobarama Gigi? And what was she like? He asked curiously. Tobarama closed his eyes, and a fond smile lit the Nidame's face. My wife's name was Namake Sayako Dash. Naruto blinked in surprise at that. She was a civilian. But unlike other civilians, she knew what she wanted and stopped at nothing to get it. She had blonde hair much like yours. It was long and straight. Eyes that were a deep forest green. She was kind but ferocious when upset. She was the love of my life, and I dread to think of her reaction when he heard of my death. Tobarama said, his tone a bit solemn. Hesitantly, Naruto placed a hand on Tobarama's shoulder, and the white-haired Senju looked into Naruto's eyes. I'm sure she mourned for your death, Tobarama Gigi, but I'm sure that she kept moving forward, because she knew that you wouldn't want her to give up on life. The blonde said, a heartfelt smile on his face. Tobarama let himself have a small smile, and he ruffled Naruto's hair a bit. You're a strange one, aren't you? Naruto bashfully scratched his head, and he blushed in embarrassment. I get that a lot, Tobarama Gigi. Naruto laughed. Well, before I send you off, Naruto-chan, you got any question for me? Erasure asked. Oh yeah. Naruto snapped his fingers, the ribbon that I have tied in my hair. What's it for exactly? I noticed it tied around one of Kyuubi's claws during one of the past memories that I've seen around this temple. Oh, that was a gift that I gave Kyuubi-sama. I always noticed that Kyuubi-sama was a bit angry most of the time. So I created that ribbon with my chakra, some help from Ichigo, and his with style. And boom, you have a ribbon that helps Kyuubi-sama remain calm to a certain degree. The ancient Uzumaki explained. I see. Naruto muttered, a soft smile on his face. My second question. How is it that this temple was never discovered up until now? Erasure giggled mischievously. You'll find out. His eyes glinted in a way that said he was going to get a kick out of Naruto's reaction. Guess I will, huh? Well, this is goodbye. Arashi Gigi. Tobarama Gigi. Erasure gave Naruto a thumbs up, while Tobarama gave him a small nod. The blonde smiled at the two before his form faded. It was silent for several moments before Tobarama turned his head towards Erasure. Now, what else do you want from me? I'm pretty sure you summoned me for a different reason. Tobarama demanded. Erasure sighed. I need your help. He answered. With what? I already have someone in mind to test Naruto against in his second test. It's one of the main reasons why I want Naruto to master his darkness. Because this person will literally manipulate Naruto through that darkness. And this person has stated that he has no interest in young Naruto. Erasure explained, his tone grim. Who? Is it? Perhaps it's better to show you. Erasure mused. Before he went through the same hand signs he performed to summon Tobarama. Uzumaki sealing technique. Ancestral summoning. A large cloud of smoke filled the area, and Erasure slowly stood to his feet. The person whom I'm speaking is someone you've met, Tobarama-san, Erasure said, his tone gravely serious. And he is also Naruto-chan's great-grandfather. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, his red eyes making his glare seem more menacing. I told you, Uzumaki, I have no interest in my great-grandson. A deep, cold, and emotionless rang out. So stop summoning me. Unless, of course, you want to settle this matter with a dance of death. Tobarama felt a cold chill run down his spine as he heard that voice. It couldn't be. Please, anyone but him. He did not want his great-grandson to fall under that curse. He did not want Naruto to be tested by him. But as the smoke finally cleared, his fears were confirmed. Uchiha, Madara, Naruto blinked rapidly as he opened his eyes. His vision blurred slightly, and the blonde noticed that he was on the floor. The blonde Jinchuriki blinked rapidly before he slowly stood to his feet. Naruto groaned as he stretched out his limbs, and several joints cracked. Naruto glanced around the room, and it was exactly the way it was before he had his meeting with Erasure and Tobarama. The blonde sighed as he looked upon Arashi's armor. He truly wished he was allowed to wear it, but he can't, because he did not earn the right yet. The blonde turned his gaze upon the various riches that were in the room as well, and he decided he wouldn't leave empty-handed at the very least. Besides, Gaara could use some of this gold as well. With that in mind, the blonde began taking at least 3 handfuls of both gold and gems. Finishing his task, the blonde glanced at Arashi's armor, and he silently exited the room. The secret chamber door closed behind him, and the blonde removed the key. Naruto sealed the key inside a seal he had on his arm, and he backtracked his way out of the temple. It took Naruto several minutes of backtracking, and he nearly got lost at least once or twice, but overall the blonde got out of the temple okay. When the blonde was out of the temple, the Kyuubi's voice filled his mind. Well, I will admit, I wasn't expecting that. Naruto blinked. Kyuubi, did you know what was going on? He asked aloud. I knew what's been going on ever since you entered that chamber with Arashi's armor. But I didn't say anything as I knew Erasure would reveal himself. Though I never expected you to meet with the Night Aim. Kyuubi answered. I see. Naruto muttered, walking up a small sandhill. Hey kid, you want to see something that will shock you so much that you might have a heart attack? Kyuubi asked, his voice a tad bit mischievous. The blonde Jinchuriki rose an eyebrow. Okay, what exactly? Look back at the temple, and not only will you be shocked at what you will see, but you will also have Arashi's answer to when you ask why this temple was never found until now. Shrugging, the blonde turned and stared intently at the temple. The young Jonin instantly noted how various seals began to light up around the temple's walls and structure. His eyes widened when he felt an earthquake. Naruto was shocked at this development. How could there be an earthquake in the desert? That was when the blonde noticed that the temple was rising from the ground, sand dropping from it as it steadily and slowly rose from the ground. As it rose from the ground, more buildings could be seen, with smaller buildings as well. What appeared to be a barracks as well. Other various buildings that the blonde could not describe. Naruto's eyes widened in realization when he realized that the temple was no temple at all. It was a fortress. And as it continued to rise from the ground, Naruto realized it was a massive fortress upon a floating and flying island. Naruto felt as if he was in a dream as he witnessed the island continued to rise, and he noticed the island begin to move slowly but steadily away. Naruto's eyes widened as he knew that people would notice a flying island, of all things. However, his concern was negated as he saw the floating island begin to fade away, literally becoming one with the sky. In other words, it was turning invisible. A genjutsu, the blonde muttered. I haven't seen that in a long time. It's good to see the Yuzu Haven again. Yuzu? Haven? The name of the island. That island is where Erasure first began his own creation of the Uzumaki clan. At first, the land which they lived in was filled with nothing but wild and dangerous animals that would make even most Jonin cower in fear. That is until Erasure came up with a new method of sealing. In order to get that island even float up in the air like that, it required over millions of anti-gravity seals and a chakra source so powerful that it would have to rival all of the bees you put together. Kyuubi explained, but then, where did they get the power for this? That's where me and my siblings come in, because the Uzumaki clan constantly prayed for, even though we weren't really deities. We decided to repay the Uzumaki for their loyalty. We put all of our chakra and created a orb with the power of all of the Bijou. They called it the Bijou Legacy. It suited the name of the orb quite well. The Uzumaki locked that orb directly into the heart of the island, and should it be removed, the entire island would fall back into the ground. The massive fox explained, a hint of pride in his voice as he spoke about the orb. Incredible. Naruto whispered in awe. Yeah, I know, Kit. We Bijou are amazing. Kyuubi gloated. Now get moving. It's time to head back. Wait. I'm supposed to return to that island when I'm ready to take Arashi's second test. How the hell am I supposed to find it? The island already memorized your chakra. Erasure created a small seal on the island, so that when an Uzumaki enters it, the island will remember his chakra. So when you want to seek it out, just send out a chakra pulse, and the island will return it. QB boredly drawled. Naruto tested out that theory. He sent out a chakra pulse, and instantly he felt the island return the pulse. Naruto snorted a rashijiji, thought of everything, didn't he? He mused. The blonde shook his head, and he groaned as he realized he would have to begin his long trek back towards Suna. The blonde sighed, and he began walking through the desert. By the end of this mission, he was going to hate the desert. Big time. In Amigakure, the rain dropped endlessly and constantly, never ending, never stopping. The rain was eternal. Atop the highest tower of AIM, a man with orange hair, piercings all over his face. He wore a black cloak with red clouds adorning them. The man opened his Rinnegan eyes, and he stared down at his village emotionlessly. Pain. A voice spoke behind him, as a woman with short light blue hair stood behind him. Her bangs framing her face, a origami flower decorated her hair, and her orange eyes expressed only indifference. Pain only glanced at Conan, silently telling her to continue. "He is here," was her simple response. Instantly, the form of Toby instantly appeared behind her, his form materializing from his teleportation technique. "Must you always look so melodramatic and depressing?" "Pain," Toby blandly asked. Pain merely gave Toby an indifferent look and turned his attention back to his village. "Why are you here?" "Madara?" Toby merely chuckled at Pain. "I am here to discuss the death of both Deidara and Sasori. The death of two of our members has struck quite a blow, don't you think? I never thought we would lose two Akatsuki members so quickly. And it was only over the Achibi as well. This is quite bothersome. Wouldn't you say so?" he asked, his tone almost mocking. "It does not matter if we lose even more members. The plan to create the Bijou super weapon will commence as planned. This world will know pain, just as I planned for it to witness. The loss of both Deidara and Sasori is only a minor setback," Pain coldly stated. Toby chuckled once more. On the contrary, Deidara was quite useful as he was a long-range type shinobi, and I'm pretty sure that no one else in the Akatsuki can fight at long range as well as Deidara did. Sasori was in charge of our biggest network of spies, and with his death, we just lost all of our contacts, if I am not mistaken," Toby stated, his tone both serious and mocking. Pain narrowed his eyes. He could practically feel Toby's grin. Was I not correct in assuming that Zetsu was an even better spy than Sasori? He coolly asked. Toby's grin got just a bit larger. True, Zetsu was, and still is the best spy in the elemental nations, but it doesn't hurt to have backups when Zetsu isn't available. He said, with a shrug, "Why are you really here?" "Madara?" Pain emotionlessly asked, finally breaking his gaze from his village to look upon the masked Uchiha. "Why am I really here? I could be here for a lot of things, you know. I could be here to just talk with you. I could be here to just annoy you. I could be here to ogle Conan, as she is very beautiful dash." Conan shuddered slightly in disgust. "I could be here to get back my stash of porn. Not that I have any. Heck, I could be here to possibly even kill you," Toby answered, listing off many reasons on why he could possibly be there. "Madara, enough games," Pain icily said, his emotionless eyes now showing one emotion for the first time. Anger. Toby smirked beneath his mask at how he always got under Pain's skin. "Who said we're playing games? I could be here just to socialize," he mused. "Your idea of socializing is twisted at best," Pain lowly muttered, giving Toby a blank glare. Toby scoffed slightly. Before he spoke in a serious tone, "Let's get down to business, shall we? With the loss of both Sasori and Deidara, we will need a new member to join us. Though there are very few S-rank shinobi these days. However, I have a possible candidate." "Who?" Pain asked. "A former Konoha shinobi by the name of Hirako. Though finding him may prove to be quite bothersome, as he is quite elusive, though it is nothing Zetsu can't handle. Toby answered, "Very well, I will leave that matter to you. However, what will we do about the Ichibi? We never truly finished the sealing of its chakra," Pain stated, shifting his eyes to look deeply into Toby's only visible one. Toby's Sharingan flashed menacingly. "Leave the Ichibi. We only really need a fraction of its chakra anyway," he answered. "I see," was Pain's only response. Now on to the matter of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the masked Uchiha stated, his eyes taking further interest in this matter. Pain and Konan narrowed their eyes slightly at the interest they heard in his voice. "Leave the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to me, Pain. And before you ask why I want you to leave the Kyuubi to me, it's quite simple. I plan on converting the boy to our cause," Toby declared. Pain's and Conan's eyes widened slightly before they went back to their emotionless visage. "And why do you want him to join us?" The ringed-eyed figurehead of Akatsuki couldn't help but ask. "My reasons are my own pain," Toby icily responded, "but if you must know, I have taken quite the interest in the boy. I believe that with him on our side, our plans will accelerate exponentially." Pain hummed thoughtfully. "I thought we needed his Bija's power. As I said before, we only truly need at least a fraction of its true power. Nothing more, nothing less. Don't worry. Judging by how much power the Kyuubi has, we would only need at least 4 to 6 tails," Toby stated, "and I know one person who has at least 4 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra. I believed he lived in a temple with a few monks. What was the boy's name?" "Sora, I believe," the masked Uchiha idly thought. "Do what you will, Madara. I am only concerned with our plans of creating the perfect Bija weapon. Soon, this world will know peace. Through pain," Pain declared, his tone becoming that of a judge convicting someone. Toby merely shook his head at Pain's arrogance, and his Sharingan flashed. "Regardless, tell the others to steer clear of the Uzumaki boy. He is mine to deal with." Also his voice turned cold and malicious with his next sentence. "You'd best remember just who you are talking to, Pain. You may have the eyes of God, but your power is meaningless compared to the might of Uchiha Madara," the masked Uchiha darkly stated. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, the real Uchiha Madara suddenly felt as if someone was using his name and was going to slander it. He vowed to find whoever is responsible for this feeling and to destroy them utterly. Back to the plot. With his piece said, Toby began disappearing within a swirling vortex. Now to pay a visit to Itachi, he thought, before his form completely disappeared. There was a heavy silence lingering in the air. Conan briefly scanned the area, making sure both Pain and her were truly alone. "It is clear, Conan. My paths have this entire area under their watch. You are free to speak your mind." Pain said, "That man, we should remain wary of him, Nagato. I feel as if he is merely using us." Conan said, "The ringed-eyed man merely closed his eyes. It makes no difference to me. If he is indeed using us, then we must find a way to use him without him realizing. Even if he is using us, this world will have peace one way or another," he stated. Conan wordlessly nodded, and she sighed. "Still, though, how will we deal with Madara when, and if he betrays us?" she asked. Pain merely remained quiet for several minutes before he spoke. "Then we shall show him pain," he declared. With that said, the ringed-eyed man merely turned and stalked back inside to place his paths to rest. Conan silently followed after him, apparently satisfied with his response. However, the two of them never noticed Zetsu's head slowly emerging from the spot Pain was previously standing. Toby was right to give us the assignment of mostly spying on Pain. White Zetsu quietly said, "Yes, but with the death of Sasori, our talents will now be split between observing Pain and spying on others." Black Zetsu commented, "I'm sure we can do it." White Zetsu said. Black Zetsu made an approving sound. "Of course we can. Our abilities are one of the best for spying in the entire elemental nations. right? Now, let's get back to spying on pain. Remember to conceal your chakra, right? With their conversation over, Zetsu split apart and melted into the ground, one to continue spying on pain, while the other went to go and give a report to Toby. Tsunade lounged on her couch in her office as she drank a bottle of sake with a smug grin on her face. The blonde-haired Senja laughed gleefully as she drank her precious sake. It's true what they say. Sake tastes way better when you're all relaxed and energized. The shadow clones of Tsunade, who were doing her paperwork, all glared at the original contempt. They wanted some fucking sake, too. However, Tsunade's good time was put to a close when the village elder Koharu and Hamura entered her office without even knocking on the door. That's just freaking rude. The two elders eyed the sake in Tsunade's hand with a scowl, and they looked at her with disappointment as the Senju used clones to do her paperwork. Tsunade didn't care either way on why they looked at her with disappointment. She was Senju fucking Tsunade, a Sannin and the Godame Hokage. She could do whatever the fuck she wanted. Tsunade downed her sake, dispelled her clones, and then sat down in her chair, completely ignoring the disapproving looks the elders sent her. "What do you two want?" Tsunade asked, wanting to get this over with. Hamura cleared his throat and opened his mouth to speak. However, Koharu was the one to speak. "This is about the Jinchuriki Tsunade. Not only did you promote him to Jonin, but you also sent him outside the village when Akatsuki is sure to go after him. What on earth were you thinking? And now we are hearing that the boy has a fiancé. What is the meaning of this?" Koharu demanded, glaring at the Senju. Tsunade merely rose a thin eyebrow. "Really? You barged into my office over this? And what the hell do you mean, what am I thinking?" She calmly asked, though an undertone of fury was hidden extremely well in her voice. Hamir decided to take the stand. "We simply believe that the boy is much too young to have been promoted to Jonin. We also believe that in order to keep the boy safe, he must never leave the village walls. Should Akatsuki get their hands on the boy, then there is no telling what will happen." Tsunade only stared blankly at the elders. He beat Kakashi in less than 30 minutes. Jiraya himself has admitted that Naruto is stronger than him. And as for his fiancée, you have nothing to worry about as long as you don't provoke her, or Naruto. The blonde-haired Senju stated. "The boy's accomplishments do not matter." Koharu snapped. "What matters is that we have our Jinchuriki under our control. Giving him a promotion is giving him too much freedom. But allowing him to maintain his relationship with his fiancée is unacceptable. We need the boy's loyalty to remain with the village and us as a whole. Therefore, we demand that he and the girl be separated at once." The elderly woman finished. Back in Suna, Shiroi suddenly felt the urge to destroy the entire village of Konoha and to torture the village elders for several centuries. The white-haired girl blinked, and she decided that instead, she would destroy Konoha countless times over inside her mind. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was several miles away from Suna, suddenly wanted to pull an Itachi and massacre everyone in Konoha. He blinked and thought nothing of it. When Koharu finished saying her piece, the air was thick with tension, and Hamura gulped when he saw the hardly restrained fury within Tsunade's eyes. "Koharu, I thought we agreed that we wouldn't do anything about the boy's relationship with the girl." Hamura thought in mild panic. He didn't hate Naruto or anything of the sort. In fact, he thought the boy was a good influence on his own grandson Udon. After all, he knew that Udon looked up to the boy, and at first he was worried. But when he heard Udon giving nothing but praises of the boy and the boy's beliefs, he began to see Naruto as something more than a Jinchuriki. He still believed that a Jinchuriki should be controlled, but he more or less didn't hold anything against Naruto. In fact, the only reason why he was here was because the promotion for the boy was much too soon, and because he didn't think it was safe for a Jinchuriki to run around, especially with the likes of Akatsuki out there. "Elder Koharu, did you just demand something from your Hokage?" Tsunade quietly asked. Koharu glared at the slug princess, and if I did, Koharu icily asked. "You obviously do not know your place." Tsunade thundered. I am the Hokage. You are merely elders. You are only mean to advise or give suggestions to the Hokage. The two of you obviously forgot that this is a dictatorship. There will be no demands. Sarutobi-sensei obviously has given you two more freedom than he should have. But listen to me very carefully. If you dare to do anything against Naruto or Shiroi, then I will execute the both of you at the front gates of the village. Are we clear? The Senju hissed, cold fury lacing her voice. Hamura gulped at the killing intent that Tsunade was releasing. Years of being retired of shinobi service did not sit well with him at all. Before, he would withstand the killing intent of several jonin. But now, with him being retired, he would barely the killing intent of a newly promoted jonin. And the scary part was, Tsunade wasn't even using her full killing intent. However, it appears Koharu was able to ignore the killing intent, but not by much, seeing as the back of her neck broke out in a cold sweat. You cannot just threaten your advisor Tsunade, Koharu said. Tsunade merely smirked slightly. Oh really? Tell me, if I were to order your execution, do you think that the people of this village will question why you are being executed? Of course they would, Koharu responded. No, they wouldn't, Hamura thought. He was aware of how simple-minded the villagers could be. All Tsunade had to do was simply say to the villagers that they were secretly plotting to overthrow the village, and the villagers would be in an uproar, demanding for their blood, with no questions asked. Tsunade's smirk widened, and Koharu began to get worried. But she calmed down when Tsunade didn't do anything. Instead, the blonde Senju merely gave the elders a hard glare. Regardless, what I do with Naruto is none of your concern. You are only mean to advise me, not order me around. Now, get out of my office. Tsunade, or dare you dash, Koharu was cut off as Tsunade released her killing intent once again. Elder Koharu, Tsunade spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, yet her voice was heard clearly. You had best learn your place. Now get out of my office, the blonde Senju said, her voice now holding enough ice to freeze hell several times over. Koharu swallowed a lump in her throat. Her pride soon began to take hold, and she opened her mouth to scold Tsunade. But Hamura placed a hand on her shoulder and began to tug her out of the room. Forgive our intrusion, Hokage-sama, Hamura respectfully said. Tsunade didn't respond, merely kept looking at the village outside her window. She heard the door close, and she let out a wide smile. She created clones and proceeded to sit back down in her chair while the clones did her paperwork. She pulled out a sake bottle and instantly began chugging it down. Sometimes it was great being Hokage. Sasuke glared. Tia glared. Sasuke glared harder. Tia only gave the black-haired boy an even darker glare. Kabuto watched them in an amused manner. Come now, Kabuto began. The two of you can glare at each other all day. One of you is bound to get bored eventually. Tia glared at the glasses wearing teen. I don't care if I get bored, bitch. If I get bored, I'll just go to your lab. Grab something that looks like your fucking sex toy. Come back and shove down this bitch's throat, she said. Kabuto looked offended, while Sasuke's face took on a green hue. Regardless, I'm going to go now. Enjoy yourselves, you two, Kabuto said, smirking slightly. Sasuke glared at Kabuto's back, and he turned his glare upon Tia, only to have a fist meet his face. The Uchiha skidded back several meters, and he held his face in pain for several moments. Slowly, and with an eerily calm expression, he lowered his hands and glared at Tia. What did you do that for? He asked through gritted teeth. I'm bored, was her simple reply. I need to do something about the boredom, she said with a smirk. Plus, I want to get some training done for the next hour or so. Your ass is mine, bitch. Tia finished with a bloodthirsty grin on her face. Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, but was forced to roll to the side when Tia fell past him, her talons nicking his shoulder. Sasuke glared, and he silently drew his blade. "Come now, Uchiha. Don't disappoint me," Tia stated, a large grin on her face. The bird-like girl flapped her wings and flew towards the Uchiha, her talons already gleaming to remove his head from his shoulders. Sasuke ducked and allowed the girl to fly over him. He channeled lightning chakra into his hand, and dozens of senbons laced with lightning sped towards Tia. Tia snarled, and she covered her frame with her wings, channeling Yuki into her wings while doing so. The lightning senbons bounced off, and the dark pink-haired girl smirked slightly. "Come on, Uchiha-kun," she said mockingly, "that snake pedo is always singing praises of your skills. Don't tell me that this is all you have. If so, then you will never have your revenge against your brother," she taunted. Instantly, Sasuke's killing intent spiked incredibly. "I won't hold back any longer," Sasuke darkly stated. Tia gave a feral grin. "That's the spirit, Uchiha," she yelled, a large grin on her face. "Let's get this fucking show started." With that said, she leaped, with Sasuke leaping towards her as well. It was hours later that both Sasuke and Tia finished their sparring session. The entire room was filled with cracks, burns, scorches, and rubble. The amount of destruction within the room would have been enough to impress the Kyuubi, but only by a little. In the middle of the field, a panting Sasuke could be seen as he knelt on the ground. In front of him, Tia was also panting, and she was glaring at the Uchiha. "Tay, our fights always end like this," Tia commented, annoyance in her tone. Also on her knees, and she breathed heavily. "HN," Sasuke grunted. Before Tia could shoot back an argument, footsteps were heard. "I wish the two of you would stop destroying rooms whenever the two of you fought. It is quite bothersome to replace them." A smooth, silky, and amused voice spoke. Sasuke scowled as he glared over at the voice's direction, while Tia merely huffed. "Orochimaru," Sasuke said with a scowl, his Sharingan spinning lazily. Orochimaru smirked, his yellow-slitted eyes glinting malice and a lust for power. "Kakuku, hello, Sasuke-kun. Tia-chan, it's good to see the two of you are progressing well," the snake-like man stated, his eyes never leaving Sasuke's Sharingan. "Such wonderful eyes. And you, Tia-chan, how have you been?" Orochimaru asked, his eyes finally leaving Sasuke's. Tia glared at the snake Sannin. "I'm fine, although I am a bit worried that you ripped Kabuto's ass apart last night. I'm pretty sure I saw him limping out of here." She shrugged. Orochimaru merely smirked in amusement, well aware of how much he loved getting under people's skin. "You need not worry for Kabuto. He is fine. He's only a bit tired because of a small favor I asked of him." "Did you ask him to revive your limp dick?" Tia taunted. Sasuke saw that the flash of annoyance that entered Orochimaru's eyes, and he found himself smirking slightly. However, just as fast as that annoyance came, it vanished, and the Sannin was smirking once more. "Regardless of the favor I asked of Kabuto, I merely came to see what all the noise was. I'll be taking my leave, and Sasuke-kun, prepare for a sparring session with me later in the afternoon," Orochimaru commanded before he left the room. Tia's lips became a thin line as she watched the Sannin leave the room. Once she was sure that Sannin had left the room, she released a shiver that she had been suppressing. "That fucker give me the fucking creeps," she hissed, her eyes glaring angrily down the hall that Snake Sannin walked down. She hated how that man was always able to make her feel even a shimmer of fear, if only for a split moment. "HN," Sasuke grunted. "So tell me, when are we leaving that snake bastard?" Tia asked. Sasuke questioned. Tia glared at the Uchiha. "Don't think I didn't forget, motherfucker. You promised to help me with my revenge, provided I help you with yours. You just better uphold your end of the fucking bargain. Otherwise, there's going to be one less Uchiha in the world," she dangerously hissed. Sasuke scoffed. "Fine then," he said. "I have a plan to escape him, but it will require him to be at his weakest. Once that opportune moment has come, I'll end him," Sasuke declared, his Sharingan spinning madly. "And what am I going to do during this time?" Tia asked indifferently. "You'll be ensuring that no one interrupts my fight with Orochimaru," Sasuke blandly stated. "Oh, so I'm a bodyguard?" Tia deadpanned. "When I fight with Orochimaru, my focus and attention will be solely on him. I won't be able to defend against a surprise attack, since my attention will be on Orochimaru." "That's where you come in," the second to last Uchiha explained. "Tay whatever," Tia grumbled before she turned and began walking down the halls. "Where are you going?" "Hunting. I'm fucking bored. Make sure you have a fire-style jutsu ready, you stupid Uchiha, because once I get back from my hunt, you're cooking my fucking food," Tia hotly demanded, before she flapped her wings slightly and vanished in the halls. Sasuke scared at her retreated form. Honestly, he didn't even know what to think of the girl most of the time. She was annoying, even more annoying than Ino and Sakura. No, screw that. No one was more annoying than Ino and Sakura. Maybe Karen, but at least Karen had that special chakra of hers. As for Tia, she could fight on par with him, and that was something he respected. He respected her, but he hated her as well. The only reason he even tolerated her was because she promised to help him get his revenge, provided that he help her with her own revenge. It was a small price to pay, and he accepted that. They were allies, nothing more. Although Naruto grinned as he landed on the Kazekage's balcony. He had arrived in Suna exactly several minutes ago, and he was pleased to note that he didn't spend as much time in Yuza Haven as he originally thought. He had arrived as the sun was just rising over the horizon, and the blonde was eager to deliver Gar the gifts he had for his old friend. He stacked up enough gold from Yuzu Haven to last Suna for several years. And it was only 5% of what was truly on the floating island in the first place. That was unbelievable to the blonde, but hey, who was he to complain? The blonde silently opened the balcony door, wanting to surprise his friend. He gave a fox-like grin as he silently stepped inside. However, his eyes widened to the size of dinner plates at what was before him. He was shocked and bewildered. Yui, who was supposed to be sleeping, was straddling Gaara's lap. Gaara had one hand around her waist, while his other hand was trailing down her shoulder and moving steadily closer to her breasts. The two were in a deep kiss, and with Naruto's sharp senses, he was able to hear the small slurping sounds coming from their mouths. He was so shocked that he didn't notice the sealing scroll he had in his hand slowly slip out before it landed on the ground, creating soft thud. That soft noise was enough for Gaara and Yui to stop their actions and for their heads to snap towards his direction. The three stared at each other for several moments, before it was Naruto who broke the silence by clearing his throat. "I'm, sorry for the interruption." He apologized before he picked up the scroll, left the room, shut the balcony door, and hightailed it out of there like his ass was on fire. Naruto let out a sigh of relief as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, glad that he was out of the Kazekage's building. Seriously, walking in on one of your friends about to get freaky was awkward as hell. The blonde didn't think he had ever felt so awkward in his life. Man, he won't be able to stare Gar in the face for a long time. He just knew it. The blonde decided to go back to the hotel he and Shiroi were staying in. He decided that she should know he had arrived. Gaara, and Yui already knew now, might as well let the others know as well. But he was going to Shiroi first, because 1, she was his fiancée, and 2, he wanted to see her. The blonde jumped through several more rooftops before he landed in front of the hotel. He casually walked in, stepped up the stairs, and silently entered his shared room with Shiroi. His eyes took in the room, and the lump that was laying on the bed, along with a mop of silvery white hair at the top. He smiled slightly and entered the room. He removed Altair from his spot at his side and placed the blade on the wall. He removed his robes and scarf and carelessly hung them on the coat hanger in the room. He removed his boots and placed them neatly next to Shiroi's shoes. He removed his dark orange mesh shirt and neatly folded it and placed it near the foot of the bed. He removed his pants, leaving himself only in boxers, and placed them in the same spot as his shirt. He gently laid beside the white-haired girl, and he slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to get himself some sleep despite the rising sun. He felt Shiroi begin to snuggle closer to him. "Naruto," she whispered, a smile forming on her lips. Her eyes opened slightly, and her half-lidded eyes instantly met the blonde's. "When did you get back?" she asked. "Just now," Naruto softly answered, his eyelids dropping slightly. The white-haired girl nodded slightly. "Just rest for now. I expect to hear the full story when you wake," she said, shutting her eyes, and she snuggled closer to her. Naruto noticed a patch of green nestled in Shiroi's arms, and he smiled as he caught sight of a sleeping Chachazero. The blonde gave the white-haired girl a soft kiss on the lips and a kiss on Chachazero's head, before he allowed sleep to overcome him. Naruto groaned as he awoke. He released a drawn-out yawn, before he looked around the room. "What time is it?" he thought. "It's 7 minutes to 10:00. QB answered. "Thanks, Q." The blonde smiled, getting off the bed. "Hey, where's Shiroi-chan?" Naruto asked, seeing the bed empty. "When she left the room, I heard her murmuring something making breakfast," QB commented. Naruto froze as he finished donning his robes and placing Altair at his side. "Shiroi-chan is cooking?" he asked slowly. "Yeah, I don't see the problem here," the giant fox said with a raised eyebrow. "Remember the last time Shiroi-chan tried to cook?" The blonde deadpanned. "Yeah, I still don't see the—" "Oh, fuck!" QB shouted in remembrance. Naruto merely held a deadpanned expression on his face as he imagined the QB breaking in cold sweat. "I guess that explains why she didn't come back after an hour." Naruto twitched, and the blonde cautiously began moving towards the door. He slowly opened the door, and he didn't have to wait long as he instantly heard the sounds of battle. "Back, you wild beast. Back, I say. Damn it. Why is it that everything I cook comes to life and tries to fucking kill me?" Naruto heard Shiroi scream out, followed by a beastly roar of both hunger and rage. "Oh shit." A crash was heard. "I am not paying for that." Naruto blinked once, twice, and a third time before he opened the door completely and moved down the hall. To their hotel's kitchen, they instantly saw what type of beast his fiancée was fighting. It resembled a blob in appearance, and it was a light brown color. It had hollowed-out sockets for eyes and a large hollowed-out hole for a mouth. The most disturbing thing, however, was that it smelled like pancakes. How the fuck did Shiroi manage to turn pancakes into this thing? The pancake monster roared and tried to devour Shiroi. However, Shiroi jumped over it and landed gracefully behind it. Unfortunately, when Shiroi dodged, the beast ended up crashing into a lamp and into the T to V set. "I'm not paying for that either," the white-haired girl exclaimed, pointing a finger at the broken furniture. Naruto heard giggling, and he turned his head. He saw Chachazero sitting on the edge of a bookshelf, giggling like no tomorrow. Another crash. The blonde turned just in time to see Shiroi kick the pancake monster into a wall. The pancake-based creature merely gave a small groan before he began to slither to the white-haired girl. "Know your place," Shiroi roared, stomping her foot on it repeatedly. Naruto couldn't help it, he chuckled. Shiroi's head snapped towards his direction. "Naruto, don't just stand there. Help me find a way to kill this thing," she demanded. The pancake monster groaned and tried to stand, only for Shiroi to begin stomping on it repeatedly once more. "I said know your place. Shiroi-chan, why don't you just blast it with a Zero?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, amusement shining in his eyes. Shiroi blinked, before she blushed in embarrassment. "Why didn't I think of that?" she murmured. Naruto chuckled. "It seems even you are prone to dizzy moments, Shiroi-chan." Shiroi twitched. Her having dizzy moments? As if her pride as a vampire wouldn't allow such a thing. She was a vampire, one of the most dangerous and powerful yokai to ever walk the earth. The mere thought that she of all people could have a dizzy moment was unacceptable. She wouldn't stand for it. She gave the pancake monster a glare. It was all this damn thing's fault, and as such, it would be disposed of. She pointed her hand at the groaning creature, and she gave a malicious smile as red yuki began forming in her hand. The pancake only had time to give off a questioning gore before it was blasted by Shiroi's Zero, his short existence being reduced to dust in mere moments. Shiroi gave a satisfied smile before she suddenly turned to the blonde, and she clung on the blonde's arm. "Naruto-kun, let's order some room service, shall we?" she asked sweetly. Naruto wordlessly nodded, but inwardly he wondered why Shiroi seemed to be a bit off. There was nothing wrong with her, but there was something different about her. While the silvery white-haired girl went to order room service, the blonde took it upon himself to scan her chakra for anything strange. No, there was nothing wrong with her chakra. Shrugging, the blonde pushed those thoughts out of his mind and instead watched as his fiancée walked back into the room. "I didn't know what you wanted, so I just ordered some sandwiches and coffee." Naruto nodded. "I don't mind sandwiches or coffee, Shiroi-chan," he responded. The girl smiled before she slowly advanced upon the blonde. "Shiroi-chan?" Naruto asked questionably. Shiroi merely smiled, and she licked her sharp fangs. Naruto gave a small chuckle before he tilted his head, exposing his neck. Instantly the blonde felt the sharp but dull pain of Shiroi injecting her fangs into his neck, and the admittedly pleasurable sensation of her sucking his neck. The blonde gave a small groan as he felt pleasure from his fiancée sucking on his neck. This continued for several more moments before Shiroi finally detached herself from his neck. Naruto caressed her cheek, and he gave a shallow kiss on her lips. However, the girl tugged his scarf and brought him in, deepening their kiss. He felt her tongue brush against his lips, and he parted them, allowing her tongue to freely roam around in his mouth. He could taste his blood on her tongue, but it didn't really matter to him. He felt her fangs scratch his tongue, drawing a small amount of blood. Shiroi noticed this, and her tongue swirled around his own, taking all the blood on her tongue and moaning at the taste. Naruto, not one to be outdone, forced her tongue back into hers, and he expertly explored the confines of her mouth. Swirling his tongue inside her mouth, he pulled back, a trail of saliva connecting them, before it snapped. Shiroi leaned in closer, and she began licking and nibbling the blonde's ears. Getting a groan from the blonde, she smirked against his ear and let out a small sexual growl as she began grinding his crotch. He heard him groan again, and she was about to let out a smug grin before she felt him begin kissing her neck while thrusting his crotch upward. She moaned, and she cursed the fact that they were still wearing clothes. Her hands slowly began to undo his robes before a knock sounded on the door. Her eye twitched, and the slits in her eyes began to get thinner with anger and rage at the person who dared to interfere. Her fangs grew longer, but Naruto, sensing her anger, merely smiled and kissed her cheek. Her anger dissipated slightly, but her eyes still promised death to whoever interrupted them. "Cha-chan!" Naruto called out. "Yes, Naruto-chama," Cha-Zero exclaimed, floating atop the blonde's head. Naruto noted that a barf bag was held in her hand, and they knew that she saw him, and Shiroi about to go at it. He chuckled sheepishly. "Can you answer the door, Cha-chan?" he asked. Sir," the green-haired doll cheerfully said. "Cha-Zero," Shiroi began. "I give you permission to cut up the person who dared to interrupt," she added. Instantly, a large grin adorned the doll's face. The little doll floated off, and Naruto gave her an amused look. "Don't you think that's a bit overboard? Not to mention that Cha-chan could end up killing that person," he asked, his voice holding slight concern. Shiroi waved him off. "Nope. I said cut up, not kill," she explained. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off as a terrified scream resonated from the door. Moments later, Giggling could be heard in the screams, and giggles got more distant. Naruto blinked once, twice, and a third time before he stood. I think the person who was giving us room service dropped the sandwiches near the door. He commented, "I'm just going to go check," he said. Shiroi merely shrugged, and she closed her eyes as Naruto went to go check on the door. She wondered what was going to happen now. She knew that Yui was going to stay with Gaara, and she accepted that. She knew that she would have to tolerate that pink-haired wench for several more days. Though to be honest, Shiroi found the girl to be amusing. She somewhat found it to be very much entertaining. Getting Sakura angry was amusing to her. She enjoyed the reaction she got out of her. And if she ended up beating the girl to within an inch of her life because she took her anger too far, well, that was just a very nice bonus for her. She heard Naruto re-enter the room, and she looked up as he sat back on the couch. "Well, the sandwiches are all right," he said, showing her the 4 sandwiches wrapped in plastic. "But the coffee, I'm afraid the janitor is going to be picking that up," he joked. Shiroi lightly giggled. The two quickly ate breakfast, and Naruto explained what happened to him during his little adventure in Arashi's tomb. To say Shiroi was shocked was an understatement. She couldn't imagine meeting the Naidame Hokage in such a manner, and to find out he's your great-grandfather shortly after was nothing short of amazing. She asked several more questions, such as how the Naidame was like, how strong he was, what it was like to fight against him. Naruto answered to the best of his ability, and Shiroi was amazed at the tale. She honestly didn't think that the Naidame riding atop tsunamis was actually real. But from what Naruto was telling her, it was very much real. They spoke for several more minutes before they left the hotel. They walked through the streets of Suna, and they noticed how everyone was so lively. Villagers waved to the two, and even the ninja of the village bowed in respect to the two. Shiroi smirked at that. Naruto merely smiled. "Ah, there you two are." The two looked up, only to see Kakashi staring at them from his perch atop a streetlight. "Kakashi-senpai." Naruto greeted. Shiroi merely gave a polite nod. "So, did you two sleep well enough?" "We slept fine, Kakashi-senpai," Naruto answered, a polite smile on his face. Shiroi merely gave Kakashi a bored look. "I'd love to stay and chat Naruto, Shiroi-san, but I'm afraid I've lost track of Sakura, so I'm on a hunt to find her." Kakashi said, "I came to find the two of you, so I can ask if you've seen her anywhere around here." He finished. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at the mention of Sakura, and he slowly nodded his head, silently saying he hasn't seen her anywhere. Shiroi merely gave a silent chuckle at the thought at what trouble the pink-haired wench could have gotten into. Maybe she was being raped against her will. She nearly cracked a grin at the very thought. Kakashi hummed for several moments, and he tried to remember where he last saw Sakura. Come to think of it, didn't he last see Sakura partaking in that game of strength? Perhaps he should search around that area. "I just remembered where I last saw Sakura. I'm going to go see if I can find her." With that said, Kakashi turned but stopped. "By the way, Gaara says to be in his office when you have time," Kakashi said, before he vanished in a burst of speed. "You heard Kakashi-senpai. Looks like Gaara wants me to visit him." Naruto commented, "What will you be doing while I'm with Gaara, Shiroi-chan?" he asked. Shiroi waved him off. "I'll probably try to find Yui and hang out with her, although I really was hoping we could spend the day together." She pouted. Naruto chuckled. "I'll come find you when I'm done with my conversation with Gaara." With that said, Naruto gave Shiroi a peck on the lips before he blurred away. Shiroi hummed thoughtfully, "What to do, what to do, what to do," she thought to herself. She caught sight of Yui's black hair, and a grin appeared on her face. She carefully snuck behind the black-haired succubus and looked over her shoulder. "Hey, Yui," she simply said. Instantly, Yui was startled, and the black-haired girl squeaked in surprise, and she jumped back a little. "Shiroi, don't do that," she exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart. Shiroi giggled slightly. "So what are you doing?" she asked. Yui gave her a small glare. "Well, I was observing the villagers. Before you startled me. Shiroi smirked slightly. What do you mean by observing? Surely you know the villagers well enough. Yui sighed. It's something you won't understand, Shiroi. After all, you don't live in a village, she said. Shiroi rose an elegant eyebrow. Oh? Try me. I'm living in Konoha with Naruto-kun, so please do tell me. Why you're observing the villagers, and why I wouldn't understand, she asked, though her tone suggested that she was demanding Yui to tell her. Yui sighed again. When you look at these villagers, what do you see? She asked. Shiroi blinked, and she looked at the villagers mingling around. I see lowly and ignorant humans. I see people who take what they have for granted and aren't satisfied with what they have. I see villagers who cannot let go of their hate. She answered honestly, though her eyes glazed over, and it wasn't the Suna citizens she was looking at. It was the villagers of Konoha that she was projecting. Just thinking about Konoha and the way they treated Naruto made her snarl lightly. Yui didn't notice her snarl. I see villagers who can smile and enjoy the peace they have at the moment. The 5 great villages have been in 3 wars, and because of that, they were able to continue to hold on to both hope and strength. Despite their pain of losing a loved, they are still able to push forward. And those who can't are helped by those who have. Yui said. Shiroi narrowed her eyes. You are aware of how they treated Gaara as a child. Right, she asked slowly. The black-haired girlfriend of the Kazekage nodded. I know. And for a time I hated them. I despised them. But Gaara told me to let go of my hatred, since it would only to more harm than good. So, I just let my hatred go, she answered. Shiroi narrowed her eyes into slits, her eyes flashing blood red. Let go? Was it truly so easy to let go of her hatred? No. No matter how hard she tried, she could not discard her hatred for the villagers of Konoha. She would tolerate them. She was able to stand in their presence, to talk neutrally with them, to be able to look at them in the eyes. She could and would tolerate them for Naruto's sake. But to forgive them? Not a fucking chance. Should the villagers of Konoha give her a reason, even the smallest of reasons, then she would show them a true demon brat, as they so affectionately nicknamed Naruto. Until then she would tolerate them. For Naruto's sake, she would tolerate them, though she wished that just one of them would try something, so she could give them a glimpse of what hell truly is. Anko grinned as she devoured another plate of dango. She nearly ate the plate itself with how she just wolfed down all the dango on it. Across her, Kurenai lightly shook her head at her best friend's actions. Geez, Anko, eat any more and you'll end up getting fat. The black-haired woman deadpanned. Anko grinned at her best friend. Onai-chan, you know it's nearly impossible for kunoichis to get fat. What with the calories we burn off, she told her pregnant friend. Kurenai snorted slightly, and she smiled at the purple-haired jonin. How's has it been, Anko? Oh, you know, same old, same old. Anko replied, picking her teeth with a toothpick, working at the interrogation department with Inoichi and Ibiki, training in the forest of death, teasing my poor little Irika-chan, eating dango. Did I mention eating dango? She grinned. Kurenai gave her a small grin. Honestly, Anko, you and your obsession with dango. I honestly will never understand. Dango is the food of the gods. The purple-haired dango lover exclaimed childishly. A certain blonde-haired recently promoted jonin would disagree. Kurenai deadpanned. Anko scoffed, please. My Otada obviously hasn't tasted the mighty dangos. She stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Naruto would argue that ramen is much better. The red-eyed woman added, don't worry, I will soon corrupt Naruto into the ways of dango. Anko declared, her mind coming up with various scenes where he corrupts Naruto into her ways, and he being eternally grateful to her. Kurenai chuckled nervously as he noted the gleam in Anko's eyes, and she silently cleared her throat. Speaking of Naruto, you never really explained why you see him as a little brother. Anko's grin slowly faded into a small smile, and she sighed, almost sadly. Remember that time I disappeared for 2 months? Anko began. Kurenai slowly nodded. She remembered how Anko had been missing for 2 months. At first, she thought nothing of it, but after the third week with no contact with her, she immediately went to the Sandaime about this, only for the old Hokage to tell her that Anko was a long-term mission. Well, I was never really on a long-term mission. I was in the village the entire time. As a temporary ANBU, the purple-haired Kunoichi explained. Kurenai narrowed her eyes slightly at Anko. It all began shortly after yet another group of villager were bad-mouthing me for being the snake bitch. She sneered. I wanted to get away from the village for a while. So I went to Sandaime-sama if there was anything I can do to get away from the villagers. There were several missions he had, but they required a team. And who would work with the snake bitch? So Sandaime-sama offered to let me in the ANBU temporarily. I accepted. Anko took a swig of her sake. After that, my misaisan only included those that were only 2 miles away from the village. My temporary code name was Hebe62. It was during one of my assignments that I came across a mob of villagers beating down on our favorite and unfortunate Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. I immediately moved in and disbanded the villagers. They backed off quite quickly. After all, no one messes with the ANBU. Anko laughed, remembering the frightened faces of the villagers. Since then, I found myself protecting the little brat for those 2 months. I read him bedtime stories. I gave piggyback rides. I made sure that his apartment was somewhat clean. And I enjoyed torturing the villagers that were brave enough to attack the kid in front of me. He was my precious Luotu. To him, I was Hebe-ne-chan that my temporary time in ANBU was done, and the council forbid me from ever making contact with the Gaki unless it involved shinobi-related business. And Lit Naruchan was only 5 at the time. Anko said, with hazy eyes, with me gone, the villagers began the attacks on him again. But they weren't that lucky, since Weasel also caught them and brought them to the interrogation department. And of course, I was Ibiki's apprentice at the time, so yeah, Ibiki kindly allowed me to practice on the poor bastards. And I must say, I fucking enjoy it. I had hoped that when Naruto became a genin, I could take him under my wing. A sneer came upon her face. But Kakashi Dash, she spat, interfered with that, and I lost my chance of seeing Naruchan again. The only time I ever got to see my little Tutu again was during the Chunin exams. And he never even remembered the way I smelled. As a kid, the Gaki always had a sharp nose. Yet he never remembered my scent. The scent of his Hebe-ne-chan. Anko whispered, staring at her sake bottle. I knew, for he wouldn't remember me. After all, he was only 5 at the time. And you know that kids don't remember things when they grow up. Though that still didn't stop the pain I felt when he didn't remember me. Anko sighed, but now. She gave a small smile, now that he's a jonin. Heh, I have a feeling that we might get sent on some missions together. And I look forward to it. Anko grinned. Kurenai stared at her friend for several moments, before she gave a soft chuckle. You're a softy, aren't you, Anko? She teased. Anko stared at Kurenai for several moments, before she pouted. Nai-chan, I'm the one who's supposed to tease you. She whined, before a grin came upon her face. So, when is your little child due? I want to spoil the little baby already, and maybe corrupt him to my ways, she said, though she whispered that last part to herself. However, Kurenai was still able to hear her friend, and her left eye twitched slightly. I told you, Anko, he isn't due for several more months. She responded. Anko pouted, dang it. She gave a light-hearted glare at Kurenai's stomach. Hurry up, you, so you can meet the strongest and most sexist Kanochi of Konoha, Mitarashi Anko. She declared, seriously, in your opinion, who is the strongest Kanochi in the Leaf Village, besides Tsunade? Tell me your thoughts. Kurenai chuckled lightly at her friend, before she ordered another plate of dango for Anko. It's been a long time since she even had dinner with Anko, and she planned on enjoying herself with her friend. Though she wondered when Anko was going to approach Naruto, many different scenes enter her mind, but she nonetheless wished Anko luck. It was the best she could do right now. The man in Akatsuki clothes remained still and silent. His partner had left earlier to hunt for some fish and other edible things in the forest. As it stood, it was just him and his visitor. "I can't put my finger on it, but there is something different about you, Itachi." A voice spoke out, the cold and emotionless drawl filling the air, as Toby slowly walked into Itachi's line of sight, his Sharingan gleaming slightly. Itachi stayed silent for several moments before he slowly opened his eyes. "Madara," was his simple answer. The wind blowed, and their robes fluttered as the two stared into each other's eyes with their Sharingans. The silence was broken by Toby's small chuckle. "How interesting." Orochimaru coughed roughly as he sat on his throne. His hands shook as his coughing became more erratic and forceful. He hissed in pain as he held onto his chest for several moments. He grit his teeth as he remembered how this happened to him. "Damn you, Sarutobi-sensei," he thought in pain and anger. He shakily reached out and grabbed hold of a small bottle full of pills. He slowly undid the cap and fished out 2 pills. He placed them in his mouth and dry swallowed the pills. He breathed heavily, and he reached out for a glass of water. He quickly gulped it down and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt the pain and the effects of his dying body fade away. Soon he would possess Sasuke's body, and he would be able to master all of the jutsu in the world, and possibly find a cure for his illness. Until then, he would mold Sasuke into the perfect vessel, and the perfect body for his soul to inhabit. And all the techniques in the world would belong to him. Just thinking about it made his mouth water with the possibilities. On a side note, it's time that Kabuto reported if his little pet was doing well. Orochimaru turned his attention towards the door when it opened, and Kabuto strode into the room, a soft frown on his face. "Kabuto?" Orochimaru spoke. Kabuto looked up at the mention of his name, Orochimaru-sama. "How is our little pet?" the black-haired Sannin asked. Kabuto frowned slightly. "His education has been going along nicely, and the training program you set up for it has worked wonders," he answered. "Then why the frown?" Orochimaru asked with narrowed eyes. Ever since it read the word freedom from the dictionary, I've seen him giving longing looks to the exit of the base, and he has asked me several times why he is never given a choice. Kabuto explained with a scowl. Orochimaru scowled slightly. "That isn't good. It seems we must teach him his place once more. Tell F-43 that I intend to discipline later in the day," Orochimaru coldly stated. Kabuto bowed deeply. "Hi, Orochimaru-sama." He stood and strode out of the room, a smirk on his face as he imagined the discipline F-43 would go through. Orochimaru smirked as he thought of his pet. Ah, yes, his greatest creation he had ever created. All the research, time, and data that was put into F-43 was well spent. He had created the perfect weapon, a creature that held powerful potential, a creature that far surpassed the mind of both animals and human, a creature with an intellect so vast that all the knowledge given to him was learned and memorized within moments, a creature that was nearly a beast in combat, but highly intelligent, nearly human-like when conversing. It truly is amazing of what you could do with a wild fox, Senja blood, and acquire some of the Kyuubi's chakra. However, despite all the creature's merits, it lacked one thing that Orochimaru could never give it: brutality. It was refused to kill when it saw no reason for it. It just simply refused to kill senselessly and without purpose. That was why Orochimaru placed a seal on the creature. Should F-43 ever disobey a direct order, the seal will activate and destroy its heart. After that, it was more cooperative in its studies, and it was more willing to kill. However, it still hesitated. Every time it was in combat, it would purposely move its attacks so it didn't kill its foes. Even during combat, when it had many openings to strike its target down, it never took them. His weapon may have been powerful and dangerous, but the hesitation to kill its target had always denied its full potential. The worst part, every method that Orochimaru tried to turn his weapon into a killing machine had all but failed. In the end, it was probably a failed project to begin with. Still, though, F-43 was useful, and as long as he remained useful, then he won't dispose of him. Besides, he's interested in what would happen should the Kyuubi Jinchuriki come to blows with F-43. F-43 was created from both the blood of a Senju and the chakra of the Kyuubi, and Orochimaru was very interested in learning what effects would take place should the two ever come to blows. Many variables could happen should the two meet. However, Orochimaru was confident that Naruto would win. After all, that brat had always managed to pull through no matter what. The boy's battle with his snake summons? He somehow beat it. The boy's battle with the Inuzuka boy? He beat him through sheer determination and will. His battle with Hyuganiji? He beat him as well with the same amount of determination and will. His battle with Gaara? Again, the same methods. His short and brief fight with Kabuto? He managed to severely wound his silver-haired assistant. If there was one thing that Orochimaru learned about the Uzumaki boy, it's that it is a large mistake to underestimate him. And if he heard correctly, the boy was on a training trip with Jiraya. And Orochimaru suspected that the boy is already powerful, but how powerful is a question. Orochimaru wouldn't be surprised if Jiraiya taught the brat everything he knew. The snake Sannin wondered how a conflict between both Sasuke and Naruto would result in. He knew just how powerful Sasuke was. The last Uchiha was at least low Kage level. However, Orochimaru was curious at what level Naruto was. It could be the same as Sasuke or at a lower level. However, Orochimaru wasn't too worried about the blonde exceeding past that. After all, he knew the council would have tried to influence Naruto's training so that he didn't grow too strong. Orochimaru nearly snorted. The council was always trying to keep things in the village under their control, especially Danzo and the elders. Orochimaru snorted, and he slowly rose from his throne. The snake Sannin slowly moved towards the exist and walked down the halls, his yellow eyes glinting as methods on how to discipline F-43 surged in his mind. And it did not bode well. "I am fucking bored." Hayden shouted in boredom and frustration. Kakuzu, who was walking alongside him, twitched slightly as his partner turned to look at him. "Kakuzu, are we there yet?" The silvered-haired Jashinist asked. "No." The hooded mercenary curtly responded. Hayden cursed under his breath and stayed silent. 5 minutes later, the red-eyed member of the Akatsuki opened his mouth. "Are we there yet?" "No." "Are we there yet?" "No." Kakuzu answered again, growing increasingly annoyed with his partner. It was silent for several minutes, and Kakuzu reveled in that silence. To him, silence was holy and simply beautiful. If there was a such thing as the god of silence, then he would gladly worship that god with vigor. For shinobi, silence was golden, for shinobi lived in the shadows and silence. It's why he was always so damn annoyed with most of his comrades. Deidara was always so damn loud and blew shit up. He could tolerate Sasori, as he was quiet, but he wished that the puppet master wasn't so obsessed with puppets. Kisame he could stand. He just didn't like how Kisame constantly spoke with his opponents like old friends. Zetsu? He could tolerate black Zetsu. White Zetsu, on the other hand, annoyed the shit out of him. Konan? Out of everyone in the Akatsuki, Konan was his favorite. She was quiet. She was stoic. She didn't speak unless spoken to. And best of all, from what he had been able to gather, she valued silence just as much as him. It made being in the Akatsuki at least more bearable. Then again, he shouldn't be surprised that it's almost unbearable being in the S-ranked criminal group. After all, they were just a bunch of psychopathic killers to begin with. Are we there yet? Hayden's annoying voice brought him back from his thoughts. No, he answered with a glare. Oh, how he wished that he could just rip off the fucker's head. The problem is that he would still be speaking afterwards. Are we there yet? Twitch, no. Why are we walking towards lightning country in the first place? Can't we just run there? It's not like we'll be tired. Haydn shouted, impatience and annoyance in his voice. Kakuzu sighed, as you know. Leader Sama ordered us to capture the Nibi Jinchuriki, but he was never specified an exact time limit. I know that. Why are we going at such a slow pace? We might run into a sizable bounty along the way. The masked bounty hunter responded. We haven't run into anyone for the last 2 fucking hours. Haydn shouted. Haydn, shut up, Kakuzu dangerously demanded. Fuck you, Kakuzu. If you promise to be silent, I will allow you to perform your damn ritual on the next bounty we find. Really? Wordlessly, Kakuzu nodded, and Haydn went silent. Kakuzu took this time to close his eyes and enjoy the silence that fell upon them. Oh, how he loved silence. Truly it seemed that Kami had answered his prayers this time. Are we there yet? Kakuzu wondered if it was possible to fake his death, and making it look like he had underestimated his opponent. Kakashi hummed as he surveyed the area with narrowed eyes. The area of last night's festival was riddled with unconscious villagers, and the scent of sake was strong in the air. It was to be expected, after all. Out of the areas in the festival, the section with the most games was the one that was mostly packed. Though Kakashi was a little surprised at the amount of villagers that were intoxicated, he rose an eyebrow when he noticed how everyone was groggily beginning to wake. His eyes caught a flash of pink, and instantly he moved towards that direction. It didn't take him long to find Sakura just beginning to awaken. Her hair was a mess, with a few knots, and her eyes had a few bags under them. Kakashi sniffed slightly, and the scent of sake was strongly attached to her. Her groan of both pain and annoyance shook him from his thoughts. Well, it seems the student was drinking, and was now experiencing her first hangover. Surprising but not unexpected. He had noticed the interaction between Sakura and Shiroi, ever since the incident between the two of them. When Sakura tried to attack her, he had been keeping a very close eye on the two, especially Sakura, considering her temper. He noticed how her fists clenched slightly every time her looked in Shiroi's direct, and how her eyes showed a flicker of anger. He didn't know what Sakura's problem, but he hoped that the pink-haired girl wouldn't anything stupid like she did the first time. He was barely able to save her from getting her head sliced clean off by Naruto. Though Naruto was moving at speeds most jonin couldn't keep up with, he was able to see the blonde's movements. And Kakashi must say that he was surprised at the speed the blonde moved. Each time Naruto did something now, it reminded him somewhat of his father and mother more and more. It was a bit scary. Nonetheless, he kept a close eye on Sakura since then, and he constantly asked himself why the pink-haired girl held a grudge against Naruto's fiancée. However, he couldn't find an answer other than jealousy. Ugh, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura's slurred voice brought him from his thoughts. Yo, Kakashi responded, doing his signature eye smile. Ugh, what happened last night? Sakura asked, holding her head. Kakashi hummed, I'm not sure. He stated, why don't you tell me? Sakura groaned, I'm not sure. She answered, her hand glowing with green chakra. All I remember is that they brought out the sake last night. Tsunade-sama told me a couple times that she wanted me to try sake one day. I always wondered why Tsunade-sama loved sake so much, so I thought would try it out myself. Kakashi rose an eyebrow, really? Well, did you like it? He asked. I don't want to drink sake anymore, if this is the result of it. She answered. Kakashi chuckled slightly. Well, at least you know what it's like to have sake. Though, you may not have a taste for it. It'll grow on you if you drink every one in a while. Sakura groaned no way. I'm never drinking sake again, she declared, giving her former teacher a glare. Kakashi rose an eyebrow. You say that now, but since you're Tsunade-sama's student, I just can't take you seriously on this matter, he teased. Sakura's eye twitched Kakashi-sensei. She roared, clenching her fists. Oh, would you look at the time? Gotta go. With that said, the gray-haired jonin was quick to use a shunshin. Sakura growled lowly, and she stood slowly. "Get back here, Shinaro!" she roared, chasing after the direct where she felt the Jonin's chakra signature. Several moments after Sakura was in view, Kakashi simply walked out from the back of a hot dog stand. The former AMBU shook his head slightly as he read his orange-covered book. "Disappointing Sakura. You can't even tell when it's a clone you're chasing after." He stated, "It makes me wonder just what Tsunade-sama was training you in. It also makes me wonder what all those private sessions you had with her was all about." Kakashi sighed slightly. "I'll save those thoughts for another time." He suddenly chirped, "Right now I have to see if Naruto will allow his lust to consume him while he and Shiri are alone in the forest." With that said, the masked Jonin walked away, all while giggling into his hand. Somewhere in Suna, both Naruto and Shiroi felt like beating Jiraya to death for no reason. Meanwhile, in the hot springs of Tanzaka Town, Jiraya shivered, and he felt as if he should stay away from his student and fiancée for a couple of weeks. He shrugged it off and assumed it was nothing. Hyuga Niji was an honorable and prideful man. Sure, he may have lived half his life despising half his family, and tried to kill his cousin at least once or twice. But he had long since redeemed himself in both his teammates' and family's eyes. Since then, he disregarded his brooding and loathing air that he carried around, and instead became a bit more friendly with both his team and the other Konoha 12. He had long since apologized, with some minor difficulty, to his teammates for the way he acted towards them. Tenten merely gave him a slap on the shoulder, and he was forgiven, while Lee and Guy tried to hug him and to drag him off somewhere to do with youth. He stopped that plan of action when he disabled their chakra points, thus allowing them not to move. Both eccentric shinobi knew not to try that again, but that didn't stop them from trying to get Niji to partake in their training exercises. Next on his list was apologizing to both his cousins. When he apologized to Hinata, the Hyuga heiress merely waved him off and told him there was no need to apologize. She merely said that his actions were based on misguided anger and resentment. Hanabi, however, was a bit difficult. At first, the little sister of Hinata merely ignored him. After several days, she finally began acknowledging his sincere apologies. After a week, she finally began speaking to him. After that, Niji assumed that their relationship had been mended. He quickly regretted assuming that, as Hanabi demanded that for him to apologize fully, he would be her personal servant for the next month. It was grueling, being the servant to 8-year-old girl, who was basically a princess no less, was not fun, especially when said 8-year-old forces you to dress in a butler uniform. Thankfully, On-One knew of this, and Niji made sure that all witnesses were encouraged to forget everything they saw, although it did become somewhat of a private joke among a small group of branch members. After that, Niji's life gradually became better, and it was all thanks to a certain blonde Jonin. Niji owed Naruto a department that he may very well never repay. Thus Niji decided that no matter what, he would try to repay Naruto in whatever way possible, even if it meant becoming the blonde's personal bodyguard when he became Hokage. Before, Niji believed that Naruto may never become Hokage as it was. Well, fate. But Naruto proved him wrong. Since then, Niji decided to take his life into his own hands. While he publicly cannot do anything about the caged bird seal, he could make the workload easier on the Branch family. In a way, he had become the unofficial leader of the Branch family. His uncle Hayashi had also become closer to him, up to the point where weekly visits would occur between the two. And to think that this all happened after his encounter with Naruto, though his pride wouldn't let him say it out loud, he was very much glad he lost to Naruto that day in the Chunin exams. When he heard Naruto was returning to the village, he felt excited to see the person he owned so much to. Unfortunately, he had been on a mission the day the blonde returned, and wouldn't be returning the next day since it was only simple border patrol. He was disappointed to discover that the blonde was already on a mission on his own, but he could remain patient. He was shocked when he discovered the blonde was actually engaged. Truthfully, he never would have thought that the blonde would be the first one to settle down with someone. The blonde was simply too wild and free for that. But it looks like he was proven wrong yet again. With renewed patience, the teenage Hyuga returned to the Hyuga compound to patiently wait for the blonde's return. When he passed by Hinata's room, however, he became interested as to why Yamanaka Ino was speaking to Hinata about, and he with some reluctance bullshit. Listening on their conversation, he was interested in what they were talking about, and when the subject of Naruto's fiancée came into the picture, he assumed they were thinking about befriending the girl. However, he was wrong, and instead they were planning on separating them. He immediately felt both angry and disappointed. He was disappointed because Hinata was allowing her anger to fuel her actions, and he was angry because the Yamanaka was using his cousin's anger. He didn't know why the Yamanaka was so against the idea of this Naruto having a fiancée, nor was he interested. All that mattered was that he couldn't allow this. With that in mind, he set out to inform Hayashi of Hinata's ire. After that meeting, he was given the task of sabotaging all the plans that Hinata and the Yamanaka came up with. Since then, he found himself spying on the two for the last 2 days, and they had already come up with various plans. Ones that Niji had to face palm at how all of them somehow backfired. Horribly. Seriously, he had no idea plans could fail that bad. Obviously, they never took into account the various thorns that would be at their side. A good example would be Naruto's estate. They tried to sneak inside the building for whatever purpose, and Niji was about to move to intercept them. However, it appears someone Naruto took it upon themselves to place both security seals and containment seals that held low-level lightning jutsu within them. Thus, they were electrified for only 2 to 3 seconds before the lightning finally stopped. Niji nearly covered his ears as he heard Ino loudly complain about her messed-up hair, while Hinata simply coughed up smoke. From then on, they began brainstorming OM plans, all while steering clear of Naruto's estate. Some of the various plans were outright stupid or outrageous, while others actually seemed like they could work. It was the ones that seemed like they could work that Niji sabotaged. And as Niji sabotaged their plans, he felt himself growing amused as they became more upset and made plans that backfired, watching them to borrow a few Nin dogs so that they would attack Shiroi when they ordered, only for those very same dogs to try and dry hump them. He felt like cracking up as he noticed a sign at the door the girls didn't pay attention to. The sign simply stated untrained dogs. Niji wished he brought popcorn. Of course, when members of the Inuzuka clan began to enter the building, wondering what the noise was, Niji made sure to discreetly distract them until the girls made it out of the building. It wasn't long before they began to suspect that someone was spying on them, and they began to meet in more private locations. That led to Niji's current situation. The long-haired Hyuga was blankly staring at the sign in front of him. The sign read Women's Bathroom. Niji twitched. The 2 girls had entered the bathroom for some private planning, and unfortunately, they had to go into the bathroom. That was 20 minutes ago, and Niji knew they were cooking up some plans in there. He just had to find a way to listen in on them. Niji looked both ways and slowly inched towards the door, only for him to propel backward and dive into bushes when Anko walked by, whistling a peppy tune. Sweat dripped down Niji's face as Anko stopped and looked towards his direction with a raised eyebrow. After a few moments, Anko simply shrugged her shoulders and carried on like nothing was amiss, whistling her peppy tune once more. Niji stayed still and silent, and once Anko left his line of sight, he sighed in relief. He was well aware of how ladies treated perverts, however. Mitarashi Anko was well known for her unique methods, most of which involve a kunai, some poison, and a castration. Nonetheless, Niji was glad that the trench coat wearing Jonin was gone. However, Niji felt his blood run cold when he felt a hand grab onto his shoulder, and he shivered when he felt the cold metal of a kunai on his cheek. A very soft and seductive voice sounded in his ear. Well, seems like a little Hyuga is being naughty. Mind telling me why you're hiding in the bushes near the girls' bathroom? The voice cheerfully asked. Robotically, Nijo turned his head and was met face to face with the grinning visage of Mitarashi Anko. Niji gulped, and without thinking, he said the first thing that came to mind. Igniting my inner flames of youth? Shortly after that, Niji felt like committing suicide, while Anko merely stared at him in bewilderment. On the other side of Konoha, Guy and Lee suddenly stopped in the middle of the street, making the other villagers stare at them in confusion. Guy suddenly dropped to his knees and shouted loudly for the heavens to hear, "YOSH. Another youthful individual has decided to embrace the flames of youth." Next to him, Lee cried tears of joy, "YOSH Gai-sensei. I seek out Ti find this youthful person, and if I cannot find him, I will do 500 pushes, and if I cannot do that, I shall run 500 laps around Konoha, and if I cannot do that, I shall perform 500 sit-yuppies. Lee, you youthful knows no bounds. I shall help you in your search. Gai-sensei. Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee. Gai-sensei." The two green jumpsuit-wearing shinobi suddenly hugged each other, and behind them, a sunset formed. The villagers of Konoha screamed in horror and terror as they were forced to lay their eyes upon it. "Kami-sama, my eyes!" One villager screamed, clawing at his eyes. "My eyes! My eyes! They burn!" Another villager screamed, his eyes resembling eggs. The rest of the villagers were all frothing at the mouths, and they all dropped to the ground, twitching and shaking. Niji blinked, and he idly wondered why he felt responsible for sending various people to the hospital. Meanwhile, Anko merely stared at him in disguised horror and shock. "Dear Kami-sama, it's begun," she whispered. Guy has begun spreading his youth. The purple-haired Kunoichi began to hold the kunai tighter. "I refuse to have more guys around, so the only way I can think of that will turn you back to normal would be to torture you until you come back to your senses," she declared. Niji shuddered W8. Guy-sensei didn't infect with his youth. "Just let me explain," he almost begged. Ank stared at him for several moments before she nodded slightly. She removed the kunai from his cheek, but still kept a tight grip on his shoulder should he decide to make a break for it. With reluctantly and begrudgingly, Niji began explaining to the purple-haired Jonin his mission given to by Hayashi to keep an eye on Hinata and Ino, and to sabotage any plan they may come up with to separate both Naruto and his fiancée. Throughout the entire explanation, Anko merely raised an eyebrow and tried to seem as if she wasn't interested. However, body language betrayed her attitude, as she paid rapt attention to the Hyuga. By the end of his explanation, Anko merely stared blankly at Niji, making Niji gulp slightly. However, his fears were unfounded as Anko broke into a grin. "So, based on what I'm seeing, you might need some help. I'm willingly to offer my services for a price," she stated. Niji eyed her warily. "What type of price?" he asked. Anko grinned. "How much money do you make?" Niji gulped. "Enough to pay for hotel for several weeks." "Why?" The purple-haired Jonin's grin got larger. Her grin was so large, in fact, that it threatened to split her face. "That should be enough to cover you hospital bills." Niji blinked in confusion. What was she talking about? "What do you mean?" Niji asked, backing up slowly. "You see, I have new torture methods, an idea that I just recently came up with." She suddenly pouted, and her eyes glistened with fake tears. "But there hasn't been anyone for me to torture for the past 2 months. No missing Neens or bandits for me to torture, so understandably, it's been quiet to quiet. It's gotten to the point where Ibiki began sending people on leave. Sadly, I was one of them. I haven't tortured anything in over a month. That 1,000,000 years for me," she exclaimed. "So how about it? I help you, and you let me try some new torture techniques on you." Niji paled slightly. What torture techniques we talking about?" "Oh, nothing. Just some poison, some snakes, a rubber duck." "What's the rubber duck for?" Her only response was a large grin. Niji gulped. Was this really worth it? Was he willing to be tortured by this woman, all so he could spy on both Hinata and Ino on whatever plan they were thinking of? He glanced at Enko, and he thought of it, however. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the slight shaking of her shoulders. He mentally rose an eyebrow and looked at her more closely. Was she biting her lip? Niji frowned. You were joking, weren't you? Enko's response was to burst out laughing. Haha, you should have seen your face. I don't think I've ever seen a Hyuga scared. It was priceless. Niji twitched slightly at the Tokubetsu Jonin. He continued to stare at her laughing form before she stood, wiping away a fake tear. Oh man, that's one for the textbooks. Now about that help you were asking for. Niji twitched again. When did he ask for help? Because he didn't recall asking for her help. I can be persuaded to help. That is if you pay for 2 months' worth of dango, Enko said, a cheerful grin on her face. Niji twitched. What was wrong with woman? She was a grown woman, yet she acted like such a child. Then again, he was a Hyuga, and Hyugas were taught self-control and maturity at a young age. Hyugas were taught to be better than others. Wait, that sounded a bit arrogant. Niji blinked. Okay, maybe he should stop being around other Hyugas for a while. Why are you so willing to help Mitarashi-san? Niji asked. Enko simply stared at Niji for several moments before she grinned. Does it matter, Gaki? Niji twitched at being called Gaki. My reasons are my own and mine alone. I'm offering help you obviously need, and that is all that should matter to you. Niji stared at Enko intensely. What could be her reasons? Why was she doing this? What could possibly be her motives? And was that a flash of anger in her eyes? Thinking about this gave Niji a slight headache. He sighed. Even when Naruto wasn't here, he still managed to somehow give you a headache. He stared into Enko's and he wordlessly nodded. Enko grinned and slung her arm around Niji's shoulders. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, she said with a cheeky grin. Niji sighed. Just what has he gotten himself into? The moon shone brightly into the clearing, the winds breezing by gently, the leaves of trees rustling in the wind, the night sky scattered with millions of stars, constellations forming and disappearing. A figure garbed in a full-body cloak slowly walked across the clearing, his face covered in the darkness of his hood. The figure suddenly stopped and spun around. His hood shifted slightly as his head moved around, searching for the object or person that disturbed his senses. When nothing happened, the individual merely passed it off as him being paranoid. He turned around to resume his trek, only to come face to face with an orange mask with spiral pattern. The cloaked individual jumped back and instantly pulled out a kunai. The figure stared intensely at the masked man, wary of any movement he might make. The cloaked man took the time to properly examine the masked man in front of him, and he instantly recognized the black cloak with red clouds. His grip on his kunai tightened. What could this shadowy group of S-ranked missing neens want with him? He couldn't have something that could interest them. Could he? Yar. The masked man began. There's no need for that kunai, you know. I'm just here to ask a question. Before the cloaked figure could react, his kunai disappeared within a swirling vortex. The cloaked individual instantly jumped back and went through several hand signs. Before he could finish the last hand sign, however, his hands were caught in a tight grip, and he was flung across the clearing like a rag doll. As I said before, I just want to ask a question. Now are you going to allow me to ask it, or do I have to kill you? Toby darkly stated. Who are you? The cloaked figure asked, his voice slightly raspy, yet it held a small childish quality to it. Toby wagged his finger from side to side. No. I'm asking the questions, remember? You are meant to answer them. Toby mocked. The cloaked individual growled, fine. Ask your question. Toby chuckled, thank you. Now tell me, are you Hiroku of Konoha? The same Hiroku that is reported dead. The cloaked figure tensed. What do you know of me? And how did you find me? No one knows I live. Toby chuckled. I know many things, Hiroku-chan. I know that you are talentless shinobi. Toby mocked. making the cloaked Hiroka clench his fists. I know that the only reason you're powerful right now is because of the various bloodlines in your body. Bloodlines that you've stolen. Hiroku, having enough of Toby mocking him, threw a kunai at the masked Uchiha. Toby casually tilted his head and let the kunai fly past him. "Oh, so you want to fight?" he mused, his Sharingan glinting in amusement. "Very well." The only warning Hiroku had was the wind suddenly brushing against his face as Toby's face suddenly impacted into his face. Hiroku gasped, but promptly disappeared within a burst of speed. He reappeared several feet away, and he surveyed the area, looking for the masked shinobi. He felt a hand grip his shoulder, and her spun around, a kunai held in a reverse grip. He attempted to impale the kunai into the masked man's skull. However, it simply phased through him. Hiroka's eyes widened behind his cloak. Toby cracked a grin behind his mask. The masked Uchiha hurled Hiroku over his shoulder and tried to stomp on the cloaked man's head. Hiroku rolled out of the way. However, Toby anticipated this and had already performed the hand signs. A ball of flame spewed from Toby's mask, and it successfully hit the cloaked shinobi. Hiroku frantically removed his cloak as it burned to ashes. With his cloak removed, Hiroku's features were finally revealed to the world. Spiky short white hair, along with pinkish-red eyes. He wore an outfit that consisted mostly of white, and he had white bandages worn on his lower face, arms, and legs. Toby chuckled, amused at Hiroka's appearance. Hiroka glared at the masked Uchiha, and in a low voice he hissed, "I am going to kill you." "Yar, yar. So violent," Toby mocked. "And here I was about to give you the offer of a lifetime." Hiroku rose an eyebrow and, "Offer?" he asked, interest lacing his voice. Toby smirked. "Hook, line, and sinker. Yes. You see, your special abilities would be well utilized within the ranks of Akatsuki. Of course. What type of deal would this be if I didn't offer you something you wanted? There is only one thing I want," Hiroku darkly stated. Toby frowned beneath his mask for a moment, before a smirk took its place. "Ah yes, the Sharingan of Ataki Kakashi." Hiroku's eyes widened slightly, and he eyed Toby warily. "How did you know?" "As I said, I know many things," Toby answered vaguely. Hiroku scared, and he glared at Toby. "I'm not really interested in joining your group, and besides, the only reason why you would even be trying to recruit me is because one of your members has betrayed you or they're dead. Besides, you want to use my abilities to your benefit. Am I right?" Toby's shoulders twitched before he threw his head back and laughed. Hiroka's narrowed his eyes in confusion but kept silent. Finally, after several moments, Toby stopped laughing, and his voice was full of amusement as he spoke. "Do not flatter yourself, Hiroka-san. You may believe that the reason we want you in our ranks is because of your abilities, or because one of our members is dead. But the truth is, you couldn't be even farther from the truth. The only reason I'm even speaking to you now is because you were the easiest to find. There are plenty of missing Nins around the elemental nations," Toby stated, amusement shining in his Sharingan. "You are far from the strongest, Hiroka-san. I would place you at high A rank, borderline S rank. You are probably the weakest of all the missing Nins in regards to a Konoha missing Nins. Even Uchiha Itachi, who is decades younger than you, is stronger than you. And all because you lack talent. And because you lack talent, you resorted to stealing bloodlines from various other shinobi, and now you want to get your hands on Hitachi's Sharingan." Toby chuckled in a condescending manner. "You were so pathetic and talentless that you borrowed power from prominent shinobi. The power you are using borrowed, and I find it fitting that your power will now be borrowed by Akatsuki. Willingly or not." Hiroka grit his teeth behind his bandages. "I have my own agendas, and joining Akatsuki is not one of them. That's the bad." Toby darkly began, his voice inches away from Hiroka's ears. "Because as I said, willing or not, but should you join willingly, I can assure that you will obtain Hataki's Sharingan. That caught Hiroka's attention. However, the white-haired missing nin kept his glare on the masked Uchiha. What? Toby tilted his head. Ah, that got your attention, didn't it? He said, amusement evident in his voice. Yes, should you decide to join the Akatsuki willingly, then I will personally deliver you Kakashi's Sharingan. And if I don't decide to join, Hiroka snapped, then I will break your mind and leave you as a mindless husk that won't be able to take a shit without my directions. Toby darkly answered. Hiroka analyzed his options. On one hand, he could continue working on his own to obtain Kakashi's Sharingan, and while he was certain that he could obtain it on his own, he knew he would have to deal with some pesky Konoha nin before that. However, should he join Akatsuki, he would have at least some backup in the form of one of their members. After all, if the rumors he heard were true, then they work in pairs, and the two partners are always together unless it involved personal reasons. He glanced at Toby. While he was certain that he could break out of any genjutsu he could create, there was still the small chance that he couldn't. Ultimately, Hiroka decided to take the path with less risk and a higher chance of success. Very well, I'll join Akatsuki in exchange for Kakashi's Sharingan. Hiroka finally answered. Toby grinned under his mask. I knew you would see things my way. Welcome to Akatsuki, Hiroka-san. During your time with us, you were my partner. Let us work well together, Hiroka-san, the masked Uchiha said, extending his hand for a handshake. Hiroka slowly took Toby's hand and gave a firm shake. And with that, a new member has joined the ranks of Akatsuki. Toby turned around and began moving towards the forest. Hiroka's following behind him. Now that I've gotten Hiroka to join, it's time to pay a visit to Naruto-kun. After that, I will move on to the monk boy known as Sora, and the chakra of the Kyuubi that he possesses shall be mine. With that final thought, Toby disappeared within the darkness of the forest. A chill passed by the clearing, and the moon seemed to bleed as it changed into an eye-like structure. A pupil with rings surrounding similar to Pain's Rinnegan. However, it held 9 tomo, like that of the Sharingan. However, just as quickly as the image came it vanished, leaving only a chill to pass the night. Chapter end. So Toby has finally gotten his newest member. How will things change now? Who knows? We'll just have to find out. That whole scene with Kabuto and Orochimaru talking about F-43? Well, you could say that I got the idea from Kiba and Akamaru. I figured, why not give Naruto a companion as loyal as Akamaru? I don't really know why Kishimoto didn't go through with the idea in the beginning, but I believe it would have helped Naruto a lot while growing up. F-43 and Naruto will meet when, of course, Naruto goes to Orochimaru's hideout. And the whole thing with Orochimaru creating it. It seemed more believable that way. After all, Orochimaru did a lot of experimenting, didn't he? There are probably dozens, if not hundreds, of experiments that Konoha has yet to find in his many, many hideouts. Heck, he just proves to be more cunning and slippery as well. Seriously, it shocked the hell out of me when he came out of Anko the way he did. I remember the first time I saw that chapter. I just stared at the page thinking, what the fuck does it take to kill this motherfucker? Anyways, in my opinion, there's probably many experiments that Naruto and friends have yet to find. And considering with how everything is going with Naruto, I'm guessing we will probably never find out as well. Seriously, Naruto is almost over. Although I am hearing rumors of a new Naruto series. Though I refuse to believe it unless there's proof. And now for the Omake. This is something me and my friends came up with when we were extremely bored. Omake. Why Madara really left the village. Madara, Hashirama yelled in desperation and hurt. Why? Why did you leave the village? He screamed through clenched teeth. Madara glared at the Shodan Hokage and he snarled. Don't play dumb with me, Hashirama. He roared, you know exactly why I left the village. Hashirama blinked in confusion, and the Shodan tilted his head to the side. I do. He asked questionably. Yes, you do. Madara angrily answered. Hashirama blinked, and he thought to what could have happened that would have forced Madara to abandon their childhood dream. I I don't really know why you left the village Madara. Madara's jaw dropped. However, he quickly regained his composure, and he glared at Hashirama. He pointed a finger at the Shodaime Hokage, and he was gritting his teeth so hard that they were making sounds of metal scraping against metal. You cheated on me with Mito, you son of a bitch. He roared at the top of his lungs. The entire forest fell silent at that declaration, and the shout could be heard from miles away. Hashirama stood, stunned, mouth agape, and his eyes so wide that they would fallen out of his sockets. It took several moments for the Shodaime to regain his composure, and he opened his mouth to speak. Shing! Only to be cut off by the sound of a sword being unsheathed. He stared at Madara, who held a sword above his head, Sharingan spinning wildly as he glared down at him. Die, you cheating bastard! Hashirama dodged, and he stared as a blade cut through wood as if it were made of butter. The Shodaime gulped and unsheathed his own blade. Madara, he yelled desperately, can't we talk about this? Madara's answer was for his sword to clash against Hashirama. The Uchiha leader glared into Hashirama's eyes, and he ferociously pressed forward. If I can't have your dick, then I'm cutting it off so on one can have it. Madara snarled. Holy shit! Hashirama screamed as Madara attempted to slice off his third leg. The Shodaime gulped, and he wondered why Madara was so angry. After all, they weren't even in a relationship in the first place. With every step away from the familiar, Naruto ventures deeper into the unknown. What challenges and surprises await him beyond the horizon? Will love be the anchor that grounds him, or the force that propels him further? Stay with us on Anime T23 for the next exciting chapter in Naruto's journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss an update.